I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, but we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. mess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I didn't know I was a casualty, but when you're gone, can't find no remedy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I need love.
You got me burning up. 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 You got me burning up.
You got me burning up.
You got me burning up.
There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, can we stayed up through the dead of night, making me watch the world get light. Hey, can we sunlight freedom in your eyes, please don't leave now.
Welcome, everyone, to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship. To those of you who don't know, this is a collegiate Rocket League event looking to bring together teams from all over the world, not just Europe and North America, to compete here in as many servers as possible to make a world championship happen. My name is Seb. I will be your host for this evening. I'm joined, of course, by Mocked Fish, Vaudable, and Tylacto, who are going to be on the desk with me. Tylacto, of course, he's going to be on the mic, as you may have known. But boys, how you doing? Mocked, start with you.
It's a great day. It's Saturday, it's summer, and we've got Collegiate World Championship, a Collegiate World Championship, to refinish the 2023-24 Collegiate year. So I'm as happy as I can be. I'm looking forward to it.
Bud.
This is going to be an amazing time. I mean, we have two Canadian teams finally in the world competition. It's going to be amazing to see how they do. Hopefully they both make top 8. I doubt it'll happen, though. I'm going to be kind of like the alter ego for Seb, where it's not going to be just all Canada, so get ready for that today.
Sure, all right. Tylacto.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. What this certainly is very special. So thank you for everyone coming out and making this possible, and you just for tuning in as well. It's been quite the story in the whole Collegiate Rocket League space. First World Championship, Europe didn't win a series. Second World Championship, win the whole thing. I mean, I think it's fair to say Europe are the undisputed favourites coming into this one as well. Surely, Seb, you can't disagree with that, even if Canada were their own region.
Yeah, no, listen, I think it's fair to say, I mean, unfortunately, with how things have gone as far as, timing, summer series and everything like that, our top guys weren't able to make it through as far as Northwoods and Maryville's or whatever. They're still trying to figure out rosters for fall, and they're occupied at the moment. But we still have a lot of really strong contenders in the North American side. So talking about these teams, let's talk about our contenders for this evening. We have teams from literally all over the world, both in North America, Europe, MENA, South Africa, as well as South America, and even OCE. How are we going to make the servers work? Well, we have a whole chart for it, which I don't know if we have loaded up at some point. It might be interesting to show, but we do have a whole process of how these servers are going to work. It is a doozy, but it will work one way or another, even if we force it to. As far as contenders, of course, we have, I would say our favorites in Dr. Boomin, Genoa, Berlin from North America. We have Brewton-Parker, USM, St. Clair College, UDM, Davenport, GVSU, along with the rest of Europe. We have Lincoln, Warwick, C2, Mackenzie from Brazil, UNSW from Australia, and Stellenbosch from South Africa. So lots of teams to compete with right now. A lot of them have their own chances, and especially with how these servers are going to go, it can really go to anyone, even a Canadian team. Wouldn't that be crazy?
No.
Let's take things. Let's take things to the world map where we can discuss this further, because like we have said, this is a global esport that we have here in Rocket League. We have teams from North America, teams from Europe. We have teams from MENA here. Of course, we have our MENA representative, who is going to be a very
dark horse,
big sleeper. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but they have some really, really strong players. We have South Africa, of course. We have South America. Again, teams from North America and Europe. So let's get the world map going to show just how expansive this is. And then from there, we're going to be making some lovely predictions for all of you. Of course, this is a 2-2 Europe and North America panel that we have here. So we're going to get some interesting discussions. Now, boys, we have teams from all over. And right now, for the next 8 minutes, a la Champ League
Well, a
Show.
little less than 8 minutes.
A la Champ League Show. We are going to try and, from these teams right now, predict top 8 for the entire tournament. And we have to agree. It's not just ours.
And
We
then
have
this
to
is by
agree.
this is
Are gonna be
this
there
is by
guaranteed, though.
yeah.
Genoa and Dr. Boomin. We can already agree, right, that that's going to be
Yeah.
top 8.
I think,
Okay.
yeah,
That's
Genoa,
easy.
Dr. Boomin, put in there. I think.
Can we also agree on Berlin and KAU from Mina?
Yeah, I can agree on that.
I can agree on that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the
think
thing
we
is
have-
about
Okay.
King Abdulaziz Al Amina is they're also used to playing on EU servers.
Yeah.
Like they are
Too, that's what I'm
acclimatized
thinking.
to the ping, and those
very
players
scared.
are supreme quality. I mean, it might be easier for us to point out teams that we don't think are going to make it, because the reality is we've got to eliminate some. And I love the guys coming out of New South Wales, but we are just starting, and it is 2 a.m. there on the east coast of Australia. This is dedication, and I am desperate
out.
to see them in action. But if they fall asleep behind the wheel, I mean, I can't blame them. I can't see them making top 8. That's just what I'm saying.
I agree with that.
I agree. And while we're here, let's try and take out, unfortunately, Greybeard is going to come on here with a big axe over my head. It is going to be Stellenbosch. I think we have to eliminate them as well. So we're going to eliminate Stellenbosch and then OCE. Mackenzie is an interesting case, I think. They all have GC3 SSL players, but unfortunately, I think at this point, when we're considering the level, like the caliber of players that we have here, not only do we have like high SSL players, we have RLCS players here, like across the board. So I think we are going to have to eliminate.
Sadly.
But I'm gonna give a little bit of a caveat. They, like KAU, they are used to playing on high ping, right?
That is
because
true.
they
Yes.
most likely queue
To
on
the
USE
detriment of all
servers,
NA players.
Oh, trust me, we have the same with the Saudi players. But no, but they could be a dark horse of maybe potentially getting into top 8, because just for the fact that they're used to a high ping playstyle.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
That's true. Okay.
We can
so,
eliminate some of the NA teams that we know. I'm sorry to these teams that won't make it. Davenport and GVSU. I mean, we know those two teams, they got brought in last minute. Shout out to them, of course, for that. But I also don't think that they are at that top 8 caliber. They could make it close. And they might like
they
upset
could
some
make it
people.
close.
But
I
I don't think they're getting top 8.
I think we should also, while we're here, eliminate Warwick
Eliminate
and
the UK.
Lincoln.
Get rid of the UK. Yes.
Sorry.
Warwick aren't gonna like that. Warwick have come close to some
Tree
miracle
Fork
runs
is coming
before.
for my head right now. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, bud.
I mean, Lincoln, Ruben's quality, but they're not going to have Misty today. So I think
Yeah.
that it really is going to be an upside run for either of them. But I feel like those last 4 teams that we've just taken out of the maps from NA and EU, it is not impossible by any means. This is
Yeah.
sure, it's a marathon, not a sprint, so we don't expect the flukes so much in Swiss, but like they can earn it and they have the quality too.
So
We have
it
one
goes
more
by
team
a
to
match, a match by match basis,
Yeah.
and I personally think C2 is not up to snuff to the French Canadians.
I think they are.
Excuse me. They made worlds last year, and they've
Yeah,
got a
they
better roster
Great.
now.
What happened there?
Yeah, still make worlds.
yeah.
You have to
Fair enough.
say UDEM also aren't playing with Tokyo, and I would say that's a bit of a debuff. If they did have Tokyo on their roster, I maybe could have heard an argument
It
for it, but
is-
without him, then I don't think it's going to be easy for them to make it through.
Yes, however, I think you're also forgetting that UDM was also doing very well in CCA Opens without Tokyo, as well as it was qualifying for Summer Series without
We
Tokyo.
also saw their results with Tokyo not
They
qualifying.
no.
for Summer Series
They
this season.
they had to go for LAN ETS. That doesn't count.
No,
I
they
mean-
they showed up that one time and lost to another Canadian team, mind you.
You are
was it
just
St.
comparing
Clair or was it
CCA
UT?
Open.
It was Algonquin.
No, Algonquin didn't play this qual.
No, it was the first qualifier.
No, they didn't play this qual at all. They didn't play Summer Series.
Boys.
All right.
You- you are-
Anyway,
you are
point being,
genuinely
UDM is a
comparing-
really good team. They're also French. French immediately gets a buff. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's just how it is. Like it's
But
Rocket
still,
League.
you're comparing CCA Open to Setu, who made worlds last year and this year
Exactly.
made UR Winter top 6. right?
I mean,
so
sure,
that's a bit of a
3 versus
comparison.
1 here, Seb.
It's a leap to make, Seb. I'm sorry.
I will
love
leave
Montreal,
it.
but
I will
no.
leave it, but I can't wait to prove you wrong. Okay,
Gonna be
Jerry is
very
the man,
quiet
but none
about
is
the
crazy.
fact that I did actually have Setu not making top 8.
Oh, you had Setu not make the top 8?
What?
Who is your 8th then?
I had I had 2 Canadian teams in top
Let's go!
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with my Canadian Brotherhood here then, because I have to
Thank
go for
you
Canada.
for
then. I'm
once,
sorry,
Vaughn.
CC.
Ganked up
I'm sorry.
on.
I'm sorry.
All right. Takes
Nick, I expect
Ireland
better.
off that map. John is also gonna kill me.
It's just unfortunate. I mean, if it means anything, I had Setu losing in game 5 to Brewton-Parker round 5. That's how we get here.
Yeah,
I think that's.
I'd rather
That's-
Setu be
that's-
underdogs.
Yeah.
See, I had them playing Davenport and making it in, so that was a
I ha-
lot easier of a matchup, I'd say.
I had to set to beat Brewton-Parker in 5 in round 4 to go through. So you know.
I think Setu is like I legitimately think that both Setu and UDM
They're close.
They are close. Like when we look at Badan and Jerry, they've both played like pretty deeply into RLCS level teams. They both have been on different rosters. Setu, I think, has also been a contender in its own region for a long while. I think it literally may come down to how Swiss goes, like literally round 5 between those 2 teams. But those are our top 8. We have 4 from North America, we have 3 from Europe, and we have 1 from MENA. I don't think we would have it any other way. I think we are in agreement here, right, boys?
For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part, no.
I mean, it doesn't
Change
sound
one
like it,
team
but
out
yeah.
for an
Yeah.
AU.
Mostly, okay, mostly in agreement. All right, well, that is our world map. I think this is a good practice to kind of see just what the overall landscape is looking like, and then once we actually get to top 8, we can even compare if we'd like to. But for now, Talacto, you're going to be leaving us for the time being. Thank you so much for coming along. You are going to be casting quite soon, and in the
be back.
meantime,
He'll be back in a little bit.
yeah, he'll be back. You'll be back to cheer on the English teams. EP and maybe even C2.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not the only guy that dislikes the English on this broadcast now. I found friends. Let's go.
Listen, I'm French. What can I say? So, French Canadian anyway, which hates the English even more. But with that, let's bring in, of course, Greybeard. Greybeard, I'm very happy to have you here because this is legitimately, I think, the first time, and I've been doing collegiate for a long time, Vaud's been doing collegiate for a long time, Mock's been doing collegiate for a long time. I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing South Africa in an overall world collegiate competition, Greybeard.
It's the first time it's the first time you're seeing South Africa involved in any kind of collegiate university kind of affair. So it's a huge deal for us. So So however excited you are, I'm far more so.
I mean, it is an incredible, as far as milestone, I would say, for South Africa here. Mox, you got any questions? Load them up.
I mean, I've been doing quite a bit of SSA yapping with Greybeard, but the thing is, how important is this for players that are now sort of in high school and still trying to pursue an education, that they can play Rocket League not just in high school but also throughout their sort of educational career, I guess?
It's huge, and if we look at our roster that's out there today, we've got Darth, who's an RLCS player, multiple SSA region champion,
Very good player.
Yeah, been to Worlds a couple of times. But then we've also got Blade. Blade is a high school champion. So he's come out of high school as a champion for Paul Roos Gymnasium and then coming into Stellenbosch and representing there. So admittedly, from a Rocket League standpoint, the pipeline from high school to pro, it's been missing the university link, and it is our weakest link in a broad region that is still developing. So this becomes huge, just because it feels like there's something to do. It's not just I'll play a little bit of Rocket League for fun here and there in university. So it's connecting a really important piece in the overall SSA puzzle.
Speaking of the SSA puzzle, for people that are like tuning in, maybe looking into this for the first time and seeing Stellenbosch be a part of your worlds, how would people try to get involved in collegiate in that region?
I guess the starting point for all of this is just DM me. I'll get you in touch.
There you go.
With whoever you need to be in touch with, because there are some from an org point of view, from a university point of view, there are some really cool people doing very cool things. And depending on the level involvement, or if you want to move down here and do your university in South Africa, not a bad call. Then there's all sorts of people I'll connect you up with, or if you just want to be involved, I will make sure you are connected properly.
Well, I'm hoping that the next time, if we do see another CRL World Championship, that we really do make it a World Championship. You know, reduce the quals from NA and EU just a touch, as if they weren't hard enough to get into, and then we'll add, of course, OC South Africa would be amazing, and then it would really truly be a world collegiate event.
I just want to say, when I was looking at that world's map, the Northern Hemisphere bias is unbelievable. So my overall mission in life is to see SSA grow. But when I looked at that map, I want the Southern Hemisphere between South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and OCE to start taking over the world, because that map is just shocking.
I mean, listen, Greybeard, I love you. I love the support you do.
Categories as well.
I love the support you do, but unfortunately, there is a certain amount of bias here on this broadcast. So, we'll
fair enough.
We'll appreciate
listen,
it.
How Machtfish feels about the UK. That's how I feel about Europe broadly. So there you go.
Oh, well, we're about to get a lot of European matchups.
Man, I showed you around Düsseldorf last year. Doesn't that count for anything?
All right, thank you.
I love the place. No problem, guys. Do a great job.
All right, thank you so much, Greybeard, for dropping by. Thank you so much for helping to facilitate SSA into this tournament. It's been amazing. For the time being, let's move on to what our Swiss predictions looks like. So, we all were given sheets to fill out in terms of who we think is going to make it through in Swiss predictions, when and where. And currently, at the moment, you are looking at mine. Now, for the record, I did not put series score, so I didn't put 3-2, 3-1 or whatever. But at the moment, I have Genoa, then St. Clair, then Berlin, then UDM, then USM, Brewton-Parker, Dr. Bowman, and then KAU. Now, in retrospect, I've been able to sit on this a little more, and I'm thinking that I think KAU will probably be top 4. Realistically, the more I'm watching them, at least their individual players in RLCS, the more I'm watching them, they're probably going to end up top 4. But no, I'm still sticking with this prediction, boys. I'm sorry. It's just how it's going to be.
I'm not so upset about your top 8. Yes, I mean, there's obviously some delusion, but we're used to that from you. What I am upset about is Warwick in 11th.
Yeah.
How? Why?
Yeah, that is crazy.
Please. A lot, actually.
Who here does Lincoln beat 10 times out of 10 in the top 8?
Warwick.
No.
Wait,
I don't have Warwick. I don't have Warwick in my top 8.
Oh no, Warwick doesn't.
No, but at
Warwick,
11th, we expect them to be lower.
we expect them to be lower.
Oh,
Warwick,
Warwick, I give bias because I got some boys at work. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you're winning it
3-4. Love you, bud.
He was bribed by Warwick, is what we were hearing.
Warwick's my boy. All right.
Okay,
So that's some bias, but they're bottom 8, so it doesn't matter. But I thought you were gonna have more beat towards my top 8. What?
Fine.
All right, Mockfish, let's take a look at your prediction. It's already in shambles. I'm sorry. Take us through it. Take us through it. It's fine.
What I've done is I've channeled my inner self from about a year ago, or a bit more than a year, when we did the CRL Worlds 23 predictions, where I was the most correct of all the panelists. So I'm going to be that again. And obviously Genoa are favorites, and KAU are not just a dark horse, but also very good. So that's why they're going through. And I wanted to give Stellenbosch the series, but I couldn't. So yeah, unlucky. But I feel like this is the most sensible of the.
Mine is very similar to yours, though, Mock. Just based on the matches, a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I'd say we're both of a very similar mind, especially with KAU being top 2. Because I think they're used to that EU ping. If they play any NA teams, they're going to be playing on EU ping as well. So
Oh.
they have that kind of advantage to go 3-0. I think they'll do pretty well. Dr. Boomin, just based on the matches, not having to play Genoa at all in my Swiss, they're going to get that top 2 as well.
Odd.
And then Genoa also doing pretty decent for themselves. So
You have one glaring thing is that you don't have one. Not only do you not have Genoa as your one, but you also have them third. Who do they lose to?
that's because they lose to KAU.
That's fair.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I guess.
A close
but,
Game 5 series though. Game 5.
But
I mean,
let's
that's
remember that Genoa played server switches against Northwood with Lion Blaze
Yes,
and
but
Neil
that's
and
Yeah, but
also
Hockey
also-
and
NA.
won.
That's not Mina, is what I got to say on that
and
one.
also, that was with their main player Arju and not Barrist.
Exactly.
Oh, you're right. That's true.
Exactly.
Yes, I did.
A little bit of a different roster
yeah.
this time too.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
why I
Arju
give
is
KU
kinda
that
sick.
a little bit as well. But also, like, I think this makes sense just with the matches that I had. I think UDEM can make it depending on how their bracket goes, of course. But I had to also have some American teams in there too, but they make it in round 5 because that's just so American for Brewton-Parker specifically, because they always go to like the last round. They always play game 5s against teams.
They're
so they're gonna
Seton
have a rough record to do that. And then Setu, I think, also are like really close to that end though. But St. Clair, I think they have a decent shot, especially with Vesh and EU.
All right, let's. So I kind of was teased a little bit because Stacks was telling me that his predictions were all over the place. So I would like to put this man on a pedestal right now, Stacks, and show his predictions.
No,
No.
He has Warwick at 6. What?
He's got KAU
No.
in 13th, going out 1-3.
Was this man given the caster?
Stacks basically put every expansion region in the bottom 4.
That's insane. He has KAU below Davenport. That's the craziest thing.
Byra owns the MENA region.
What are you doing, buddy?
Okay. Now that we know this, let's go to actual ball knowledge haver in Achieves. We got to see his prediction before
Those are usually
we
pretty
move
good.
on
Yeah.
here.
No,
'cause we do have a bit of time.
USM won the NA bias.
Achieves,
no shot.
I'm gonna send you the summer series stat
I was
sheet
about to say
where USM played 9 best of 5s in league play
Went to 5
and
in all
lost
this, by the way.
8 of them.
That's cruel though. Going to
Yeah,
5.
no.
That is.
They could have
But-
been the best team, but they were like one of the worst teams because of it.
I mean, shoutouts that like he put KU and St. Clair in it. He
True.
did put Genoa at a high spot. Boom and
Like
top
from the
seed.
teams that make it, it's not bad, honestly. It's
Yeah,
just
it's USM,
it's just USM, then the European block, and then just the rest.
See, that's USM if they really peak, but they have never done that. That is the unfortunate thing. So, like, they have that potential, but we've never seen it. We've never seen it.
Maybe Chiefs got like a lot of trust in the hyping USM.
Well, listen,
Could
it's
be.
also because USM not only are they battling Ping, but they're
Also
also
sponsored
battling
by Coca-Cola.
themselves. Yeah, that's cool. They also battle themselves because they have the wackiest mental on the planet. So Ping plus mental do not go well together.
It's rarely good.
Let's take a look. Did we take a look at Tylactus, I think? Or no, we did. So let's take a look at Gaugen's here because I think Gaugen will have a bit more EU bias, but that's okay.
This makes
This
sense.
is reasonable. You guys having St. Clair go to round 5 is kind of crazy, guys. Like they
I
are
would say
the
this
one playing both sides right now. They have NA and EU at a top level.
It's just that inconsistency, I think, is the
Yeah,
big
but
question
it's-
mark.
The thing is, it's a world championship, right? So St. Clair always make worlds, but they never really deliver at worlds. So
Okay, they went 0-3 Worlds, and they made top 4 at another Worlds.
yeah, but that top 4 was hella whack. Come
It
on,
really
man.
It was
was.
with
We
a
gotta
sub.
admit
How could it be any more legit? Whatever. I'm not discussing this.
Different roster.
Yeah,
But Boomin, Genoa, I think this is the common trait
This is
here.
reasonable,
KU
yeah.
at 3. It makes my top 8 for KU kind of look really bad in comparison. But fair enough. Davenport being so low, I think, is a little crazy because they are the B team,
No,
but
it's
they are
not.
still
It's not
incredible.
crazy.
No, they are.
It's not
Bro, they are
I
incredibly
feel like this
good.
could be the most agreeable one if we switch Davenport and Warwick. I think then it would be the
Yes,
most agreeable
yes.
one.
Sure.
Switch
Okay.
11 and 14. I agree on that.
Yeah.
let's move things on to Pyro J and see his.
Oh no.
He does.
Oh no.
No, Canada. And he has OCE.
I saw UNSW move up and I was like, oh no,
2
Pyro.
a.m. buff.
What have you?
Pyro in the
To be
chat.
fair, it is degenerate gamer hours buff. It could happen.
And I'm going home.
Wait, he is
Nick,
in his home.
we're finally got rid of
Yeah,
Seb.
so now we can take UDEM
Yeah.
off the top 8 and put Set
Yeah.
instead. I got you.
Yeah, okay, no, nice. Hazard edit the world card, so we
Thank you,
got that.
thank you.
Yeah, nice.
All right.
didn't miss
Let's
anything, Seb.
just move on to punts. I refuse to do any analysis on this. Let's bring up months. And thankfully, we have some ball knowledge here. This is reasonable. You know?
Yeah. I can see it for sure.
It's almost like all of us know Collegiate Rocket League really
Crazy.
well. How come?
Very similar top 8s.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
well, so we were kind of given the lowdown in terms of where we think like everyone, or in terms of like player caliber. And I'm sure some of us did our own sort of independent research as to where the VODs, like as far as VODs for individual players and stuff like that. And I think a lot of them, along with specific circumstances, we have past history of all these teams generally, except for KU. I think that's the only one that is a bit of a mystery. But the thing is, they have such a strong independent pedigree within RLCS, boys, that I think it's pretty fair to say that they are like, you know, as far as Dark Horse, they are no longer the Dark Horse. They are like firmly into it the moment they step into Collegiate Mocked.
I mean, it's sort of like KAU beat the team that went 2-7 with Boomin right after Boomin won Worlds last year. So we just expect them to be good because that's sort of the meaner players that make RLCS. They are just really
Top
good.
16 RLCS for like the entire team, basically,
Yes.
too, which is
Yeah.
nuts.
Yeah.
Which is-
like-
the only other team that
Yeah.
has that in all of Collegiate is legitimately Northwood right now.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, true. But like the one thing I'd say about the prediction overall is it was really easy to predict like the intracontinental ones, but the intercontinental ones, like
Those are the hardest ones.
Yes.
between regions, those were impossible because you had to take into account like ping.
Well, NA was relatively easy to predict, sort of, and then EU was harder to predict because you know, I think as far as just the amount of play that we've had, Summer Series just happens. We had hundreds of matches that
Yeah.
were played, but of course, yeah, the in between matches, like that's where the server chart's going to come through. What the ping's going to be like trying to put an OCE team against Canada is going to be crazy, but. Let's move on to our first match because it will be one of the Canadian teams. We have St. Clair College going up against Lincoln University. This is an exciting one for me because, of course, we get to see St. Clair on the stage for the first time in a while, at least on a
Welcome back,
top level
Talacto.
stage. Welcome back, Talacto. You are
Still
you are
here.
back.
Don't mind.
Yeah. Hope you like the predictions.
Yeah.
Yours were interesting.
He didn't.
No, I stand by mine. I stand by mine. We've dwelled on them enough. I'm not going to start another argument. I'm a pacifist.
Yeah, we got a series.
Okay, but so we do have St. Clair versus Lincoln. I think it's fair to say that coming into this, you know, with St. Clair, they have Christian Spoods, Vesh. This is a roster that has made worlds, mostly has made worlds previously with Christian and Spoods. Vesh has been a player that they've been trying to fit in for a good period of time. He played in Poland, as well as in Canada and Windsor, Ontario. And at the moment, he is currently in Poland, which is the big asterisk to the St. Clair roster. Tylacto is that St. Clair have players on both sides, which makes the ping for this completely not irrelevant, but it makes it a lot easier to manage now that they have like a top level European player playing on his home soil.
Yeah, if they can find a way to sort of play around the one or depending two on which server players who are going to be fresh and certainly with a faster response than their opponents, then if they can use that flexibility, then absolutely it can be an advantage. The reality is, of course, is Vesh will then have higher ping on the NA servers, but you're right, I see it as an advantage as well. But I mean, Lincoln, you know, they may not have Misty as well. Officially, we'd see that as a debuff, but I think they say that they've got rid of the debuff because, yeah, I think they're trying to placebo themselves into thinking that they're going to be better now. I don't really.
I can't believe
who
I was
knows?
clowned on so hard for for Lincoln placements all over the place. I'm like, bro, what do you want? You know, Mox, Lincoln, they are coming to this, I think, relatively as an underdog. That is safe to say. I think St. Clair, they're playing at full strength. They have a bit of a cheat code. What do you see this team kind of really doing? Is this just sort of a test for them as they get into the swing of things for Swiss?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, we seeded Lincoln quite high. Let's not forget this is 8th seed versus 9th seed on paper. And that's mainly because Lincoln has been doing really well domestically in the UK. They finished 2nd in the NSE, and that might be with Misty, but still, that's 2 of the 3 players still there. And I think they can be a bit of an underdog. They can be a surprise if you don't take them seriously enough. They could put a lot of trouble on St. Clair, but they do have one big debuff, and that is I've been farming Bozy in ranked the past couple of days, so that's never good.
Oh no, it doesn't help when an analyst is farming one of the players on the field, then you know it's cooked.
Not even Tacos does that, man. Like, and he's like, yeah, I've been playing Byra. He's not looking too hot. I'm just gonna throw my prediction this way. No, I love him. All right, Bod.
All love for Lincoln. All enough for Lincoln.
Bod, St. Clair coming into this, I think it's fair to say on the NA side, yes, they made it, I think, like double last round for Summer Series quals. Like they were so incredibly close. But unfortunately, with Vesh being in Europe, that was a huge roadblock.
Yeah, he wasn't able to play during those qualifiers.
He wasn't able to play, so they had to play with Nitrix, but they still almost qualled regardless. Where do you see the St. Clair squad with Vesh, who, keep in mind, is, I think to a lot of people, maybe the best on the team, maybe hand in hand with Christian?
When they're looking good and playing as a team, not like chickens with their heads cut off, they actually look solid and can, maybe get 3-1. When they're not, they'd struggle to qualify in round 5, and that's kind of what happened when we saw them face off against one of the higher seeded NA teams in the original qualifier. I was casting with Pyro initially, and the way that they looked, it was not pretty whatsoever. Rotations they were cutting, they looked sloppy on the field, even with Vesh being on bad ping against the NA teams. They should have won that series, in my opinion, and they got stomped. So if they struggle like that today, it's going to be a tough spot for them to qualify. But I think since the ping might have that benefit, as we were talking about for Vesh, depending on the server, and they probably have been scrimming and practicing a lot more leading up to this, then I think they have a good shot.
Well, I do want to remind everyone that we will be starting on US East for this one, so we will be going from US East and then alternating back and forth, as well as, like you mentioned, St. Clair, they have been scrimming like as a team. They are one of the schools that will actively do scrims against other collegiate teams or against other professional teams to try and just further elevate their play, maybe even against some European teams, which would be in their best interest. I didn't get to ask Spoods about that, but I'm sure that is something that they have considered. Obviously, Vesh playing from home, like, he is super sick nasty. If you have seen him in the server, he is one of the better pickups that St. Clair have been able to put together. And St. Clair were kind of the really groundbreaker trailblazer for international rosters within within Collegiate Rocket League. Of course, bringing Quint over to St. Clair, as far as how that panned out, wasn't really resulting in too much success besides opens. He did qualify for Worlds. So, take that as you will, but you can see that St. Clair, they tried to make these international transfers work. They're doing everything they can. Who knows? Maybe if Lincoln wins the tournament, they'll even pick up a Lincoln player. Wouldn't that be crazy?
I doubt it.
But in the meantime, just to update you guys where we're at. Currently, test lobby is being made. Cameras are being set up. We're all good to go. In the time being, though, I think let's just get to predictions, and I think we'll talk a bit more about the series as we go on. So, Mox, starting with you, where do you see this series going? And give us a score.
All the predictions have to have scores. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm not going to skimp out on that one. But in the year 2022, there was a friendship formed between Germany and Canada by that very transfer that you just mentioned, by Quint being brought on to St. Clair. And that friendship, for me personally, is very sacred. All right?
That's dangerous. You're not supposed to do that.
That friendship for me is very sacred. So I have one very sentimental reason to vote St. Clair, and also one reason that is not just my usual shtick about being the resident UK hater. So I've got 2 reasons now to go for St. Clair, but I think overall, yeah, they are the better team on paper. They do have stronger players, and this Vesh being in Poland, ping sort of play could also hand to their advantage comms-wise. So for me, it's St. Clair, and for me, it's St. Clair in 4.
God.
Well, that makes it easy for me because I am copying and pasting your exact answers. St. Clair and 4 with that as well. That's what I had on my predictions for the Swiss stage and what I kind of expect from this. I mean, ping, whatever it is, adjusting to that is going to be difficult for teams, and I think Lincoln can at least get 1 game in this series, but St. Clair, they should be able to take this confidently in that 3-1. There is potential for Lincoln to maybe get 3-2. Of course, depending on how things are going, as I was talking about before, the way St. Clair looked in that one series was really bad. But that's any team. Any team can have a bad day. And I think St. Clair, they know when to put their thinking caps on and actually work together as a squad. And when they do, they look top of the world. So I think they'll get the win ultimately, but it's probably just going to be a 3-1.
I like to.
Well, seeing as England is my city, you would expect me to back
England is my
Lincoln
city.
hard. But as you saw in my predictions, I do have Lincoln going out without winning a series. I think this is going to be humane. I have 3-0 St. Clair. Despite the servers, they will be playing on EU for just 1 game, really. And I'm saying that with Vesh, of course, undercover, not so much undercover literally at home, but kind of undercover in the sense that, he's representing a Canadian institution here. I think they're going to win that. I think they're just going to be able to play too fast for Lincoln, who won't really know what hit them. And they're going to look to try and regain. I have said that they're going to fail to regain, but it sounds like I'm hating Lincoln. I don't. I just think this is how it's going to go.
See, now I feel bad for voting St. Clair 3-0.
No, you don't. You don't.
Tylacto just
Since when?
dismantled Lincoln, and yeah, just I don't know, man. That was rough. But yeah, of course I'm gonna go 3. I know I don't feel bad about it. What are you talking about? Canada's taking this whole tournament. What do you mean? In the meantime, though, I think Vesh, it's not just that he is playing from home, but it's also he's playing in his comfort time. I've seen Vesh, and I've talked to Vesh in person, and you can tell he's the kind of type of person that likes to sleep in till 2 p.m. And likes to really go to degen hours when playing ranked. So the fact is he probably woke up 2 hours ago in Poland and is currently playing in his comfort hours to try and get to that peak time slot, right? So right now I think it's 7 or 8 p.m. in Poland at the moment. 7.
6 p.m.
Is it 6 hours?
Even better.
Yeah, all right, 6 hours. So 6 p.m. He's probably just got some good old munchies. He just ate some dinner. Whatever they eat in Poland, pierogies, right?
I think that's Russia, but not too sure about that one.
I don't know.
Really good. They have some really good soups. I know that.
I love soup.
Some really good soups.
So good soup. Soup story. But as far as him playing in his comfort zone, I think that's going to be a huge factor. As far as Spoods and Christian, they're playing early, but they'll be all right. So yeah, it's going to be a St. Clair 3-0. What do you expect? It's going to be Canada on the mainstream at the. That's Canada soccer. Canada on the mainstream. So it will be a 3-0. For the time being, though, our lobby is ready. Our players are ready. It's going to be the first match of the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship. Casters, take it away.
Welcome one, welcome all, as Seb said, to the opening, to the first match of the Uni Rocketeers World Championships. Tylacto, it is good to be back.
It certainly is. A world championship as well. A collegiate tournament as well. I didn't even know we did those anymore. But here we are, and what an incredible...
Pyro. Mr. Pyro J.
actually taken up by Roehampton, because I think that's the one that we're all looking at in qualifiers for Lincoln to really get some legitimacy from that win. And I mean, they have to be qualifying. So to take down Roehampton, really solid. They are here for a reason. And if you're in this tournament, I think, truly, you can get an upset. You can win just about any series. I bet time will tell, and that time is now. St. Clair and Lincoln are kicking off.
How swiftly do Lincoln acclimatise to the ping here? The servers on USC. It's an early goal line save, and it was 12 seconds. 12 seconds is all it took, and Christian gets the first goal of the World Championship.
Yeah, we might need to wait a little bit longer for that Lincoln upset. We'll see. Predictions weren't shown for all the casters, but I did predict St. Clair to take this one fairly handily. But I would love it, of course, from the EU side of things, to see Lincoln take a game or two and threaten that upset and maybe even secure it. This is only game one, and I will remind us and chat that we are on USE servers to start. We will switch over to EU, and then Lincoln can utilize all that warm-up on the North American server to come out and pop off on their home region.
Yeah, but you must remember that as the lower seed, they will need, if they're to take the series, they will need to win a game on North American servers, and that's the tough thing. You're looking at the comparisons. Which is the more stellar EU performance right now? Is it Lincoln or the production? It's a close call, as we've got Ben, aka Spoods, of course, with a nice little intercept. It's a quick drive from St. Clair as they're trying to put some dominance, but the ball is open in the midfield, and they're quick in rotation, and it's an utter mess, but Vesh has turned it over nicely back to his own possession as he looks for the double, as the backboard dangerous again. Nothing coming aside from that opening goal 12 seconds in.
And just on the subject of ping, it's worth mentioning one more time. Now we're in game, but Vesh, of course, in EU, in his home region, so he'll be on the same ping as the EU teams. And a lot of discussion was had, and I don't think we need to revisit it right now, but definitely something to watch, whether that turns out to be an advantage or what have you. But he's looked good to start. He's looked aggressive to start here in this opening 2 minutes of this opening game number one. But things sort of discombobulating right now. Neither team able to lock onto that ball, keep any kind of possession. It was Lincoln with a chance to counter-attack, but Ben cutting it out and looking to forge something forward. Not to be, though.
Not to be indeed. As Lincoln, honestly, respectable defense. The institutions may be a rather nice 3,690 miles apart on the planet, but just one goal apart here in game one. But it's a scary drive that is very unconventionally cleared to the corner by Lincoln, as a shot from the corner comes ricocheting off the front post past half time, and whifties all over the shop. I think to be expected, really.
Isaac with a chance here. That's going to bounce awkwardly. Ben, a.k.a. Spoods, though, dealing with it. Oh, 2 players up now. Vesh gets the win and will delay any kind of counter-attack that could have taken advantage of a double commit from St. Clair. So Lincoln stymied for now, unable to break out of their own half. As we count down the final 2 minutes, they need to put together some offense if they want to get anything. As you said, they've got to get a win on North American servers if they want to get anything from this series. And crucially, the decider, if we do go to one, will be in NA. So I don't know if they want to have to wait until that point when all the pressure is on to then go down to a ping advantage and need to dig out their first win.
That is the thing. There's 2 commit from the ball off the backboard. It's 10 shots to 1 in favour of the Canadians thus far, as Vesh puts it out of the centre, but Ruben back to the corner with that touch. Still over a minute to play. Lincoln only need that one chance, of course, and Vesh takes it away, and with a shot cross court and no one home, will finally double the deficit.
Yeah, it's tough. Quick counter-attack. Bowsy just beaten in the midfield. That open net just welcoming that ball to come in and the 2-goal lead, the 2-goal cushion to go forth. And it's going to be tough now for Lincoln. They've got to start throwing bodies forward. They've got to start throwing balls forward as well. And they need to make contact with said balls. It's not happening right now, whether it's a boost issue or a ping one. I guess they'll probably say a ping issue at this point. But whatever the case, they need goals, and unfortunately they're going the other way. Vesh with his second now, and looking like the MVP of this opening game.
Yeah, Canada starting to pull away. I mean, really, it's Sinclair, not all of Canada, but they're doing it for Canada. And I did have 2 Canadian universities in my top 8. I cannot recall if you did, Mance, but I suspect not.
Big shout out to Canada. I'm not answering that question though.
Understandable.
Spoods almost gets a bump there. Lincoln have a chance. Oh, but the trip, Isaac couldn't keep his footing, or his wheeling, I suppose. It's a decent save from
the
Ruben.
classic term, his wheeling.
His wheeling, yeah.
It's so. I know exactly what you're on about. Thanks for the context. I actually do, but.
But this game's gone now for Lincoln. They might be conceding a 4th here. It would have been pretty from Vesh, but it wasn't to be. And now Lincoln are going to have to turn things around. But the upside is it'll be on more natural feeling servers.
Yeah, that's scary though, because it's hard to not think the series will be, if all but out of reach, should they not hold their ground. It's like holding your serve in tennis, right? And it really does feel that way to a certain degree, albeit we have no deuce. We could be here a long time if we waited for a team to win by 2 games. That would be a brutal rule. Can we do that for grand finals? And
I'd be kind of down for it if I'm honest.
That's kind of nuts, actually. But yeah, the Sinclair defend their service server game. Yeah, and quite convincingly so, albeit it was 1-0 for a large duration. They never really looked too unsettled.
And by my count, 17 shots for St. Clair. That is absolutely wild. How many? It's a lot easier for me to add up the Lincoln shots. It was a solitary 1.
Glad you didn't struggle with that.
That's a tough one. When you're having to make up a 3-goal deficit, and to that point you haven't had 3 shots yet, even. But look, hey, the way I'm looking at it, the copium that I am summoning is that these teams that are on the server disadvantage, that you know, they're the lower seeds, so they do start and end on the opponent's server. I hope, it is my opinion that they will get better on the opponent's server as they go.
You'd like to think so. But it's also possible that their opponent will get more and more confident. But then maybe not if they've not been able to challenge the alternate server themselves. It's going to be really interesting to see how that dynamic evolves. And I'm not ruling out anything unexpected. Usually when we're casting, I think it's fair to say we can kind of prophesize, not consistently enough, but as we like, what's going to come. And if a chance looks like it could be dangerous. But I mean, like, most of that first game did seem a little bit like hieroglyphs at times. So you have to keep your eyes peeled and focus up. I mean, even around the grounds in terms of other matchups. You can pull up the bracket, of course, if you're watching in chat. Hi to you all. I mean, the first game between Dr. Boomen and Stellenbosch, that we can't see that one being an upset. But as you look down, there are some very interesting exchanges. The likes of Brewton-Parker and Warwick, the likes of King Abdulaziz University against Davenport. Setu against UDEM is another massive exchange as well. And honestly, to see how New South Wales do against USM of the USA as well. It's going to be interesting to see where games are dropped across from home server advantage.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to say as boring as it is, but it kind of is pretty boring to be talking about ping so much. But it is going to be hugely relevant. Like, we have teams from Australia, and University of New South Wales have got some fantastic pedigree to their players. But how much is that server disadvantage going to come into things? How much will it affect these games and these players' abilities to pop off to their full potential or their full experience? It's something that brings a little bit of an extra wrinkle. And while it might kind of be boring at the same time, and I know this doesn't make sense, it's almost fun as well. Gives us some copium gives us some hopium as well, that maybe we can take some advantage or disadvantage from that. But this is just such a fun concept. Like, yes, okay, it's a horrific disadvantage for a team from Australia, but how fun is it that we have teams from Australia and from South Africa and Brazil? Like, that's so fun to me.
And New South Wales are going to want to play them EU teams as well, because that is going to be on NA West servers, which is actually comparable as opposed to if they're playing the North American colleges and institutions. That'll be on NA West as well. So they're a Pacific Ocean away in that regard there, and they're going to have a great time there with the connection. But against Europe,
Pacific's one of the bigger oceans too.
One of the bigger. It's nearly as big as just the North Sea. So trying to get the ping across that, not going to be so ideal.
I don't know how they do that. Does it goes under the ocean, does it?
Well, maybe it just goes the long way around. I mean, the server cables are given a lot of slack when they're kind of just dropped in.
I'd hope that they're more taut, but I guess they are.
No, they can't be taut because then there's
want
a
them
risk
to be
of them
moving,
being like cut or caught on something. So they slalom a lot. Slalom a lot. They sort of drop them in, and that's it. Plug it in at the other end as long as it's well insulated. Then what in the ocean is going to care about it so much,
If you're wondering what the wait is, just because of the nature of the beast, in between games going to take a little bit longer. I'd assume they'll speed up as we go. But right now, just making sure that the 2 servers being used are good for all the players. So it's some extended test lobby time. But my understanding is that once they've found those 2 good servers, it should be all good from there on out. So the switches now, I 100% guarantee on behalf of production, it's going to be really quick from now on. You can take that to the bank, and if it isn't, tweet at the Uni Rocketeers Twitter account or X account.
Even if you're
or
really mad,
we're
just
calling
tweet at it. It'll boost the engagements either way. I mean, from what I saw, all of St. Clair on this European server at 100 ping or below, and having it in the green is always going to be the target. The main thing is shifting around the servers if we can't find a match that guarantees that. But I think we have found our winner, and believe it or not, Vesh on an EU server, plenty below the 100 he was.
Absolutely lovely. But yes, we are about to enter game number 2. Of course, St. Clair with the advantage, the ping advantage in game 1, and now the game advantage in this series. We move to the European servers to see if Lincoln can level up this match and see if they can make a bit of a game of it.
And they absolutely have to, with the expectation and advantage officially in their side of the court. But Vesh already proving his danger on what is, of course, a local server to him. The crossbar denying another early opener for St. Clair, who will be desperate to stamp the foot of authority down once again, but it's bundled through their green-sided defense and dropped down by Bowser. They cleared up the crossbar again. Woodwork denies either opening team a goal.
I like that little back pass to the infield, but was cut out. Just read by the opposition. St. Clair aware of the danger, but gonna have to be aware to this one as well. Isaac has the flip reset, but not enough boost to really get back to it. That's an open net missed, and surely the follow-up won't be. It isn't, and Vesh gets the opener within the opening minute, and it looks like St. Clair are continuing where they left off. Unfortunately for Lincoln, it looks like their defense is also continuing in the same vein as that first game.
They have defense? Well, you wouldn't know it from the replay of that goal, but certainly they've been trying their utmost. Isaac will get the ball off of this kickoff, but it's a quick intercept from Spoos, and a shot there, bundled again, and nearly own goal, but not to be. Lincoln coming close. They're going to need to do just better than that to pull this one level, which, again, we discussed it before the game. This is a must-win. You can't expect to then pull the series back with a severe server disadvantage in multiple games. I mean, do I eat my socks if Lincoln give up this game and then win the next? Like actually, what is life?
I wouldn't even know what to think at that point. I think I just continue thinking that St. Clair is going to win the series because, yeah, we're back to square one at that point. But right now, at this point, a little less than 90 seconds left. And Lincoln have another goal to make up. It's Vesh again, just continuing the scoring frenzy. I thought he was going to need the flip reset to beat the defense, but it wasn't needed. Took the direct route, the direct path to the net. It was a straight up shot to the top shelf, and it was enough to beat the Lincoln defense, who, to this point, as mentioned, has been somewhat lacking. No one putting a hand up there, no one getting in the way of the shot, and the price paid.
And Vesh, he's just far too good. Bowles isn't given any
Not bad.
time. Vesh also following Isaac up the backboard. Any level of discomfort that can be given, even on the home server, Sinclair are prioritising that, and it is paying dividends.
Vesh avoiding the bump and looking to lock into a flip reset. Wasn't to be useful. Isaac doing the very most that he can with a wave dash and a pre-flip. It's just about enough to set up some kind of offense, but they can't dig it out of this corner and put it into a threatening position. Oh, that might be an angle, though. It is. Bowles somehow finds the post and then the goal from a fantastic angle above the net. Goodness me, I don't know how he's managed to turn that in.
It's goal of the tournament so far, frankly. Pinch into pre-flip. It's Lincoln's only goal thus far, but if there's anything to ignite a comeback, and what a way to do it, as it's Isaac, this time victim of a pinch that's dangerously off the backboard, but, well, defended there by Ruben. Suddenly Sinclair have something to worry about. How quickly can they take back control? They've got the ball in order to try and do that. Patient 50s from Christian has been quietly stitching together many strong midfield plays for Sinclair, continues to do so.
The chance here, they do get the beat, but the slightest touch from Spoods was enough to put it to the backboard strongly enough that they could turn it into a clear. Ruben scrambling, and it was a little bit extra uncomfortable considering the lack of boost, but Isaac there ready for the pass. A 50-50 does go his way. It falls to a teammate, but it's a fantastic clear again from Spoods, who's going to dart upfield to catch a boost and might use it to turn in the shot. And that's exactly what he does for the third for St. Clair.
It's a beautiful assist from Vesh, carved out of the corner, too far for Ruben to challenge, and Spooge just tucks it away. A textbook finish to double us back to a 2-goal cushion once again. 100 seconds on the clock for Lincoln to not go down series point, and it's another kickoff going the way of St. Clair, who I've not yet seen really lose one. Always with both ball and momentum out of this, and the possession is recovered beautifully as well from under the noses of Lincoln. With second fiddle right now, and in dire straits in terms of the time left to change that.
Oh, Bowles, though, might have another one to go in the locker. Goodness gracious me, what are these angles?
This guy's meant to be the sub. Well, that's more than a 6-incher, that's what I can say. Incredible from Bowles, who has just put Lincoln back within one again.
That is an absolute monstrosity of what felt like a pentuple touch by the end of it, but in the end, it's all for naught, because Christian just smacks it into the backboard and then just, I don't know, single jumps for a shot.
It's just, I mean, this entire 15-second period just sums up Lincoln as far as I'm concerned. And this has been the case for over 5 years of Lincoln. I have observed many iterations of a Lincoln. If you look back at the Earth record, the sedimentary rocks of the Lincoln era, you'll see a lot of this. It's inconsistent, it's cobbled, sometimes hobbled, and right now it's down 5-2. Another etching, another ring on the oak tree. It's quite beautiful in a way.
I mean, look, if those 2 goals from Bowles aren't enough to, to get the juices flowing, to get the momentum going your way, then I don't know, you're washed at this point. Like it's gone. And Vesh, like what can you say? A cheeky double reset with a pre-flip to boot. Good luck, Lincoln.
Yeah, this is Sinclair on EU serves, by the way. That is technically a fact. So good luck. Lincoln, who are doing worse on EU servers than they were on NA. I guess it's just a home server for Sinclair with Vesh. and how comfortable he looks. He's just pinging the ball in random directions, and Lincoln can't keep up with the pace. That's the thing, is when they've got on the ball, they actually have the quality, as clunky as it's looked sometimes, but St. Clair just have another gearbox, let alone a single gear. And when you're playing a high ping, it doesn't really matter if you're able to just play at that pace, such that the opponent, well, it's just hard to handle.
So I just want to bring it. You said that Lincoln have done worse on EU servers.
I mean, it's not in shot count.
6-2 technically worse than 0-3?
Yeah, I mean, no, not anymore, because it's going to be a 3-goal difference either way, and they've got 3 goals. They've got more than one shot. In fact, they got 8. So this is definitely better, I agree, but I was pointing out the differential was technically worse until Ruben with that one for the road. And it's a long road back to USE servers.
Yeah, look, the bright side is they've made improvements, and look, if they do lose here in 3, which I think to this point, or at this point, is expected as we go back and make the switch to the NA side of things, I think they can be like, okay, well, you know, we started playing better in the second half of the series. We weren't just completely overrun throughout, because, look, Vesh went absolutely crazy, but Bowles had a really decent 2 goals there that got the got us off our feet.
They were even better than decent. Literally, I'm trying to focus. I'm sorry, I can hear Greybeard. Yeah, I can hear him crying. Stellenbosch have just been swept by Dr. Boom, and they have lost before Lincoln. Impressive, I guess, that their server change as well. Perhaps was quite fluid. I mean, we are now seeking a nice US East server for Lincoln to pull off what would be one of the most impressive reverse sweeps I'd have ever seen if it were to happen. So I'm sat here right for it, because I can't miss out on it if it does.
I honestly couldn't tell you what it would take at this point for Lincoln to... Well, I could tell you what it would take. It's an extensive list that I guess could be summarized very briefly. Stop letting Vesh score double flip resets.
Yeah, I mean...
The problem is, it's kind of like, how to draw an owl.
Yeah.
Draw the eyes, and then draw the rest of the owl, you know?
I'm just thinking about the horse drawing, where it, like, sort of diminishes on the way through. It's mostly been the final segment, though, for Lincoln, with splashes of full HD from Bowles with some of the goals during that. But no, I'm struggling in terms of what it would take for Lincoln to reverse sweep here. It would take a momentous performance. It would maybe take DDoSing, probably an EJAM mustache. I mean, we're going to need a lot of Voodoo to be involved, but I don't think there's anything about Voodoo in the rulebook, so I'm not going to have a problem. But yeah, same.
With that said, I'm not an admin. I'm not an expert on said rulebook. So if that is against the rules, I'm sure someone will get into my ear or type to me on the Discord. And but until then, I'm voting for the Voodoo. I'm putting my hand up, saying let's get more of it. Let's get some Voodoo into the veins of St. Clair.
Voodoo in the veins. So Voodoo in the veins of St. Clair to debuff them, rather than Voodoo in the veins of Lincoln to buff them.
I think that's how it works generally.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Again, I'm not a Voodoo expert either.
You gotta like curse St. Clair, so they need to go to their local witch doctor. Are there any witch doctors about in Windsor? Or can they go across the border?
I don't know enough about geography.
Well,
anyway, approaching game number 3. Well, I haven't marked game number 2 on my little piece of paper. Okay. Approaching game number 3, and as a reminder, we are switching back to North American servers for said game, which will put the advantage firmly in St. Clair's hands. Have we figured out if there's a driver? If there's drivers yet? In their wheel. Anyway, it's in their wheelhouse. Is the advantage. The ping advantage is going the way of St. Clair. The game advantage up now to 2 to St. Clair as well in this best of 5. So they are sitting on match point. Lincoln on the precipice of their first loss in this Swiss stage. And of course, Swiss, you want to win 3 series before you lose 3 series. So Lincoln will be a step closer to elimination. A quick 3-step course in elimination. But for now, we are going to be going into the 3rd step of this series. Game number 3 between St. Clair and Lincoln is underway.
Of course, the 3-step course on Lincoln's BuzzFeed-looking article of elimination does involve losing round 1 first. They do have more than the 1 life.
Go on,
and they...
Score that ankle.
Well, step 1. Whatever this is.
This is definitely one of the steps to elimination. Catch the ball in your back corner and then drive it directly into your own net.
That's outstanding move. Where's the guy with the chessboard? I need him right now. Isaac, with the flip reset, the regain. We nearly had another Lincoln moment there if that was to be made 1-1 there. Lincoln have stolen seemingly less than a handful of boosts from the St. Clair side of the field. It must be said they're struggling to get deep into the green and unsettle St. Clair, who have understandably looked comfortable in droves, but there's a little bit of a change to that. They're being challenged far up the pitch by Lincoln, who have an objective and frankly nothing to lose at this point.
And look, I think that is just indicative of the lack of pressure that Lincoln have had. Beyond Bowles just going for wild outplays from the corners, they've not been able to get hold of that St. Clair corner boost whatsoever. So St. Clair are just comfortably picking up their back corners, defending whatever comes to them, and then counter-attacking with all the boosts in the world. And that's very difficult to defend with when you're Lincoln. And if you are pushing forward, you want a corner boost, you can't have it, and then suddenly use a bunch of boosts in offense. I'm going to ignore that. Use a bunch of boosts in offense, and suddenly you're having to defend a counter-attack against, 2 players with full boost in the tank? It's tough out there for a team like Lincoln, and it's tough out there right now after an own goal going against them. They're having to defend their own net, their crossbar, doing more to save them than they are at this point. A Clair finally coming through, but Bounce has just got no boost.
The crossbar isn't on 100 ping, so to be fair to it, it's living in the moment. But ultimately, chat doing the right thing and pointing out that perhaps Lincoln stepping in for a lack of UEA in this tournament. It's a slingshot from Christian, who will get a goal to his name. One of the first for him this series, unassisted. Bowles clearing to the side, but can't follow it up. Neither can Isaac, who's stuck in no man's land, and it's a clean finish.
Yeah, a bit of a slapper on the half volley. Unfortunately, I feel like if you're Lincoln, you got to do a bit better there. Was it Bowles that just smacked it
just
off the
slapped
sidewall?
it against the sidewall? Not a problem.
Oh, I think he's been bumped into that, but manages to get a touch. He's got enough boost to challenge again. Isaac will take over unimpeded. A little bit of a feathering allows him to get back to it. I don't think he managed to get that boost steal, but it's not going to matter regardless as that ball sneaks in on the near post, and that's a 3-goal buffer now for St. Clair with the ping advantage on their home server. They are looking pretty solid to take their opening win of the day.
Buffer, what? I hear you say. Well, 3-0 certainly sufficient. I'm looking around the grounds and, what if it could be Sweep City here? I mean, there's certainly some potential nons, but Warwick are 2 down against Brewton-Parker, having just lost on the EU server, and Davenport have taken the first game against King Abdulaziz University of Saudi Arabia. Now, I believe that may have been that first game on EU servers. In fact, I think they will be playing permanently on EU servers that series. That's pretty hype for Davenport, who I think far more of us have predicted KAU to make top 8 than Davenport. So I'm keeping an eye on that as well.
Chance here for a 4th, but Lincoln do hold on. They've got 2 minutes. It's enough time to mount a comeback, but they do need the ball, and when they do have it, they need to send it away from their net, not towards it, and definitely not towards a rampaging Vash, who's been held to 0 goals so far in game number 3 here, but is looking threatening. He's had a lovely chance there taken off him by a teammate. He'll look to pass this back off the wave dash. It's not to be. That pop into the corner. Going to be read just about by Spoods, but no contact made but still, Lincoln just cannot touch the ball, it feels like, at this point. Got a chance here, a single jump pop to put some pressure on, but there's no follow-up. They just don't have the boost in the tank. They might have a chance here, but it's a blocked shot before it can even get dangerous. And Spoods call that a drop down rather than a missed shot, but he's just gonna set up pressure for St. Clair here. Lincoln on the back foot. It doesn't look like changing. It doesn't look like they're gonna be able to kickstart this comeback. And with less than a minute remaining, yeah, too little, too late. A fourth goal goes in for St. Clair, and they look to put this one in the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, Vesh may have been kept quiet on the scoring side, but look at that extra assist for his collection. 4 for St. Clair. It's another game with at least 3 goals for them. It's proved par for the course. 13 goals for the series as it stands. But of course, there has been dominance in the opposite direction between EU and NA. Berlin have swept GVSU of the United States. That is, of course, Grand Valley State University. Just wanted to make sure I didn't get that wrong. And perhaps a little bit of a surprise, but nice to see Berlin still at the top as undoubtedly the greatest European university of all time in Collegiate Rocket League. Even if they haven't won a world championship, they could change that this weekend.
You could indeed. I'm interested to see it. I think I had them, memory recalls, maybe 4th or 5th in Swiss.
I believe pretty much everyone goes the same, but I mean, that is okay. Well, Bowles can hang his dressing gown up proudly after this series, because some of his highlight plays have just been, or they have been, the moments to remember for Lincoln in this series. The question is, have they learnt lessons from this as well? Because they will need it going forward in the Swiss, whereas St. Clair, well, they have a lot to be happy about with the momentum moving forward.
Is goal difference a tiebreaker at any point? Do you know?
I think it is.
I should probably
potentially.
know that, but
actually,
I don't.
Pulling out the ball real quick. Give me a second.
It could matter. There's a chance for another here as well if this ball stays up off the kickoff. It doesn't. St. Clair take the sweep easy peasy over a pretty lost-looking Lincoln, if you ask me. Apart from some Bowles wizardry, they didn't look like they had too much on the offensive end, and their defense was somewhat lacking as well when it was present. Sometimes it wasn't, though. I think they cleaned that up later in the series, a lot less open nets, but the counter-attacks from St. Clair were always threatening and always a struggle for Lincoln to deal with.
Yeah, guys, don't worry about Lincoln. That whole series was just a test lobby. 3-0, St. Clair, Canada on top. As it stands, asterisk just for now. By the way, goal difference against tied teams can be used as a tiebreaker from the rule set, which is just beautiful. But is it going to need to be? Yeah, no, it's not going to need to be. Sad fact in that regard. We don't even know what our next series is. That's the joy of Swiss.
That is the joy of Swiss. We don't know what the next series is, so I'm kind of thinking that we should probably go and figure that out. What do you reckon?
Sure, I gather we will be speaking to the Ben, aka the Spood, who is really a veteran of Collegiate Rocket League now, and I'm curious to hear what he says. So we're going to set up an interview with him. Let's go to a quick break, and we'll be right back just after this.
Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can dream just to be where you are in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me where you
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind into an open door. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Your vacant thoughts peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. In spite of my efforts to keep you satisfied, I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void, I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust, we rise and dust we fall. I hear my voice speak through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest part of life, blinding from a distance, no more resistance. So I speak up, I scream into the void, I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust, we rise and dust we part.
Everyone, I'm here with Spoods from St. Clair College, one of the longest standing members in St. Clair. How you doing, man?
Doing great. How are you, Seb?
I'm great. You know, it's a world championship and two of the teams are Canadian. Couldn't be any happier, to be honest.
true.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Now, you know, I want to ask in terms of your background, we are very familiar with you at this point. You were the last standing member of the 2022 Worlds roster. You've been on St. Clair for a long period of time. You helped carry St. Clair to a lot of great performances, including the last Worlds qualification. So outside of the CRL stuff, like, just give me your background. Like, what is your study life like? What is generally what makes you you?
Sure. Well, so I took a 3-year associate's program in computer networking. So it's kind of computer sciencey. That's, I guess, my passion outside of Rocket League. Aside from that, yeah, it's a lot of gaming, a lot of practice. I do enjoy reading, but yeah, most of my time is definitely spent, grinding with the team, either that or pursuing my studies, of course.
Now, it's fair to say that I think St. Clair is one of the most developed esports programs in all of North America. Really, it ranks highly all the time in terms of just overall placement of development in collegiate and facilities and everything like that. But can you give us, some of the info about St. Clair College as a school, as well as the Saints Game and esports program?
Sure. Yeah. I think, you kind of mentioned, I think we got a really unique opportunity to start this whole esports thing in collegiate pretty early. And it definitely gave the college a leg up. I think what's nice about us is we just have a lot of scholarship opportunities for students, which a lot of times you'll see that with recruitment, that's a big thing that we tend to focus on. But yeah, from an esports perspective, I think our biggest advantage is probably how early we got in. I don't know if any people listening to this or watching this know, but we do have our esports facility is pretty insane. So definitely look into that. Yeah, we've run different events. Absolutely, yeah. Seb's casted. No, we've had a lot of fun building that and running events over the years. So yeah, no, it's been great. Chris and Sean have got a good thing going. So definitely excited to see where we are in like 10 years time.
So I guess on the overarching view, you are one of the NA representatives, and I think it's fair to say that CRL started off with NA. It is an NA-born thing, but it's gone through a lot of changes over the past few years alone. What's your general view on the collegiate scene within North America, how it's developing, where it's at right now? Obviously, we didn't have a spring semester, but just your general thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, obviously sour taste recently, but I think overall people should do well to remember that, we've definitely come from grassroots, we've come pretty far. Obviously, it's a bit of a pain point for this past year with the disappointment from Psionics. And again, I'm not really too big into the interworkings of what happened and why, we didn't get an event. I mean, traditionally, it's fantastic, right? Like Rocket League kind of spearheaded esports for collegiate, and, our events were always some of the best. Definitely unfortunate what happened. I hope they're able to kind of, come back on the right track, give us a potential international event. Hopefully, they turn things back around.
Now, for the future, we kind of covered it a little bit, but what is your hope for the future of collegiate competitions? Whether near future or further in the distance.
Kind of what UR Worlds, and I know we'll talk about this a little later, but they're sort of bridging into it already where we're seeing more international participation. I think collegiate has a really unique opportunity because it's so stable, or at least, the colleges themselves. I think we can try to bring more international competition in. And it's cool to see events like this try to, take that venture for sure.
And speaking of UR Worlds, this is kind of the first sort of international event, as much as we can make it international with online. It's the first international event since we've had from Worlds last year. Obviously, the landscape of CRL has changed in that time. But what's your general thoughts on the event? Like, what do you think of UR trying to make what is essentially a world championship?
Yeah. I definitely have a lot of respect for all the people involved for really just pulling it together at the time that they did. Like I said, we didn't really get an event this year. So for them to kind of scramble and create what they did, I think is awesome. The perspective from a player is definitely interesting, switching servers and stuff. Thought it'd be really cool. I've never actually done that before. Never competed, if we play, for example, the Australian team just playing on Middle East servers, what that'll be like. But yeah, no, I think overall it's a really cool take. Again, a lot of respect for everybody that actually, took the time and put the passion into this for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only actual sort of things that we had was I ran a show match between Northwood and Genoa, and that was flip-flopping between servers, and Genoa actually won that one. So I don't know, man. We're so cooked. All right, but that aside, what is your personal ambition for your Worlds? Where do you think you're placing?
Good question. Obviously, we definitely want to win. We go into every tournament with that mentality. Obviously, Europe is really strong coming into it. I would say, we'd be ecstatic with, top 3, top 2. That'd be great. Obviously, winning it is our great goal. But, we've got some really tough talent over in Europe, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, you guys have a little bit of a cheat code in that you do have Vesh, who is still in Europe.
Yeah.
Which, all I'm saying is that's the sleeper, dude.
This is true. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Obviously, I'm going to be in the stands rooting as much as possible. I'm hosting the whole weekend, so I'm excited to see where you guys place.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you, Seb.
I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. We dream of feeling something. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. The world we used to know is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you. I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel it, we're there, after running for nights. We feel so I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, we step aside. I run away with you to see some light. When ashes dropping down, to build our own.
All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. Oh, I love you, I do need you. All I wanna do is to put my arms love you. I do need you, need you. I do, I love you. I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you.
back here with Mockfish, Vaudable, and Pirate J. So, boys, how you doing? Mockfish, how'd you like that series, huh?
Was good, wasn't it? I mean, clearly, Vesh has been eating a lot of bigos stew, which is apparently the national dish of Poland. So he's got a full stomach, and he's showing up to clip on some peeps.
Bod, how are you feeling about St. Clair's chances?
I'm, feeling proud for St. Clair, but also like that is the performance I wanted to see from the squad out the ringer. So I feel like they're feeling really confident today. And it's going to be tough for a lot of teams to beat them. Their next matchup, though, against Berlin, that's a spicy one.
Yeah, Pirate J, you didn't have St. Clair making it to top 8. Now, UNAM, I understand. Not everyone likes the French Canadians. I certainly don't. But St. Clair is an interesting pick to leave out of your top 8. Would you please explain that for me? As I go get a hockey stick?
Seb, do we really want to talk predictions? Do we want to put yours up here? I'll start with that, but then I'll follow to kind of support what Vaudable said earlier, which is we get the St. Clair that we get on the day. And that level of inconsistency isn't too safe for me. I remember the USM St. Clair series that we casted recently, Vaudable, where they didn't look like a team that would make top 8. Now they do. Besh definitely does. I don't know what they're feeding him in Poland. Apparently Mock knows their national dish, and I guess there's soup as well. Me being a Pittsburgher, I'm a pierogi guy. I'm pretty sure that is Polish. But anyways, they look in top form. Seb, I'm excited to make it to top 8 if we see more of that.
I just have to look up pierogies are Polish. Cool. All right. So with that being said, let's move on to our next series, which is probably the most exciting one we're gonna get out of Swiss, gentlemen. We have Genoa versus KAU. Genoa coming off a sweep, and KAU, by the way, coming off a 3-1 victory against Davenport, which not too expected, I would say.
Kind of expected 3-0.
Yeah, like I think it's fair to say, not that Davenport is a bad team by any means, just that KU, it's filled with RLCS talent, Mockfish. This is a team that really should be clean sweeping almost everyone except the top European and top NA teams. The fact that Davenport were able to actually push KU to uncomfortable standards makes me a little concerned.
I mean, speak for yourselves. I predicted this one to be 3-1, but I think it's very difficult to say because we haven't watched the series, right? We haven't seen what's actually been going on the pitch. We just have the result, and with that, the first game, and that's the one that Davenport actually took against KU, is oftentimes a bit of, okay, let's get used to the server, let's get used to the ping, let's get used to our opponent. So actually losing the first game, I feel like isn't as bad, especially because then they just went 3 in a row, right? So I still think that KAU do have that underdog status, but now we can finally see how good they really can be, because now with Genoa, and we all know how good Genoa is going to be, that's going to be a first real test here for KAU.
Yeah, but this is very much a test for KU in the sense that, Davenport, especially because KU, they're so used to playing on European servers already. All the NA teams, they're going to be matching up against KU on European servers, which is going to be, I think, a bit more slanted towards KU's favor because they play on them all the time. It is very much that, the standard for them. But Genoa is a bit of a different story. Now, yes, it should be noted that they are currently not playing with Arju, which in my opinion is a bit of a miss, unfortunately, but they still do have a strong sub in place. That being said, this is still like the #1 seed out of Europe.
Well, technically second.
Well, okay, yes, but for real, I mean, like they are one of the strongest teams to come out of Europe. They also beat a Northwood roster. Like they are good in their own
talking about
right.
this matchup here specifically, seeing that it's starting on an EU server, I'm thinking with that kind of gives an edge to Genoa. If it started on a MENA server, of course, KAU would have that advantage. And I feel like that seeding specifically is going to benefit Genoa in the long run for this specific matchup. But what I also want to talk about too, like before we even get into the series here, Seb, like we have all the other matches we haven't even mentioned too that are on the other streams as well. I mean, there's so much action happening today that's being covered. And like the other matches that are pretty good, Brewton-Parker USM, Berlin, St. Clair, Boomin Setu.
Well, Setu did beat Université de Montréal, so
That is true.
they got the first
but that's
win.
every win.
Free win.
Anyway, Setu gonna get smacked by Berlin most likely, but it's still gonna be an interesting series. We've had interesting results all around. I think Brewton-Parker, of course, coming into form, which is great. USM, we almost got baited, by the way. They were playing UNSW, and we got baited in saying, "Oh, UNSW, they're up 2-0," and then we're like, "That is so USM." To just find a way to like toss like that, and then we found out that it was just a misreport, so don't worry about it. But
Hey, they're playing Warwick now, so they can get
they are
that
playing
win.
Warwick, yeah. So they will get that loss and tilt off the face of the earth. Pyro, you said, I believe it was you. You said that trading out Arju for the sub that they have wasn't as much of a big deal, or at least that having the sub, it's still Genoa on top form, that they are still one of the strongest to contend with, despite going up against the KU roster that is literally like all our LCS players.
Because first of all, that was not me, but that's okay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Bears is great, so I'm still expecting a top form Genoa. However, I am expecting a great KAU. We all have to realize that these are main event contenders in MENA, and we've all grown accustomed to the reality that top 16 of MENA is really good. It's not just, oh, okay, those top teams coming out of MENA that are attending majors and so on and so forth, those are the good ones. No, it's everyone in the region, and we've already spoke on how these players are used to either their servers or EU servers. Vaudible's like, oh, EU will have the edge because they've got the first server. Will they? So I don't know. This to me is really like right on the line. Two top contenders, no matter which way you look at it.
Whoever wins this is going 3-0. That's what I'm calling.
Yeah, like I think everyone in their predictions pretty much had it where it's like the winner of Swiss is essentially going to be one of these two teams with maybe a Dr. Boomin thrown in there. And I think it's safe to say like this is the marquee match for Swiss because it sets the tone for literally every other matchup. That
The rest of the
we
tournament,
have.
really.
Yeah, honestly, because like until the bracket stage, we're going to be going through like all of these different Swiss matches. But I think as far as seeding, so much of it is going to come down onto this. Now, not going to bring predictions yet because I do want to talk about Genoa and kind of their place in the European space. KU, they are, I won't say they're a mystery. We kind of know as far as the individual caliber of these players. Mina, this is a huge school that they are coming with,
Massive.
right? Genoa, not as big in comparison at all. But still, despite the size, despite the fact that they're all coming from Italy as well, Mox, I mean, this is the team that, if I recall correctly, did actually win the European League not so long ago.
Yeah, they are, in fact, the unofficial CRL World Champion, Genoa,
Yes.
and their reign has started on December 6th when they won the last, European stage event. That was University Rocketeers Winter, and since then have defended their title in the other collegiate series we've got for Europe that is hosted by Amazon. So, they certainly are in their full capacity, I think, on paper and on the field, the strongest team out of Europe. And, I mean, even you hosted a show match with Northwood, and even that they won on alternating servers. So I feel very comfortable in
close.
saying that
Very close.
with Arju, Genoa are the best collegiate team in Rocket League right now. Even with the new transfers coming into the CRL for next season, I still think Genoa are. If we had a Worlds this year, Genoa would have been favorites.
But they don't.
They are just that strong. They are just that strong.
No, and legitimately, I don't think you'll find a single person that disagrees with you. I think, talking to hockey a little bit after that show match that we had on my channel, it was very much a case of, they are very good, and I think they kind of got even Northwood, and Northwood are so ego-centric that they will ego
less so
everyone.
now.
A little less so now that they got Creams in the roster, but they were kind of like taken aback. It's like, okay, we kind of have to try. We have to play differently because it's a European team, and especially playing these cross-region matchups, it gets really difficult because they are such different play styles that you're sort of used to. But that's what this tournament is for. Yes, there is some, ping issues that you have to deal with, but you still have to play differently, which is taking a lot of these different teams back. In the meantime, our lobby is good to go. Let's get straight into predictions because this is going to be a spicy one. Now, I'm expecting series score, boys. So, Mockfish, what is your prediction?
Well, this is my grand final, just to maybe preemptively say that this is the series I had in my grand final. I had Genoa taking that then, so I will have Genoa taking it now, but in 5. I think this is going to be a really, really closely contested one. Honestly, this might be the shakiest one I'm doing as far as predictions go, but I'm still backing Genoa just because we don't know how well KU really gel together as a unit.
Odd.
Mock, I'm so sorry to keep copying your homework here like every single time, but we're just on the same exact wavelength.
Yeah.
Like, I also think it is going to be Genoa here. I did have KAU in my initial predictions, but that was in round 3 once they had time to warm up, once they had been more tested by some of the other squads that they faced off against. But since they played Davenport, they lost a game there, and based on how I know this Davenport roster, taking that game against KU and Genoa, we know even without Arju in this lineup, are going to be such a dominant roster. I think they're going to take this in 5 as well.
Monsieur Pyro, what is your prediction? Because please, I don't want it to be a sweep.
No. I'm walking on a tightrope right now, and I could fall off either side. So I'm going to prevent the desk sweep, and I am going to go with KAU. I am really excited to see this matchup, as we all are, and I think we could see it either way. That's my official prediction.
Well, it's not going to be a sweep at all because I'm actually going for KU in this one. I think the fact that Genoa are playing with a sub, I think it's going to create a lot of tension as far as how they're going to be able to compete with the roster that is RLCS caliber.
The last time we saw a sub player, Seb, they got a win in a CR Royal Worlds event.
Cool.
Do you remember that?
This isn't 2022 anymore. Also, Nitrix isn't on the roster right now. So, that being said, I think, 1, this is still Swiss, so anything can happen. And 2, I mean, listen, remember, this is an RLCS caliber roster. The only one to field 3 RLCS caliber rosters is Northwood, and we see exactly what the result of that is in a Summer Series champion. That being said, it is a split desk across the board. I'm very interested to see what the predictions are from our casters. So Achieves Gaugen for what will be an absolutely incredible matchup. Take it away.
Well, the desk certainly had some high praises to sing about this series, and we haven't even gotten started. The marquee matchup, as it were, and it only took us until round 2 to get there. KAU and Genoa. I am pleased to be joined by Achieves for this one because I feel like for all of the hype that they gave that matchup, there are advantages and disadvantages playing to both sides. You could flip a coin, and no matter how many times you did it, you really can't figure this one out until we see the action right in front of us.
Yep, that's part of the beauty, as Stax likes to say. You know, that's why we play the games. You can think whatever you want, but eventually you got to go out there and you got to play the game. And I will admit, I had KAU in 5, just because I think I would have had him in 4 if it was, server notwithstanding. I'm willing to give Genoa an extra game. The loss of Arju, I think, definitely going to hurt them a little more than help for sure against a roster like KU. But anyway, it's game time. And already shots on target. Oh my gosh, make it 2 hiders in the net.
There you go. The Genoa effect is real and in play. Granted, we are starting on EU servers for this matchup, favoring this Italian side, but they'll take every bit of that advantage. It's 7 seconds all it takes. First goal in the net.
No time wasted. Come out, punch them right in the face. That's never a bad strat. It always feels good to get on the board first.
Feels like there's a lot to prove for this KAU side. I had my doubts, I won't lie. Obviously getting through the MENA qualifiers by beating Taiba University twice. That was the roster we anticipated to see here representing the MENA side. KAU, a bit more work to do though, and still early on, Genoa hammer the net.
Yeah, and you can see Dead there pulling K29 out of the position there, just really got him jumping at the net, and that fake is just absolutely cool. Genoa up 2 early. Maybe 3. Oh dear, and a hat trick inside of a minute. Oof.
Starting to get a little ugly. Genoa making their name heard as if they even needed to, as we have a little stoppage in the play and maybe an investigation going on behind the scenes into this third goal. But listen, I mean, we kind of expected this with the cross-region matchups, right? Alternating servers, players maybe feeling off, disconnections, they happen from time to time, but you can't put away the fact that Genoa, a strong start here, they're doing exactly what they need to do against a KAU team that maybe they needed to approach this with a bit more of a touchy-feely sense, try and get that feeling for the pace of play rather than, come out to a screaming start themselves.
Yeah, we have seen Mina before when it comes to cross-region play. They really do, or at least we have seen. I wouldn't say they always do this, but they do go pretty quick and pretty hard into some 50s, and that is, a very feast or famine approach, because you're either destroying people or you're just missing, and your team is way out of position after that point. KAU has called the timeout, so they're admin's trying to figure out what is going on with that, but yeah, real nasty start for KAU. Definitely struggling to find some of the, I wouldn't say they were difficult leads per se at the start, but I accidentally joined the lobby at the start just because I was curious, I will admit, and I thought the ping was okay. KAU was like 98, 112, and I was like, okay, it's not terrible. 118. It's definitely one of those, if you're in the net and they shoot the 65 mile per hour like bullet right at you, you're probably going to be too late. But it seemed playable, so I will admit I am surprised by the +3 goal differential in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think that lends a lot to how in a lot of our predictions we had KAU easily making this top 8, because not to put Regis in a box, but you kind of expect the Mina players to be more used to playing on high ping. That's one of the advantages that they carry into a series like this. But on the other side, I kind of want to bring up this point because Seb kind of dragged Pyro's name through the mud when he should have been dragging mine. I did make the claim that Barist may not be as much of a downgrade as people are claiming. Now, I get that in the sense of having Arju over Barist, yes, you're going upgrade versus downgrade. But Barist is not a player that you've plucked off the streets that gets the lucky chance to play with the Genoa roster. All three of these players know each other very well. They have that synergy locked in, maybe not in those high-profile events that Genoa have won so many of in recent history, but it's not like Barist is a name unproven. He can certainly hold his own, even if he needs to be in more of a supporting role. Like we saw from KAU versus Davenport, you had Nimmo and Khalid both being those attacking players trying to get that pair synergy going. Evil kind of sat back a little bit, not worse for wear, got a handful of saves and crucial ones at that against Davenport. But is that system going to work against Genoa, who can flip it right back at them? Not too sure.
That is always the question. There is something to be said about how aggressive you're willing to be. And generally my thought process has always kind of been, look, if you are confident that you have the mechanical edge and the ability to read the game better, you can afford to play more passively, because over time you'll make the better read. So generally, does that work against a team like... Is this a goal or are we testing?
Yeah, so this is live. To explain
oh my
this,
gosh!
Yeah,
I thought we were testing. Okay.
No worries. I was just going to let it come naturally. I mean, we are back where we were after the pause, which was called by KAU because of a controller DC that affected kickoff. The goal was disallowed. KAU were not able to make the play that they wanted to save that shot. So it did go back to 2-0. Now we're at 3-0. A threat for a fourth. Genoa, I mean, they haven't lost any pace here.
Oh my goodness. You got to figure something out. I think you were onto something, Galgan. Look, you just got to sit back and take a second and just be like, okay, what can they actually do? Because clearly just jumping at things is not the right way here at the start of it. Some good pressure in the corner, little tester shot here. All right, KU starting to settle in at least to some degree. So bumps in the net. Now we're getting somewhere.
Getting up to the backboard. Evil, no shot through the contest, so it'll be a carry out by Dead towards the middle of the pitch. Still very early goings here. Plenty of time for KAU to work their way back in. I love this offensive pressure, and it results in Khalid tapping home one right under the bar.
And the process, very repeatable. They just took every touch they could get and said, go as high with the ball as you possibly can. Put it off the ceiling, make them waste all their boosts, get them jumping, get them diving, pull them wide out of the net at a horizontal degree, and then eventually too much boost grabbing, and they get one back. Plenty of time to work with. KAU finally found some footing.
They'll look for more, stuck in the corner for the time being. It'll be a backup and more pressure put on by Hyder. Quick shot to the post, not quite the angle wanted, but it sets Genoa up for enough pressure from the midfield line. The spacing is excellent. They've left a little bit of a gap here, but Khaled can't get to the ball quite fast enough as it's recycled back through Genoa. Again, keeping this ball moving over and over, not letting it linger in that red half of the pitch. Hyder with another setup attempt. But with the 2-goal lead, it doesn't look like they're super keen to hammer home that advantage just yet.
Yeah, and here you kind of see on that transition the unfortunate side of playing on not your home server. When you've got that time in the midfield and you really start jumping at stuff because you're not confident if you're going to win. You may be able to assess that you may be first to the ball, but who can say if you're on 118, 120 ping? So sometimes you get some heavier touches as you're going through the midfield line to start the attack, and it can make holding onto the ball quite difficult.
A lot of predictions to be made. Plays to think out way ahead of time. Barris reaches in and out for that save. Dead cheating up on this. Low boost, but doesn't matter. It's just the mere threat. That close triangle moving through from KAU to get in front of their own goal. Block anything away. Touch out, but here's Barris with a nice catch and collect. Challenge early, and again, second touch by Evil. Follow through from Hyder. He's going to try and get something going, but it has been a bit of a slowdown. Not for lack of trying from Genoa, but they're certainly meeting a stronger resistance here.
Yeah, they're definitely finding their stride now. At least getting set in on defense. Nice fake there. Open on the right. Not quite. Hyder just able to cover up. Dead looking for any type of clear he can find, and it would just get snuck down the side of the pitch. As Nemo back to his own side here, taking his time, letting his teammate open up a lane. Pass across actually comes up empty, and that will get poked away. Genoa looking to waste as much time off the clock, and I thought that was in for a second.
Myself as well. Nemo pulls it from the goal line. Barris not done. Pinch clear away with 80 seconds to go on the clock as Hyder will look to immediately turn it back around. No reprieve for KAU as Dead goes back to the far side. Angle not locked in. Barris has plenty of time to stall this out as Dead gets demoed. They'll need to reset just a bit, but they try to catch KAU sleeping. Top corner not found. Back the other way, go the Middle Eastern side.
They're pressing as hard as they can. They know they're pretty much out of time. A minute for 2 goals puts a lot of pressure on you to really make some good 50s, and that's a massive one from Khaled. Can you win an extra one here versus Hyder? Not quite. Wins the race up to the ceiling. Beats a second man. Oh, that was huge from Hyder. And a goal?
Oh, almost. They're going to turn around. Dead has an easy tap in as ever. Genoa look to lock up game 1. Chaos and confusion as Nemo chases that one early on the rotation. Dead has an easy goal as ever.
No choices for KAU. Dug a hole early, had to go a little more aggressive than they would like. So tough start, but what are you going to do? Now you get the real test, I think they'll be saying as we move to the other servers and see how that goes for them, as that one's going to get smashed off the ball. But 30 seconds of formality, Sunday stroll here for Genoa. No real reason to get overly sweaty, but nothing wrong for, KAU just going out there and saying, hey, let's see if we can stop the bleeding, at least get one more and say, okay, we can score on it for sure.
And I don't even think the mental is shaken that tough. You have the 3-0 reset to 2-0 back to 3 very quickly for Genoa. A lot of fast-moving goals, just jumping to the corners with high levels of pace. After that, fairly even. KAU step it up offensively, defensively, keep as much control as they reasonably can, and keep it level at 1-1 for the rest of the game. So if they avoid that kind of nightmare start, and especially as you were mentioning, on the better server for KAU, we're probably painting a much different picture going into game 2.
Yeah, deep hole. Never fun to try and dig yourself out of. Hyder a very nice stat line to kick things off on the stream. We could say that. It's not often you get to see 80% shooting percentage, and that's for sure. But the real test will be how KAU for me looks in game 2 as they go on transition again. Because, again, you see a lot of speed coming out of the back because they're just trying to get there and cover the gap and make sure, they don't get the ball punched right back into their corner. They're trying to go a little bit faster to make sure they're there, and they're not focused on possession. So the lower ping, I want to see that focus on possession be there for KAU and be like, okay, that's not how they play, it was just the server that made them do it. That's what I want to try and figure out.
Right, but I think my eyes again go to the idea that their success against Davenport, even though they did end up dropping that one game, I guess uncharacteristically for most of us, expecting a sweep out of that series. Again, it was Khaled and Nimmo kind of taking the front charge. Meanwhile, you have Evil in this game one against Genoa getting the better of both of their teammates in shot total. So I'm not sure if that's a byproduct of Genoa being able to shut that down, or if it's just a slow start, or a combination of both.
Who can say, you know, because if Evil's still staying in that third man role, then perhaps it's very natural that he actually winds up with most shots if they keep, like we said, passing it very high, and he's the last man to come through on the attack rotation, right? So, I mean, it certainly could work out that way, but we shall see, because it was fascinating to see that first goal that I guess the only goal they scored, they really did just smash it up to the ceiling like 3 times in a row and said, go get it. And nobody from Genoa could go and get it, or at least get it in any tangible way that made a difference on defense, right? So, I mean, there's something to be said there. If nothing else, get the ball as high as possible.
Right.
It is good. It's very hard to control the ball up in the sky, especially when you're having to jump all the way from the floor off the backboard. You tend to have to use a lot of boost. You tend to go very fast. It's much more difficult to keep that ball tight and stuck to you and start the way out. So when all else fails, go up.
Yeah. And that aerial level of gameplay is only going to change more with the higher ping, because if you're collaborating well enough with your teammates and setting that play up into the air, you're forcing your opponents to not only make those difficult jumps from floor to ceiling, but do so on a disadvantageous ping situation, which is really going to hamper the effectiveness of the defense. But a big thing that we always talk about here on the UR streams, the boost battle, we're a bit boost obsessed, boost crazy over here.
It's pretty good.
It is a very good indicator of how high they can get that ball up there and follow up those plays. Interesting to note that the boost battle fairly even in that first game, but a lot of boost wasted at supersonic speed by KAU, which definitely doesn't help their chances.
Yeah, not too surprised it's wasted at supersonic, just because, again, you're just so focused on getting there, you're not actively going to think about, oh, hang on, I only need 20 to get here, right? You know, you're thinking, nope, I am going, I'm jumping, I'm diving to block this pass lane, man. I'm not letting anything go through if I can help it. So I'm not too surprised to see at least, I guess that's a very interesting question. Do you know, like, percentage-wise, like, percent wasted boost? Is that a good way to describe that?
I think more so in terms of units. I mean, we know that Evil and Nimmo wasted about 400 units of boost on supersonic
4 tanks
speed.
of boost.
Yeah.
At supersonic.
So, I mean, over the course of an entire game, and especially, like, you know, considering...
Do you have Genoa's?
I do not have them by name, but that's a great
That's the real question, the comparison.
That's a great question for first name stats, last name man. Atch in the background carrying us through this segment. I will mention before we get into game 2 here some other results from around the bracket. USM with a sweep in that North American Derby against Brewton-Parker. Dr. Boomin dropping the first game to Setu, but now up 2-1 in the series. This series, however, I feel like we're far from finished here.
Definitely a long way to go and a lot to prove here in game 2 for KAU. That's a nasty pinch. Oh, and he hit the post! Thankfully it's high. I stopped looking at the ball after I saw him just go splat into the net. I was like, oh no, it's just in, isn't it?
Bit of a scramble, and you still see them trying to pick up the pieces here. Nimmo, right place, right time, but here goes Hyder again, trying to get a passing lane open from that high corner. You can see the elevation of the play from Genoa again, but there to meet call and response from KAU, almost get a chance the other way, but Nimmo just a half step too far away at the top of the box, center of the net anyway, and Barris with a nice pull out. Hyder cheating down the field, does not get the touch, and will go scoreless for now.
And wisely securing their own corner. KAU, nothing for free. Even if we have to give up the ball, we'd rather be in a stable defensive position. Evil up early and quick. KAU looking to just say, we're going to go, forget possession. We're still going as fast as we can. We can just see now.
Definitely reads that way. We've got a lot better vision moving down, but Genoa will try to do them one better. Then with a shot on target, Barris recycles through the corner. Bit of a couple gaps here in the KU defense. Not what we expect to see with how close they play to each other, but they still tend to let the ball slip through. Evil can't connect, so Hyder has a bit of a lane now with Barris waiting at the top.
Nice.
Surely gonna get to it, but Nimmo, good pace.
Really nice back pass to his teammate waiting on the post, and here's a flip reset, trying to go through the entire defense of Genoa. No dice as this one goes in front and kicked out by Dead. Just able to get that out to safety. Not a lot of stingy defense in the midfield. Khaled has to buy a lot of time. His teammate has some boost, and he won a huge 50 straight back down to him.
Taking a page out of your book, lobbing the ball right above target, and you throw as many darts as KU have at the board. Surely one of them's gonna stick. Beautiful tap down.
Amazing that he even got to that. I thought he might have hit it just a smidge too hard, but I guess not. Shows what I know. What an opening for KU, but a long way to go. 3 minutes. And Genoa is certainly not going to take it lying down, as that's a pass and picked off, at least back into the red corner.
Trying to capitalize on the chaos, perhaps, that Genoa had in their favor in the first minute of Game 1, but I'm seeing more set plays this time around, not necessarily working against them, but just trying to formulate how to break through that KAU defense. Den will try to do just that, but a good quick turn from Evil to at least dissuade it. Hyder looks for Barris up high, but Nimmo, or Khaled rather, with a solid touch. Everybody stuck in the corner here from Genoa. That's going to be a fast break for KAU, going back the other way.
They're so focused on straight line speed, but they find that soft touch, and I feel like that probably should have been a goal there from Evil. It looked like he had the angle, but maybe not. It's his two teammates deep back over his head. Now they're saying, all right, now we've got the ball for sure, as that's a missed clear and could have been a goal, but Evil not quite able to get around it.
Can certainly see the step up in confidence, though, from KAU between this game and the last. Up high, over to the far side. Dead will receive well. Hard touch, able to follow with little boost in the tank. That's 2 up for KAU. They've got plenty of control. Barris passes out to the middle. Unfortunate team touch there. Hyder will collect. Could have been a scary bounce going either way, but still gets stuck at the midfield.
Yeah, and Hyder not able to keep possession either. You could just see how quick he was going and how hard that ball bounced off the wall. It was going to be very difficult to hang on to, so KAU earns possession back on the midfield line. Hyder still trying to press the advantage. Here comes Dead off the ball, backward to himself, down and in. It's going to tie it up. What a shot.
The Dead Monster difference finally appearing on the server here, and what a way to get it done. The pass is immaculate, but the shot does one better. And Genoa tie things up here on the disadvantageous server situation, 1:25 to go.
And Nimmo knew. He was like, I can't allow it off the backboard. That's why he jumped up early, because they knew they'll put that in, as that's a pass across net going to be kept out. The tack just a little bit too slow for Genoa, but good proactive defense from KU. Just took a heck of a shot to get the game tied up.
Tough call for Barris to make. Tries to get a bit more confident. Meets Dead in the middle, but no ball contact being made. 60 seconds to play. Hyder once more, but Evil will deny and sends a solid ball on target. Early test here, and KAU look to capitalize on the confusion as Khaled goes up, drop ball down. Dead versus Evil. Challenge goes nowhere, but Genoa still get a clear ball, and Hyder doubles into the post. Dead finish into 2 defenders, and no follow through.
Thought the third man for sure was going to be able to drop the hammer, but a huge recovery effort over on the KAU side. Now they're swarming, stealing corner boost. Be careful, Genoa. With 30 seconds left, you may not have too many more looks if they keep getting everything.
Will they continue to hold on? Dragging it out through the sidewall goes Evil. Enough work done to jump up. Demo collected as it goes both ways. Barris looks to clear and gets the ball past the first, but still held at the midfield line. Great turn again from Evil. On the quick reaction, Khaled with a bit of a block, but it doesn't fall exactly where they need it to go. Nimmo has a tough job to do collecting that one, and it'll have to come from the back wall at 0 seconds. Challenge from Hyder. Make sure that that ball stays low, but Dead doesn't keep it down. Khaled goes all the way down the field. A pickup for Evil, has to get hit, but we go to OT.
Not quite enough. Thought maybe someone was going to be able to make the trek all the way up. Great kickoff here for Genoa in OT. Dead just doing his best to hold it for as long as possible. Steals a corner boost, and it's just high and kept away with one heck of a pinch off the bar.
Barris, though, still staying relevant with low boost, picks up that back corner, but here comes Nimmo. Dead's not in the best position here to make an effort, but Barris delivers yet again in the anchor position. Evil cycling through, looking for some sort of slow play. It actually lends itself very well to Nimmo, who jumps early but can't find the second touch, and Genoa can breathe a slight sigh of relief.
I'm surprised to see KAU not willing to just take a free possession and take it back to their half if it means they guarantee the ball. They are happy to turn and say, yeah, I'll take a 50 and maybe get an aggressive stance instead of a passive one with guaranteed possession.
Certainly not wanting to be patient and let the ball play into their hands. A little too close for comfort there. Epic save recorded by Nimmo. Dead will come through. Hyder's waiting at the top of the box for this ball to fall right into place, but Nimmo says no. Barrist over the top. Genoa still look to control deep into the KAU zone.
Nice adjustment there from Evil in that corner and looking for that touch. Nimmo trying to decide, do I pass it down? Do I kick it forward? Went with forward, and Genoa very patient on the back line. Nice pinch to at least get it to neutral territory. Khaled back to Nimmo. Everyone trying to just suss each other out here in OT. It hasn't slowed down, but we've definitely got a lot less on net now.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Genoa to find that central shooting lane. Meanwhile, KAU continue to put the first touch on target, put Genoa under threat. Hyder coming back, though, and you called it out. Real struggle for KAU to get in a good defensive spot. They're all stuck in the corner again, but Evil to clear away, and with pace, all the boost in the tank, and a good challenge from Barris. Sends it to the corner. Hyder trying to take advantage back the other way. Can't win the race to the ball, but he'll still get the pass out, and the shot goes high and wide.
Oh, slow down, KAU. You gotta see where they're going, man. You can't keep driving left to right at zero boost and hoping something's gonna work out, as this one's gonna go down in top left-hand corner. Hyder dots that one.
No doubt about it. The pace on this one would make you think it's a shot straight from the ground, but he had that protractor out before he even jumped. Genoa give themselves a prime chance for a sweep in a series that we thought would go to 5. They play on an EU server to end this one in 3.
That's a nasty shot to dot it, too. I mean, you're thinking, yeah, I can get there even on 30 boost. You know, I'm on the backboard. What are the odds he's got the power from the opposite side of the ball to go all the way top left corner on me? Well, unfortunately, you got 10%ed there. Unlucky, but what can you do? They make a good play. So KAU in a very tight spot now, headed back into visiting territory. 2 close games. Well, one wasn't close, but I'm willing to discount the first 30 seconds and say, look, the last 3.5 was pretty close, right? The scoreline says no. The game said, okay, it got there.
Yeah, I think you can comfortably say that, take the first minute away from game 1. These teams are keeping, the boost battle, again, for one thing, still lockstep with both teams, and we see a much stronger, aggressive level of play from KAU this time around. So everything suggests that they can do it, but it just feels like they're missing that X factor, that level of synergy or confidence that I said seemed like it grew going into game 2 as opposed to the first game. But how confident can you really get when the 2 goals that get scored against you in that game 2 are the goals from Dead and Hyder, so confident in their own right?
I really am quite surprised at how fast KAU is trying to play. Now, I get it. I know Mina, plays fast. They are fast, and they're good at it. But there is more to it than just speed, right? You don't always need to be fast. That's the thing.
Right.
I would love to see KAU here down 2-0 in the series just stop and say, okay, bring me the ball. Actually beat me. I'm not going to take myself out of position. I'm going to sit in the net, and I'm going to wait for you to get your flip reset, and then I'm going to come hit you. And I'm going to make you keep possession through me, right? That's what I would do right now, because it's okay, clearly, we can win. We're just losing a boost battle somewhere, or, we're just diving a little too hard and we're just too far out of position and we can't make it back in time. So it's look, let's just tighten up and say good luck. Beat me if you can.
Right, and that's, again, what you kind of expect from a MENA team is to tighten up, keep that rotation a bit closer than most other regions would. But at the same time, if you're concerned about losing the boost battle, I feel like you could be losing a lot of that chasing for demos, because you have Evil on KAU in that previous game that recorded more demos than all 3 players on Genoa combined. granted, it wasn't.
Did you
that
notice
many.
those demos?
Yeah, like that's the thing.
Did you
is this-
feel that?
As
Did they
soon as
matter?
those demos happen, where's the goal? Where is the extra?
Do we have a
possession?
clear? Yeah. Do
right.
we get out for free? Like
Yeah.
nothing feels good with the demos, right? Or maybe they were well timed and removing a shooting option. I don't know. But it's like I totally get what you're saying, man. Because like demos are great, but they only really matter if they're actually on somebody that's about to do something. You know, if you're rotating back out of the midfield back to play defense, you want to hit the guy that's waiting for the pass, right? That's who you want to kill. You don't want to get the guy sitting in midfield. Nobody cares about that. You want to take away that person with the ball on the sidewall where he wants to go, you know? Or obviously, you know, the guy in there who's about to make the save. It doesn't matter. Dice it up however you like, offensive or defensive. Like, demos is such a good statistic, and yet so tough to actually quantify as, like, this is quality, and that one didn't matter.
Right. So we sit here to recap what we've seen thus far with a 2-0 lead for Genoa. They are about to head onto EU servers to play Game 3 of this series, but we need to head to a very quick break. We promise that we will bring you the rest of this series when we are ready to resume. We will be right back. welcome back, everybody, to the UR World Championship. Galgan and Achieves here with you. When we last left you, the series 2-0 to Genoa over KAU. That series will resume in a little while. We are going to observe a prayer time that KAU are going to take themselves, and the series will continue shortly thereafter. We will come back for Game 3 and the rest of the series when it does resume. There is some action going on elsewhere, so in the meantime, if you're looking for some of the other series, check out some of the community streams that are carrying the action. I know Brewton-Parker, for one school, has a stream going on, Mackenzie as well. There's plenty of action going on around the area, but until we are back with Game 3 and the rest of the series, we will see you soon.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now. But I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship 2024. Gaugen and Achieves back at you once again, and this series is just about to resume with Genoa going back onto EU servers to try and complete the sweep against our MENA representative KAU. Achieves, we have had a lot of time to sit, stew, ruminate, really soak in all that's happened before this moment right here. How are you feeling about this? Because KAU, they very much have their backs up against the wall, but maybe that's where MENA teams tend to flourish.
I'm delightfully optimistic. I am never a Debbie Downer in saying that the other team's just going to get wiped off the face of the earth right here. I think, some time to collect yourself is always valuable, not to mention the fact you're down 2-0. So, hey, good time to take a break if that's if that's an option for you, I suppose is a good way to put it. But KAU, I just want to see, like we said right before it started, they've been going very fast. If you haven't been watching this series yet, they've been going full bore as hard as they can, just about as aggressively as possible. And while it has definitely shown some sparks of ability to create pressure, not necessarily been enough on its own to crack a team like Genoa. So for me, personally, I'm at least looking for them to slow up just a little bit and say, okay, clearly we can't just outspeed you. Now we're going to make you actually do something. I want to see you hit the double flip reset over my head before I say you won this one.
Right, just try to lock things down a little bit and get that first victory on the board. Speaking of getting that first victory on the board, some teams who were unsuccessful in doing so, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be that ruthless.
That's good.
Other results that we have in some sweeps in round 2, it is Berlin taking a sweep victory over St. Clair, USM with a sweep over Brewton-Parker. That covers your upper bracket matchups that were sweeps. The other upper bracket, or upper round, the Swiss I should say, Dr. Boomin taking it all the way to 5 games, but still getting the win over Setu. Meanwhile, in the lower side of things, UDM with a 3-0 sweep over Stellenbosch, and UNSW, our Australian representatives, with a 3-0 sweep over Warwick. Perennial punching bag Warwick, it feels like, in this event. They're never really going to escape those allegations, but we'll see if KAU can avoid the same nasty fate here in the second round of Swiss. Neo Tokyo, the stage, game 3, the point in the series we rejoin these teams. Can Genoa get it done quickly?
Slippery moment here if you're Genoa. You start off strong with a good 3-1. win against Davenport. Now you come out here and you kind of get, kicked around a little bit by another tournament favorite. And for a lot of teams in this situation in Swiss, it's a real turning point because teams that are confident in themselves, feeling good, start off strong, and then just get absolutely rocked, like right afterwards. It can be a tough hill to battle back from going into round 3, 4, and 5 sometimes. So hopefully they're a little more used to it than than anything else, I suppose. The pressure of RLCS may be a little bit higher here than the Uni Rocketeers World Championship, but still, Swiss stage is a long and grueling process, and nobody wants to get beaten up in the second round and realize that they're going to have a longer day than they were expecting.
I don't know, Chiefs. Under the blinding lights of Neo Tokyo, no greater diamonds are forged under more pressure than this moment right here, right now. Of course, unless we go to Game 4 and then maybe Game 5, and then we can talk about KAU feeling some sort of pressure to win this series. But they've got to get their foot in the door, and Genoa, well, if there are any experts in this field about slamming a door shut, you'd have to think these Italians have it on lock.
Yeah, they've definitely proven themselves in recent memory as pressure from Khaled. Ooh, what a nasty block of this clear, better yet, straight in.
Right place at the right time is an understatement. Read like a book, closed, shut, and returned to the library on time, 29 seconds in, and it's KAU with an early punch.
Yikes. I definitely don't like that one if I'm on Genoa. I feel like that's a pretty safe, clear lane to find, back to the side where the touch just came from, and just to get it dropped right back down in your face. Not a good feeling, but long way to go to get it back, and we'll see if Genoa's up to the task, forced to punt here by getting bumped off the ball, and Genoa needs a little boost. And now we're seeing exactly what I wanted. Evil, he's just taking that air dribble and saying, look, man, no one's coming to get me. I'm not going to hit it to him.
Try to run up the score, and good credit to KAU. They see the low boost situation, stuck on that back line. Genoa struggling to clear here, unlike they have been in previous moments of this series. Forward pass almost connected by Hyder. It'll be Evil coming back the other way. Second touch in tow off the back wall. Hyder makes a quick clear, and that's where Genoa flourish. Get the ball out of the zone as quickly as possible. Barris and Evil trade demos, but that only helps Genoa back the other way. But an uncharacteristic miss there.
I was about to say, man, you had the crystal ball for that. They got the long clear with the guy ready reaching for it, but just missed it. Demo keeping the pressure up just to prevent Genoa from starting anything too quickly. Hyder going to use everything in the tank on that transition, but KAU definitely willing to say, okay, yeah, let's see him actually do it now. And you can see it's much more difficult for Genoa. It took one heck of a worldly attempt to get him almost in the net.
Certainly trying to inspire that individual confidence, but it doesn't mean anything if KAU are waiting. Quadruple commit amongst the teams, and here goes the other way. Khaled, Barris with a huge stuff, massive wall erected in the corner. Dead will clear it out, and Genoa, nothing was getting through Barris there.
Yeah, the Octane Gym pays dividends, or is he an Fennec? Never mind. Get the Octane out. Overrated. Get yourself a Fennec, as that is slapped to the bottom right hand and kept out. Dead just trying to hold on to possession for as long as they can. Demo forced to just tap that away, and KAU a little bit low on boost themselves, and they say, okay, look, you guys can have the ball, but again, we're going to go play defense and say good luck.
Just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Genoa running out of time just a little bit. Cycles are good. Barris puts on target. Center of the frame, but no open space for that ball to fall through. Hyder makes a quick turn with a 100 boost in the tank. Try to catch KAU sleeping again, but they are wide awake at this stage. Miss off the back wall, but maybe that's how they drew it up, and indeed it is. Khaled comes through.
A really nasty fake, because the guy in the net has to respect this approach from Evil in case it's a pass, so you see him edge forward. Then he sees it bounce, and the guy that was following right behind Nemo in the corner just pops it off that wall. And guy in the net never had any chance. He was ready to play that kick out to the corner and never got it. Couldn't adjust.
Innovation that excites, things you love to see from KAU moving forward on offense. 2 goals the better. Genoa still looking for any form of response as the KAU defense has tightened up severely here, leaving one small gap at the bottom corner. Dead with the pretty much open net, slaps it home.
Yeah, functionally open. Definitely a diving stop attempt here from Eve. Well, actually, no, he didn't even dive. He said, nope, that's wide. Dude is dialed into how big that net is. It's not good enough. Still got some work to do, and they got it done. 2-1.
Clearly has a comfort level back there, but not quite enough to get the save. Fortunate, though, for KAU. They've got 90 seconds to defend a lead, one of the only ones we've seen from them in this series thus far. But here comes Genoa back the other way. Back wall again. No fakes about it. Everybody trying to apply pressure, but no boost in the tank of Dead Monster. So here come KAU the other way off the bar. They don't need to immediately press this, but they want to keep that possession at the midfield line. Barris successfully dives through, however, with the ball super glued to the hood of that Fennec. Hyder no touch. Dead follows through. Low boost, uses it for a flip reset and nearly dunks it on Nimmo.
Great patience from KU on the back line. They're sitting there on the backboard with 20 boosts or so saying, yeah, come on, come a little closer. We know you're not in the net quite yet. Such confident defending from them, but now they've stretched a little too far. Are they going to make it? They will not. They get caught with a hand in the cookie jar, and they concede late.
Only means so much if you keep that rotation close. You all push up together and you'll all fall down one at a time. 2-2, 46 to go. Genoa clinging on to the chances of a sweep.
I just can't fathom why they even felt the need to go that hard into the corner. You've been so, chill all game on defense, and then it's just like, yeah, let's go put 3 on the board. It's like, why? You don't even need 3. These guys haven't found much to beat you yet.
It's all about making a statement. KAU clearly not done, but they're facing pressure unlike what they faced earlier on in this game. Genoa getting more confident, going for those early challenges despite the fact that one more goal KAU's way sends them back to Mina servers for game 4. Callan with a push up to the corner, 10 seconds to go. Genoa has to catch and collect from the back wall, and Dead does just that, expends all the boost. Hyder out of the corner, where's Barris for the follow through, surely coming up for this ball, but a bit too late to the party, and it looks like we're headed to our second OT of the series.
Solid clear at the end for KAU, but you'd really like to come down with possession, and Genoa does just that. Just winning the 50 off the kickoff. Now Dead, you just got to find a way to get it to your teammates, and look at him try and slow the attack down and pull a defender out. Good idea. Oh, but maybe not enough. Evil on transition. Hyder's got 100. It's a slow 50. That's not a bad idea to go for. Now they want a few bumps, but KAU going to have to settle back on their haunches again.
Got a feeling, though, as soon as KAU find that aggressive challenge on defense, that's exactly where they want to be, but this is not the look you need right now. Bottom of the net, but Barris can't get there in time and is demoed for his efforts. So here comes Evil back the other way. Awkward spawn off the demo, leaves Genoa a bit hard strung in the corner, but no worse for wear. They find the clear. Dead Monster with a huge block, and Hyder seals the series right then and there.
You can prepare for a lot, but it's pretty tough to prepare for the direct 90-degree pinch over your shoulder, back right into the box, into the waiting arms of defeat. Genoa parked the bus right in the box, right place, right time on defense earlier. Or on the attack, I should say, for KAU with the dunk. Well, right place, right time to close it out for Genoa. Perfect spot to be in to close it out in 3. Brutal.
And if you Men in Black memory wipe that first minute of Game 1 away, what a series we just had.
Yeah.
One of the closest sweeps you will ever witness, and you can only hope that these teams will match up against each other in the playoff bracket, because it will surely bring more fireworks than we witnessed there, which is a sight to behold in its own right. But so much of that series, Genoa just finding that level of confidence, trying to break through KAU's style of shore up on defense, find that one power clear, and then jam it home on offense, didn't always work out in their favor, didn't always have the boost that they needed to pull off those kinds of plays, but an effort nonetheless that is not wasted on a team that you need to bring your A game in order to beat, as Genoa advance to the upper side of round 3 of the Swiss.
Yeah, and I think KAU is definitely looking forward to that potential rematch in the playoffs if all things work out that way. Because I think they know they didn't give their best performance here, and they're probably scratching their heads like, man, why did we all push into the corner with 45 seconds left up 1? Why did we all do that? And nobody is going to have an answer right now, but the harsh realities of Swiss now must be paid attention to, and got to rally and go down into that round 3, the 1-1 round, and make the best of it and just try and get through in 4, because as we said, it is a long, grueling day. You can be the best team in the world, but when you get to round 5 Swiss and you're about to get locked out, it's not fun playing in that situation at any point. So good luck, KAU, and well played, Genoa. Way to get it done.
In order to get to round 5 of Swiss, or get out of Swiss earlier, you've got to get past round 3 and 4. That's how simple math works, because my brain is large. Round 2 concluded. Round 3 on the way. We say hello to our first 2 playoff teams and goodbye to our first 2 exiters of UR Worlds 2024 on the other side of this short break.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
All I wanna do is to put rounds around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you, I do love you, I do need you, I love you, I do need you, ooh, I love you, I do need you.
Your vision. One look and my jaw just dropped. Can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you.
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shit if you wanna ride away. looking for somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shade if you wanna hide away. We just out here trying to play. Second drills up in the memory bank.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship, and what was supposed to be, I think, one of our most hyped matches to date, with Genoa versus KU. That didn't, Fox. that did not.
It was a series of all time, but it was a series that was, well, Hyder exists, and that is bad news for not just KAU, but for the rest of, well, worlds. Quite honestly.
Also, Paris, the super sub.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be in there for the entirety of the tournament thus far, as we know. And I don't know, Tylacto, KU, something's wrong. Davenport got a game, and now they're getting 3-0'd.
I mean, you said it didn't, but it very nearly did. It just had to actually get sparked and started, which it's fine. They could potentially do that tomorrow, but they've got to get to tomorrow first is the all-important thing.
So while we are here, let's take a look at what our Swiss stage is at currently, because yes, now that 3-0 came through, that kind of throws everything a little bit out of whack. In the upper end for 2-0, we have USM versus Berlin. That is actually an incredibly hype matchup that I'm looking forward to. We also have Genoa versus Dr. Bowman, which
we kind of know how that one goes.
Well, you say that, but that I will say that we were talking
how
about
many times have they beaten them now?
Okay, I will say
thrice on the trot.
I will say, Mock, that we were talking about, like, if you were going to go 3-0, the order of teams that you're going to have to go through is of a great magnitude.
I mean, yeah, look at Genoa as well. That is ridiculous, having to play KAU and now Boomen. But it is what it is. Boomen dropping 2 games to Setu is certainly one reason why they have to do this run. So Boomen on the day seem to be beatable.
They are currently. What?
Oh, I was just gonna say. Also, Berlin, if they win here, they've only played NA teams.
Yeah, NA gets farmed. It happens in our LCS. It's happening here. That's
farmed by
part of the
Tigray.
course.
He's been there. He's done that.
That being said, Université de Montréal has their first win. We saw St. Clair actually lose 3-0, I believe it was, to Berlin. So they will be down in the 1-1 category. Montreal are going to have to play KAU. I'm very interested to see how that goes. I hope that it's not KAU just farming NA teams because, especially with the NA teams having to play on European servers, that feels like a little weird. Tylacto, I don't know. I feel like it's just that. Yes, it's an even region server, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? KAU will be very, very happy playing on EU. I need to double check. It will be NA West for the St. Clair University of New South Wales matchup. I think St. Clair will be expected to make a regain there, but I'm sorry. I mean, you've asked me about KAU against Montreal, but I just can't take my eyes off University of New South Wales, especially given that they swept Warwick, which is a team that we will be focusing on.
Yes, it is our next matchup. Warwick are down 0-2. Treefork is telling me the mental's in the dumps, boys. It's not quite there, but they want to take this energy and take it all the way to a 3-0 reverse Swiss run. They will be playing against Mackenzie. We're going to be having Britain versus Sam here, and I'm trying to remember what the actual lobby was going to be. Do you guys remember? I believe it's US East, yes. So that should be an interesting one. Both playing off of their comfort servers, but Mox, I mean, they both have had difficult runs here. Mackenzie getting beat by Davenport, and then Genoa. Warwick did not have those caliber of opponents, so they are, I think, all eyes are on them currently to see if they're actually able to make this upset work.
Yeah, well, Warwick was the one team coming in where everyone was like, huh? How did this happen? What's going on? It's a 2021 in European Rocket League. But no, Warwick had a bit of an interesting run through the qualified. Still qualified, but in the main event, I think, what did Treefork tell you? They were on fraud watch at the moment after being swept by UNSW. So I think that is an entirely accurate thing to say for Warwick, but now they are playing with main roster. They have gotten Zouch instead of Zeninho, so maybe brighter horizons for them.
I mean, Vod, I'm looking at this, and it's fair to say that Sam does take their time and usually play on NAE servers a lot. And that being said, to the chagrin of a lot of NA players, they are used to that kind of sort of ping. Warwick, despite the fact that they have their main roster, I mean, they're still going to have to play European kind of ping, European style against a SAM team, which is, you can't ask for much more of a big difference. You're playing on insanely high ping, and you're playing against a SAM style, which is, of course, really fast, frustrating. You can't have any freedom with the ball.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough spot. I mean, yeah, they might be used to it, but I think the big thing here is this is kind of akin to where we were talking about KAU are used to playing on EU ping, whereas Sam are used to playing on NA ping and NA East specifically. So I think that's where the advantage kind of skews a little bit there for Mackenzie in this specific matchup. But also they looked a lot better in their rounds previous. I mean, they were able to get 2 games against Davenport, and almost, depending on if the server switched a little bit differently there, they could have potentially gotten that victory even. So I feel like Mackenzie have things going well for them leading into this, where, as Warwick were saying themselves, they're on fraud watch. Not the best mental to have going into potentially your final series in Swiss.
I do want to mention real quick that Zath of USM, the moment that I mentioned him playing Berlin, did say we're not losing, which is exciting to see. But you gotta put it in the servers, Zath. I'm sorry, we know you're running summer series.
They are the strongest NA team here, I will say.
They are, but we know the summer series run, and that remains to be seen. Despite the
unlucky
domestic NA win, which is good for them. Tylacto, Mackenzie, they have had a rough state of affairs as far as early matchups. They had Davenport, who they lost pretty narrowly to, and then they had Genoa. Is this the start? What could be a potential reverse sweep run?
Well, they certainly would hope so. Who knows who they'd face in round 4, but this is a team in Warwick who they really want to use as a springboard. We talk about the difference in play style and how fast Mackenzie will like to play. Warwick, they do feel the comfort in being more methodical and slowing the game down, and that is going to be very, very difficult. Not impossible, and certainly without just stepping in immediately for this series, it's going to be a fresh feel. It's a lot working in Mackenzie's favour, but that can also double up as more pressure. You don't know how much they're feeling it with this being an elimination series against international university competition. It's not something they've done before.
No, not at all. And again, this is the first time we're also seeing Sam involved in these region competitions as well for collegiate. So many new regions. I'm happy that we actually get to see one of the expansion regions going on. We just saw Mina. Now we get to see Sam, who even in the RLCS level, they are the two budding regions that we have here within all of Rocket League. Both of them poised to take their own major or even worlds maybe at some point. That is, remains to be seen. And now we get to see that skill level on the collegiate level. But we're just figuring out as far as some ping issues in terms of who is going to play on what. In the meantime, is there any other matches that you guys are looking at in this round of Swiss that you could see as being a particularly hype matchup?
Looking at it right now, actually, because Dr. Boomin have gotten Game 1 versus Genoa in their matchup, currently being streamed on the HNVR_esports channel. So looking good for Dr. Boobin, and as I say that, they get scored on.
Good job, Bot. You cursed without being in the lobby.
Cast a curse, not even in the broadcast, man. That's crazy.
I feel like we got to look at Stellenbosch against GVSU after Lincoln's showing against St. Clair, which did they actually show much at all? No. They then beat GVSU in 5 games. If there's going to be a target team for Stellenbosch to make a memorable win, it's going to have to be GVSU now. They got a target on their back.
Yeah. All right. Well, lobby is good to go. So let's get to predictions. Mockfish, where do you see this going?
So you're just going to let Nick copy of me again? Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. But what I'm not fine is with Warwick being in the main event. So I want to change that as quickly as possible. Give me Mackenzie in 4, because I think Warwick, they do have that methodical playstyle, but I think the speed of Mackenzie and the speed of overall the way that Mackenzie want to play is just going to overwhelm them. But yeah, Mackenzie.
Germans are such UK haters, man. Crazy. Botable.
I've got a reputation to defend here, okay?
Yeah, I get it. Botable.
There's a lot of Germans in South America as well, so it makes sense. But even then, talking about this specific matchup, I might be caught for cheating in the predictions here a little bit, so I got to change my notes a little bit just to make it, not as obvious. So I'm gonna go 3-0 on this one, but I'm also going with Mackenzie, so that way, there's a little plausible deniability.
All right, Tylacto.
Just put Warwick on the board, because there are not many logical reasons why you can predict them to win this matchup. But realistically, in terms of raw quality, I would give them the slight edge. And they have vintage Warwick now. Not so much vintage as in, OG Walden days, but this is the Zouch era, the one that we don't talk about because it wasn't very good. But now that he's here to rewrite history. And what a way to do it, by beating Mackenzie, university institution in Brazil from near Sao Paulo, if I'm not mistaken. If there's anything the Zouch is going to randomly show up with Durham Cathedral powers for, it's this. They are going to have to try and play fast, though. But I think they can do it in 5.
Yeah, listen, I don't believe in the idea of fraud energy, so I'm going for Warwick, actually. Because, 1, Beefork is my boy. 2, there's no other reason. 3, I think that if they're fighting with a new roster right now and they are going from ping to ping and they're nah, okay, we are out, but let's just have fun and like ball out. That kind of pressure off your shoulders, I think, does wonders. So I'm going to go with the fraud watch. I'm going
So this
with
is the
Warwick.
correct side of the panel right here, and then
Yeah.
that's the wrong side of the
Yeah.
panel.
Well,
Gotcha.
listen. Everyone's allowed wrong opinions, Vod. You seem to have a lot of them. So,
I mean, that's usually your job.
yeah, well, with that being said, our lobby is good to go. It will be our first elimination match between two teams from two wildly different regions. So, casters, please take it away.
Now, Tylacto, I know you said Warwick. That's a welcome choice, home field advantage. But are you at all familiar, with Europe's history in South America?
Yes, unfortunately. I can speak to a great footballing or soccer for North American viewers side of things, which, Brazil may be decked out in a history of silverware, but think about all the winning that England has done as a football
Throughout the ages.
nation. And Warwick is about to bring that to sovereign heights in Game 1 and remind Mackenzie whose turf it is. In this elimination series, the stakes couldn't be any higher, and I am just so happy I do get to see Warwick, and frankly, ultimately for me, against a team I have never seen before, because we've never seen Brazilian universities represented, but here we are. It's beautiful.
That is part of the beauty, you put it wonderfully, of the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. Kickoff underway, and it will favor ever so slightly Warwick. They do get a corner boost steal, even if they don't necessarily get possession, as it is a scrum for the ball as it passes the midfield line. Just nobody comes up with it. Everyone has to adjust for just a second to kick things off.
All strategy, all intended by Warwick, who will of course be looking to acclimatise even since the test lobbies. Ouch. Running the ball up the left-hand side and asking a simple question, like rightly said, about looking to try and get the corner boost steal, and prevention is better than having to react when it comes to playing against this South American university. And if they can keep the boost supplies of them low, they can preempt them problems before they even start to occur. I mean, look at Warwick. They're already driving deep into the red. As I say that, I will now be quiet.
You mentioned the Zouch era, as this one will be turned aside by him. Can you tell me, someone who's a little less familiar with the European side of things, as that's a floater towards net and straight into the net? Now's a good time to go.
Now is a good time for us to talk about the Zouch era. So Zouch, formerly a student of Durham University, a lot further north in England than Warwick, was a standout player for Durham, a team who had a knack of somehow making it to top-level European events all the way back to the likes of late 2018, even though they probably shouldn't have, due to some fantastic performances, really. And Warwick, a team with very mixed but realistically rich European University Rocket League history, peaking and culminating really in that 2021 last chance qualifier run towards the first ever CRL World Championship, where they were just 2 series away, and one of the most entertaining series we've ever seen against Rotterdam. Zouch wasn't a part of that, but equally, the next year, Zouch did move to Warwick, and the excitement was incredible because of because of the nearly 2 own goal scoring abilities that he brings to the field. As you can see, the excitement was palpable because of the performances he brought to Durham. So a lot of eyes were on Warwick, of course, given they were so close to the World Championship just months before when they rolled up to the 2022-23 academic year. This is long-winded, I know, but it's important context.
It is.
But we don't talk about that year because Warwick did not perform very well with Zouch. And it was just really sad. Like, it was actually really sad.
Disappointing.
It did get better towards the end. Like, over time it got better, but they never truly, I think most people would say, lived up to the potential. And the reality is they're trying to change that story, but they're 2-0 down to Alvarez, just casually intercepting them and topping it in the top corner.
Yeah, and I'm curious what Treefork's plan there was. Like, the chip off the sidewall, I get it, you want to have it roll up, start an air dribble, but, like, you flipped into it, man. I don't know if you were ever going to be able to get that. Unfortunately, just unforced error, turnover, straight into the net. brutal way to meet halftime if you're Warwick. 2, maybe 3
It's crossbar,
here.
it's fine.
Oh, no, you wish, Dilacto. Not this time. Alvarez for 3.
It's okay. And of course, we really do need to acclimatise, and Mackenzie perfectly happy. There'll be no server switches in this series, all on US East, when he capitalises on the open net and open field in the centre circle there. And that's half-time indeed, but Natal with the ball off kickoff. Zouch has to respond, but does so. And where do the changes have to happen? Because there's no problem getting the ball into the final third for Warwick, but in terms of actually creating, projecting themselves in that regard, they're looking to do so here, but it hasn't been as prolific, and that contact or lack thereof is a good exhibition of why.
Yeah, the man out of the midfield is the big X factor for Warwick right now. If they've gotten the challenges, they can at least keep it in, but man, that finish button completely absent so far. I wouldn't even necessarily say the setup has technically been, what they necessarily want, but it's what they've got. Now you've got a 2-on-1 here. Good float into the middle, and it will be just enough. Zouch is able to squeeze it into the right side.
Beautiful. Truly, I mean, to be fair, this pass from Treefolk always going to catch a defender out unless they are right back at the back post. And Zouch able to tuck it in there at the corner. I mean, you look at the chat, Finchy already commenting that the Warwick disaster class has started. That's a man who's also seen a lot of Warwick, such as myself. But this is a little promising. But honestly, less about Warwick. I'm really impressed with what I see out of Mackenzie, because the one word that comes to me is conviction when I'm watching them.
Consistency, I'm with you there. They definitely don't shy away. They'll take an aggressive stance. They're saying, hey, we're going to come at you. We're going to make you fight for possession, which honestly, not a bad strat, as that one's smacked down. Matazera just misses finding that pass off the back wall. Alvarez looking for a little help. Gets it a little heavy. Nice stall from the Tau. Is it enough to keep possession? There's help from Matazera. Flip reset down into the box. Zouch maybe a little bit surprised by not immediately being 50'd, and we're kind of scrambling to get reset here on defense.
Infield, just about intercepted by Sushi. Needs to warm up despite being a cold meat. There is Matzera away to the side. It's well followed up on as well until Sushi collects it in the midfield. He'll bounce off the curb. He beats 2 players. Net could be open for the response. Zouch is there, but the post denied.
Not sure if he would have had it anyway. There was a defender, but still, it feels bad knowing that you didn't even give yourself a chance. You're beaten by Old Ironsides feels worse than a save. As now Alvarez just trying to waste the final few seconds off the clock. Matzera just keeping it in. This Warwick half, as there's a deep Natal saying, nope, nothing cheeky at the end. Slap you down to the floor and we can move on to game 2.
I'm excited though. We got ourselves a series on our hands. I mean, you got to remember that this score sheet did open with a Zouch own goal, and that was certainly a tone that was always going to be tough to recover. But Mackenzie take first blood, and they're good money for it as well, out shooting their Warwick opposition, who did unfortunately. I'd say it felt like they got more than 2 shots on the board, but I'm not sure if I'm correct.
They should have had more than 2 shots on the board.
Yeah.
They missed on a few of their approaches, and they didn't get the chance to register the actual shot. So they definitely, I think, had functionally like 4 or 5. But they just didn't quite make the best approach on the ball. So moving into game 2, the nice thing is that's a fairly easy fix to make. Hit the ball,
I mean, they got to be careful, of course, in terms of the volume of shots that Mackenzie did register. They've been one of the most prolific and
10?
clinical. Yeah.
9? Something like that?
It was 9. You're actually spot on. Yeah. In terms of shots they have registered, I mean, they're shooting 5th most clinical of the teams thus far today. And that's not half going, especially considering they got swept and have just come off a Game 5 loss against Davenport. So that's the prevention measure we want to see put in for Warwick. But Mackenzie, who could certainly look to run away with things, certainly if they don't need Warwick to generate their own goals for them, and they could look to pull away as we head down to Manfield Night for Game 2 of this best of 5 in the elimination round 3.
And we really just want, I want a slight shift. I want second man to be playing the pass. I don't want, for Warwick, I want second man to be waiting in the middle and pressuring, the people in the net indirectly. I want that third man to be the guy defending midfield line. I don't want them to go for this second man supporting and have third man waiting for the deep crosser. I don't think that's the way to go if you want Warwick. I think you want the timing more than you want the position if they want to get anywhere on the attack here.
Very absent midfield from Warwick, who looked to recover the ball. Zouch up from the backboard, and he's passed the ball. There it's open, but recovered by Sushi. Mackenzie expecting the whiff. Not at all either, so a little slow to pounce.
I'm trying to figure out, does the guy in net just have no boost? I'm trying to figure out why Warwick is playing so fast. Like, no one is, like, actually up and pressuring them, and they're, like, jumping. They're just like, oh, I have to get up. It's
I feel like they might have just been preconditioned so much to expect a Mackenzie challenge, and you can't play to react at 100 ping, I guess.
And that just means that nobody's looking. Nobody has their eyes where they should be if that's what's happening. You should be able to tell your teammate, hey, no one's there. You have time, right? Even on 100 ping, because literally no one is there.
It's okay. Seeing shadows, and they're potentially chasing them. That's a great save by Sushi, who was under duress, who will get an assist as well, as it's down the other end, as Treefork gives the Brits their first lead of the series.
Oh, and Matt Zera, he really just did not expect that one to get scooped up. I think that's a little bit of that 100 ping ping, and he's cutting in close, expecting him to try and trap that ball, bring it down on a ground dribble. It just pops straight up, and on 100 ping, even if you don't hit it necessarily super hard, for how close he was, it's going to be pretty hard to react.
Certainly. But I don't know if you're in Sushi's perspective there. Like, does the ball rubber band at all? I mean, I want to commend him for what was an amazing assist.
Oh, no, I'm talking Matt
save.
Zera, the defender in midfield, who it just popped over his head, and he goes, oh, well, can't get there now.
I think we've all been there. It's really the link-up play by Warwick and Matsere. Well, he's just going to take a holiday to the mid-boost. He's chilling. Alvarez, backflip challenge. Natal with Matsere, with Treefork is there. This is, by no exaggeration, a bit of a catastrophe.
Yeah, defense just collapsing. Vital getting pushed away. Matsere hitting the post and getting stuck on the wall, just flipping. Even if he's in position and has enough boost to make something happen, beat himself on defense, really. And Mackenzie, bit of a collapse here at the start of game 2. Bright side, though, you got 3 minutes. Ooh, and you're going to get one back immediately. You love that. That's perfect.
That's brute force strategy. Alvarez, strong kickoff. Sushi.
What a 50.
Just mean.
Just stuffed him. Like, you want to talk about how to get the center of mass of your car right behind the middle of the ball. You don't need boost to win challenges, people. You need angles and timing. Matt Zera with a clinic there.
That's the thing. All about technique. We've also got breaking news. If you are grey-beard, cover your eyes. Stellenbosch of SSA are out of the tournament. I'm not entirely sure. I'm quite confident they might not have taken a single game. Well, they're certainly SSA at least.
I'll let you talk to Greybeard about that. I'm not going to say a word.
They did lose every game. We've just had confirmation. Thanks. The backboard, no lack of a double, but saved by
free ball. Oh!
I mean, it's fine. They don't need to hit it. The ball's not going anywhere. It has been hit back into the corner. It's scrolling around. Alvarez there for the challenges. Pinches a little scarily mid. Zouch very happy not to see anyone there and wasn't jumping. No shadow watching or fearing. Warwick have improved in that regard, at least in the last couple minutes.
Yes, now they're actually where they should be and now they're taking the time and they're gonna score. Matt Zera doesn't believe it. He says, nah, you're not gonna turn here. I'm already here.
Fake challenge in front of your own goal to. Oh, well, I don't think it was. I couldn't challenge. I think it's probably what it was. Started to turn around, and Zouch will click and collect to double the advantage for Warwick. But we still got 2 minutes on the clock, and we've already had some twists and turns this series. I expect more.
Ooh. Maybe one more here. Zouch with a chance. And Matt Zera, what a save. Great read on where that shot was headed. Down to, though, minute 40. Not the best position, not the worst for Mackenzie. It all starts with possession here. Slow floater high, not a bad idea, but picked apart by Warwick as Natal can't find a lane out either. A little bit dicey now for Mackenzie. You've wasted 20 seconds. You haven't got out of your own half. Now you're spending all your boost to do it. Doesn't feel very good.
No. It's not ideal, but Sushi is getting the confidence. Sometimes you see teams clam up a little bit and they're not feeling that confidence, and the third man sort of waits just to be safe for the players. Somewhat un-Warwick-like to see Sushi up as third man, challenging past the halfway line, but I think it's really a good sign of how they've grown into this series. But how do Mackenzie react as it's Natao out to the right-hand side? And Alvarez will again poke and prod and hope for a poor clearance, which is certainly granted because Matzera hammers down.
I saw Matzera jump for this, and I was like, boy, you're going to have to hit this one with some authority if you want to score it. There's a bunch of people in the net, and boy, did he talk about picking a spot. I know it's dead red right in the middle, but no one's actually thinking he's going to be able to get that hard of a touch. And again, that 100 ping, man, for distance, it can catch you off guard pretty quick.
He knows the technique. Point at target, other hand in pocket, pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Straight down the middle, it was on target.
Ooh, free ball for Matt. Oh, maybe not. Here comes Sushi. Hello, what a pinch. Great aggression there from Warwick just to prevent uncontested possession for Mackenzie at the end of the game. Unfortunately, Natao just missing that pass with Alvarez. A decent ball into the middle. It's going to be wide, just a hair. Zouch will collect the boost and try and waste as much time as he can, as that's a massive 50. Matzera, you've got a little bit of work to do with 10 seconds. He needs a little help from Natao down in front. No dice as that one's just bouncing. What? What? Hit the ball, Warwick! What?
Warwick, do not compute. Zouch does hit the ball, but it's a pass in actual effect. Matzera, right time to be cruising on through, and Treefort can't claw it out of the far post. It's 3 seconds on the clock. The score do be 3-3. Well, Treefort's got it off kickoff. We could have another twist because he's taking the ball up towards Alvarez, who can't get the ball away to the side. So Matzera is up as he does get the ball laterally as Sushi.
Okay.
Surely not. Alvarez gets the read, an all-important one. Nobody shall be there. It shall be overtime, and Warwick cannot afford to lose this, surely.
Oh, it's over if you're Warwick and you lose this. Oh, the mental is for sure chalked if you lose this. Definitely not the overtime you were expecting to play, but it's not done yet. You got to go out there and give it a good go. Sushi with a solid 50. Treefort just applying a little bit of pressure, not letting him come in for free. Two people very nearly
I'm clenching.
Avoiding each other. Excuse me, pardon me, after you, I insist.
Indeed. Oh, it's a little bit of a whiff from Treefort, who I think expected a contact out of Alvarez in fairness. As Ouch is up on the backboard. Will find Sushi. Natao trying to get a touch in between, but it's well followed through by Treefort, who's going to force Alvarez into action, and plenty of resources used as he bundles the ball down into the corner, but will get a very unexpected second touch for all those initially on looking. So Zouch finds himself in space to find Sushi. Link up there from Warwick, but I expect the answer will surely be there, and it is from Natao not soon enough.
In an awkward spot here as well for the Warwick defense. Sushi just going to break it up. Will take all of his boost to do it, though, and actually not a whole lot of boost for Mackenzie. They just get stocked up. They had to give away a lot of possession, but that's a deep pass across the middle and almost able to catch Matzera running down the side as Mackenzie will play for possession, take it all the way back to their corner. As you know, I'm a big fan of that play. I love possession.
Oh, well, that makes two of us. I'm not sure that Mackenzie agree. They've just got full power on the challenges every time. And Zouch, yeah, a little calm. 50 for the possession. 2 players committed. Treefort can rotate through. Gets possession again in the corner. Looks to find Zouch, who will commit, will shoot, will score. It's Sushi, in fact, with the winner and to tie up the series.
Never a doubt. We didn't need that clear at 0 seconds. We were fine all the way.
Yeah.
We were coming back in OT. That is a really quality pass, though, from Treefort out to Sushi. Decent chunk of power off the back wall, limited boost, ball's moving slow. It's never easy to get that one out to a shootable spot. So good technique, solid approach from Sushi. Way to put it away. So Warwick tie things up in a unconventional required way, I suppose. I honestly, I'm not kidding. I thought they straight whiffed the ball when they gave up that goal. Like, the ball just didn't move. And I mean, dude.
A whiff might have been better, in fairness. I'm looking at the fact that poor Matzera has put up 800 points and a hat-trick, and it's not enough to get Mackenzie to match point. Instead, Warwick's first game taken of the entire main event. And while we started talking about nice possession play, They did it and immediately carved a chance that was well executed, well earned, and that is the Warwick way. It is nice, tidy. I wouldn't even say textbook Rocket League at this point, because the textbook would suggest that most people do it. Now they just screech around the pitch as fast as they can. But it is nice to see, as particularly on the challenge of doing it with their average ping being around 90 there, you can see. That's not easy.
No, it really isn't. I just played a South American tournament, Copa Mulatos, and that was like my first experience of playing like a tournament environment on like 150 plus.
Oh no.
Let me tell you, yeah, you think you can lock down the near post. You cannot lock down the near post.
No.
Not a chance.
You think you can trust where the ball is on your screen?
Nope.
There's an asterisk on that thing. It's flying around the pitch with it. Now, there we have it. Name tags visible in the first 10 seconds as the rebound from Zouch is challenged, and can Warwick build off that close/near-death experience? Apparently they can. What's happened?
It's a very awkward ball here for the defenders, first off. Straight up, advantage position the attacker. They know they just have to go towards net, and Alvarez coming back out of the midfield. Never going to be an easy save. Requires definitely fewer than 120 ping to make the correct touch, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, had the flip in the bank, but it was always going to be difficult to time it, and just snatched at it a little bit. As Treefork starting to get comfortable with the ground pinch, but isn't allowed the second touch. Unexpected whip on the wall. Sushi caught out, and it's all improvised, but he will work it out with a double here in the corner. That could be dangerous in front of the net, and Treefork could get another.
Man, Warwick is kind of on cruise control a little bit right now. That's what, 3 running, I believe?
That's correct.
Well, counting the... Oh, yeah, they got the overtime. That is 3 running. So, yeah, we're good. But, man, where these touches that were completely absent in Game 1. Now they're saying, yeah, okay, we've got the measure of Mackenzie now. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually... The Brits kind of confidently outscoring in the series right now, particularly if you count Zouch's own goal at the other end. But here's Alvarez, who will look to score standard. Is intercepted by Zouch. It's a confident interception as first man. A Sushi off the corner ball. Treefork will commit. It's in off the post. It's 3 inside a minute.
Free approach here, Madzera. No real better options. Was hoping to get that one back to Netau, but he was just coming from too far away. And Treefork, I mean, that's a heck of a shot. Opposite side of the ball. Alvarez expecting power to the opposite post. Gets it put over his back shoulder into the near side. Tough save to make. Great shot.
How far would this Warwick have got? Ignore the fact they just missed a kickoff and got away with it thanks to their post twice. How far would this Warwick have got in the 2021-2022 CRL World Championship? Considering that no EU teams won any series, technically, somehow we do not talk about Kiel.
It's like, I don't know if you really want me to answer that.
Talk about anything else other than Kiel in the CRL World Championship 2021-22. And imagine Warwick there. Would they have thrown against Oakwood like Berlin did? I don't think so, playing like this.
Well, maybe with a couple years of experience from 2021, yeah, it's probably possible. They probably would have won, you're right.
What we're saying is that Warwick would have made playoffs and a deep run, playing exactly like they have in the first 2 minutes of this game. But alas, they didn't. So moving on, the beautiful play that somehow hasn't found it has. The back of the British net, Netau with the tidy up.
I want to say it has to come through here, right? I mean, it just keeps pinballing around the net. Surely we're not going to get this cleared away. And the only thing Mackenzie's happy is that Netau didn't run smack into Madzera on the way out and just completely ruin that chance.
I think we'd have had to have had an investigation into potential force field usage if Warwick didn't concede there, because this is already getting pretty wild. They'll take the 2-goal advantage at this point regardless, but what advantage, what momentum can Mackenzie generate off that? Because they're having trouble finding their corners on defense, I feel. That recent exchange, more of an exception, as Warwick doing a far better job of killing the sting of attacks by gathering re-control of the ball. They got time to try and pick a spot, but Sushi not flexible enough.
Yeah, we got to take a little more time with it. I like Matsera trying to slow it down here. I think he should have just taken that one all the way down, just force the 50 at the middle. You want to see Mackenzie slow down through the midfield line now.
Yes.
Because really what they're doing, Warwick has definitely figured it out. They're like, okay, now we know where our eyes need to be and we know where that touch is headed. Now there's not enough misdirection.
A sentence that just 15 minutes ago wouldn't have made a ton of sense, but Warwick actually knowing where their eyes need to be does make perfect sense. And I completely get what you mean with the way Mackenzie are playing, and now playing into their, I was going to say hands, but eyes now, in fact. It's Natal with the double. It's there, but back into the corner it goes again. It's Alvarez clearing long.
We can't punt that,
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
to force Warwick to come take the ball off us. You know, we have to. If you're Mackenzie, you want them to pull themselves out of position, or at least open up the field themselves. You don't want to just let them react this way. So that's why the pace of play is the valuable thing here for Mackenzie.
Warwick are playing their game. Mackenzie aren't throwing them out of it. This much suits more lax, more of a tandem, relaxed stance on the attack. That changed just a little bit as Alvarez pops it up. Zouch now with two committing. It's intercepted by Matsera. Treefork has to make the touch, and make the touch he does. Is it enough? Somehow Matsera not able to get over the ball, and likewise the rebound. And I don't want to say it's good Warwick defense because it's really not, but it's never mind, it's not even effective. Matsera's there and they're back within one.
Yeah, Matsera's first one, he couldn't score because he only had like 20 or 30 and he wasn't sure if the defender was going to jump, so he made a guess. But give him another 100 canister of boost and let him drill this one left side. There we go, right back in it. 56 seconds, down one. Mackenzie with life.
Yeah, the refund policy on their conviction coming good as Mackenzie look to try and drive forward, though they have to do so from the back on this occasion as Treefork with a nice squeeze around. That corner boost will be for the Brazilians, and it's for Natal, who doesn't also lose possession of the ball either. It's Matsera who has to get the block and does. Is there a demo on the last man's out for the respawn? He's 1v3, but he makes the challenge. It's wide of the marker. The time is bought there for Treefork to get back. An all-important hold from the man, the myth, the Zouch.
Oh, but they're not done either. Matsera digging one out into the middle.
He's
and
there
Zouch,
again.
Huge to make a stop there. 20 seconds. Yeah, just dribble this one. Make him come take it off you. Take as much time as you can.
Sealing down. Straight direct clearance. It's one up for Warwick and Treefork to the corner. It won't even need to be met by Zouch because Treefork's there again. Matsera, though, likewise, as Sushi wins the race near the top of the backboard, and Warwick needing to hold in the dying seconds of game 3. They failed just last time out. But here they are. Matsera coming forward with a double touch. Can he recover and keep the ball up? It's off the backboard. The shot is there, but it is blocked again by Sushi. And you know what? Maybe the Warwick defense isn't half bad. It holds to put them on series point.
You do got to give credit to that last save. I know it gets a little dicey seeing Mackenzie push up the field and thinking, yep, they're going to get something at 0 seconds. So to stay composed on that goal line, because he was lining that shot up to go back post. And, you know, most people in that situation at 0 seconds, they're so focused on, okay, I just have to get it on target. The closest, most direct line is right into the near side, and he even waited to let that ball travel. So to stick that one out on the goal line and say, yeah, no, it's fine. We're still good. It's great composure on the line.
This is where the experience sort of, you know, how much can it come into play? Mackenzie, completely fresh water, just their third ever main event series of International Collegiate Rocket League. Warwick, you know what? They may not have had a ton. Okay, let's be real. Their trophy cabinet is empty and dusty, but man, is it full of experience. If we could give experience trophies, they'd need to be hiring storage space, and that stuff ain't expensive. I don't know about you guys in the UK, you might as well rent. Actually, no, rent is impossibly expensive as well, so they'd just be screwed. But thankfully for Warwick, they haven't done a lot of winning, but they might do it here. They're just one game away.
I love the pessimistic Britishness of which you talk about your region. It is so delightful to me.
Accurate is what I aim to stay, and frankly, that was too accurate. So here's Zouch again.
Is it coming home? Is it coming home here in Game 4?
Is it coming home in Game 4? Well, if this elimination series, Treefork He's there inside the first minute again. It's a Warwick first minute masterclass, and Mackenzie can't deal with the pace.
Oh, what a touch from Treefork. It's just a little tester question, you know? It's a soft shot on target, but it's from an unconventional angle. Maybe you catch him leaning, you get a little help from your teammate to add that extra bit of pressure, and then they put it in their own net. You love it.
It is a lot less sus than Zouch's own goal in game one. That was a forced mistake. And there's nothing wrong with that, as Sushi with another all-important save at the top of the box. And into his collection of that, Natal can look to try and slow play it past Zouch. Does manage to get the ball to spring out to Alvarez, who takes it high, looking to burn the resources and drop it down for a beautiful finish.
Man, you're thinking there's no way Alvarez can get through everything on the line until you realize Sushi's on 0. He's got to go up the wall. Zouch crowding him, trying to close the gap with his 12 boost. And then Treefork's like, guys, one of you has to hit the ball. I'm not back yet. Nobody does.
That is a surgical finish from Mackenzie to tie the game a lot sooner than they never truly managed in the previous exchange on Neo Tokyo. And that's going to be the difference here in Game 4 on Utopia, as Warwick going to need to be forced to find that higher gear as they take the ball high altitudes-wise, but Natal is there with the answer. Can't quite find Matzera, though.
A deep clear from Sushi. Here's the real test. Ooh, yeah, straight back into him. That's why Warwick doesn't have a problem booming the ball. Mackenzie struggling to find a way to kill the ball's momentum when Warwick bombs it upfield. It's making it very difficult for Mackenzie to keep possession.
Can they make sure they spring out from the defense, though, when they do get that ball clear? Back on Neo Tokyo, 6 more big mid boosts taken by Warwick. That's not just 600 boost for them. It's 600 boost not for their Brazilian opponents here at Mackenzie. And that's going to make a huge difference always. As you can see again, Warwick perched up at the midline, not wanting to let them out of the red side of the field. And they're literally bay parked across the defensive clear. It could have gone over both of them with just a bit of height, but now it's all chaotic. And the open net rebound.
What?
But it's something. Oh, it's off the post again. I can't compute what I just saw.
How is that not in the net? You broke them all down, smashed the Mackenzie defense to pieces, pulled them all out of position, had a gaping open net to shoot at, and then we just miss.
We didn't have the best angle of it, but I am struggling to justify how it could be a normal miss. But here we are in half-time, all tied up. Mackenzie will definitely take that after that previous event. So here's Alvarez to the corner.
Hey, at least they're still on the attack. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we would like to see if you're a Warwick fan, of course. It has not been a fun few minutes if you're a Mackenzie fan, that's for sure. It's been a brutal few minutes. And that's actually... Oh, I thought that was a good idea to back pass, but clearly Matzera did not see it coming. He's waiting in net with 0.
He was debating whether he does the back pass or not, but he couldn't see Matzera because he was behind the ball. So it's like, do I accidentally block his clearance? I actually don't know. Zouch on the side was perfectly informed and able to sweep in and cause some more disturbance on the back end for Mackenzie, who have broken out now, but that shot pass lacking a bit of oomph to say the least. So it's Natal needed to keep up the offensive press, which quickly distills in order for Matzera to be demoed. And Warwick, can they wrestle anything of a clasp onto the possession? Because Sushi will get 2 touches, but Zouch is getting back boost as it ball spills in his direction, so Treefork has to come across. A little bit of a scare for Warwick there. They could have found themselves defending a shot on target in transition. And likewise now, Natal up. Surely can't reach that with the boost. Can cause chaos though, and it's going to trickle in. A P-roller. How? I don't really know, but it has.
Yeah, Zouch trying to start a dribble there, and Sushi just with 0 boost. I think he thought, one of his teammates was going to make contact, and he was just headed forward, ready for that ball to go off the backboard. And I mean, everybody on Warwick just came up empty with a touch, and Mackenzie gets a lead.
I'm sweating. This is a scary rebound, but what a save out of Zouch. But what will it matter for? Warwick heading for the final minute with a deficit. Mackenzie looking to take us to Champions Field. Need I remind you, they did lose on Champions Field in their previous series to Davenport, and I will point out that they did lose 8-0 on Champions Field. So they are definitely looking for redemption, but they'll have to hold on here to get a chance at it, because Matzera is required on the backboard, and I imagine another clearance maybe needed to help out, and it is. Zouch puts it back in the mixer, and Sushi's there with the demo and will get the mid boost to turn on it. But can he win the foot race? He cannot. Up the wall. Mackenzie doing a good job of playing that ball over boost, and they might even get the reward here if they can get the ball central, because Treefort is up awkward, but he does place the touch well.
Zouch playing for the bumps there. Sushi will not go for the bumps. Surprising considering the situation, but it's going to pinball off the crossbar and out. Sushi, now you got to buy a lot of time, and he does not buy any. Gets over his head, and there comes the bump on Treefort. He is forced to just lift that one away. Precious seconds tick off the clock.
Mackenzie. 5 seconds left. They might even put it away here, but understandably 2 players back in their own half, and the pinch is not acquired by Zouch, so Treefort's going to have to try and force it all the way with a high floater, but Alvarez is there looking to get over the ball. He does just that. The rebound cannot be kept up, and we will have Game 5 here in the World Championship.
Talk about the OT that probably should have been. I mean, I hate to say it, Tylacto, but that was a really solid game from Warwick. And then they just like took all of that decent, solid gameplay, threw it in the trash, took the trash out to the curb, and walked back inside.
At least they put it in the recycling. I mean, I feel like it went to a good cause. We've got to Game 5.
But they don't want Game 5.
I think they have plenty. I bet there's a recycling society at Warwick. I've not been there,
we have
but
Swiss stage at home, and it's like, no, I don't want to be here.
They want the content. They're here for Champions Field. There were no awry, disgraceful, lacking explanation misses in that game that I can recall. I've etched them out of my memory. So we are here. Mackenzie with a chance to do anything other than lose 8-0 on Champions Field, and they're doing it coming in with momentum. This is going to be incredible. I don't know if my body is ready for what we're about to see in the next 5+ minutes.
It is a lot of tension. I mean, Warwick obviously has to be aware of the fact that they've squandered a few of their chances for sure. And Mackenzie knows that, okay, they've definitely got something that works for them, because there's no guarantee we get to play a lot of offense. So Game 5 really could be a coin flip. It could be the slowest game of their series, or it could be the most breakneck, hold on for dear life type of thing. Only the players will tell you.
And we really could say that this is the one that could put the players on the flight home if we were in a hypothetical land scenario in like Nuke Greenland, wherever the most central place we can find. I guess that would probably be in Africa, but I'm thinking about between NA and EU servers, where the majority of our teams, of course, hail from. But here we are with Warwick not at the moment looking like scoring inside the first minute, and that's a little bit of a concern, because that's how their best game started. But here we are regardless. Elimination game, no longer just a series. Comes down to this, and Warwick is trying to regain that confidence.
And they're doing a good job here, forcing pace of play to be at what they want it to be. They see they have time, they are taking it. That is the right way. Great back pass to Sushi. Here's an open chance. Can he find it? Flip reset to himself, and that's 2 defenders up in his face. No! Treefort doesn't hit it hard. Wheeling back around. Pinball off the post. Kicked outside, and Warwick, you thought for sure that was it. Now you can't get rattled. Keep the same approach. You have the right idea, and Matt Zera's going to drive the nail into the top left corner.
That's how you do it, with extra sauce. As a beautiful top corner finish. Incredible from Matt Zera and Brazil. Sao Paulo, Mackenzie, Presbyterian University. It's the first time I've ever said Presbyterian. But here we are. They're up 1-0 after Warwick's offensive ended with a wet flannel of a shot, and ultimately a lot of regret as it stands.
Well, I don't know. I actually feel like Mackenzie defended that pretty well. The flip reset pass to himself off the backboard was a really good idea. And it took 2 people to save it, and Matt Zera says, I'm not done. I don't care about his touch off the backboard. Look at mine.
This is ridiculous. Matt Zera has just got the entire Warwick defense in an arm lock right now. And here they are. He is basically single-handedly put Mackenzie 2 to the good, looking to eliminate the British, the EU university, even if technically not in the EU. That's a complicated question that thankfully doesn't apply to University Rocket League. Is Matt Zera going to get a hat trick? Well, At this rate,
Maybe.
probably yes, but you know what? As long as Warwick somehow get 3 goals and force an overtime, I don't mind.
Don't change anything if you're Warwick here. I know he's scored 2 awesome individual effort goals from Madzera, but that's okay. If they're going to beat you on individual effort, that's fine. The important thing is that you don't give the game to them right here. I still want to see Warwick stay committed, say, hey, slow the pace of play down. It got us into some great spots. There's no need to advance. We still have 2.5 minutes to play. We have a long time to go.
It's completely under control as Treefort with a shot looks to blaze in the bottom corner, but Alvarez having it covered off nonetheless as Sushi looks to try and force an issue at the front post. It's not fully committed upon by Warwick. They're looking to try and poke and prod a mistake out of Mackenzie, but it's not forthcoming, and Treefort has to make a great interception to keep the offensive going, but the likewise challenges coming out of the Brazilian defense. Zouch looking for the drop down, won't quite find the contact he's looking for. The shot will be there, and it will be sufficient.
That is sufficient is the right word. If you're going to make everyone stare at you because it looks like you might hit that ball, there's a pretty good chance that the guy coming out of the midfield has nobody looking at him. And Sushi takes advantage of it, shoots towards the open part of the net. Advantage of position goes to the offense. They'll convert one, and a lot of time to find an equalizer now.
I can guarantee there will be chances for Mackenzie to potentially still put this away. They've just had 4 shots already, but it's pretty on course for the Warwick, who have been giving up 9 shots a game this series. But Treefort, he only needs that one. It's careless touch in the corner, and suddenly it's 2-2.
Love this dribble from Treefort. You have no boost, so you say, hey, let's put maximum pressure on him. Now, if Natal takes this touch out to the corner, don't leave. You have 0 boost. Stay on the ball. You have nothing to lose by forcing them to make a good play, and he gets rewarded for it. Love that.
There's a real ranked moment goal to concede, I'm afraid, but that's the
It's
sort
a
of
good
pressure.
one.
That's the sort of thing that this pressure brings out. It's the mistakes, and we're seeing them. Am I a prophet? I predicted Warwick to win in 5. It's got to that point where I was just happy to see an entertaining series, but now I care about being right, as the double is actually incredibly intercepted by Sushi on this occasion, but Matsera still in the hunt for that hat-trick. Will find an amazing assist, and Alvarez tucks it home.
Threading the needle here with both the pass and the shot. Nice pinch to get over 2 defenders, and Sushi, I gotta give him credit. He was on that. Like, he was there, but man, there's only so much you can do. Another nasty shot with beautiful placement to the top right corner.
Now that was artwork from Mackenzie, one of the best goals of the series, certainly from a team perspective. It's bundled around the side as a very, very hospital-looking pass towards Treefort. He will get an important touch on it. Sushi with the pre-flip that looks like a belly flop touch is sufficient to keep the pressure going. Zouch is here hoping for a lot more boost than he has, but it is well defended despite any potential fake attempt. It's Sushi with the drop across the pass. It's 3-3.
Huge press again from Warwick. Again, they just need to find some type of touch that's totally undefended. This time it's the backboard. Matsera driving back from the midfield line, finally gets his bearings in the net, but it's too late. The attack has arrived. We're tied at 3 again.
Matsera, Natal, neutral. Kickoff exchanges.
Ooh, not good.
Treefort going to be on the wrong side of that double, but will buy time for Warwick to transition back for a face-forward challenge that will have 2 Brazilian attackers committed to it from Mackenzie. Treefort is there from the side wall, though. He's going to look to try and fish out a teammate in Zouch, but not finding him. The bait not quite laying correctly, and now it's a 3-man flurry into the corner from Mackenzie, and not really got the contacts they were looking for, and they could be caught in transition because Sushi is up. Sushi is attempting the impossible, but the
and it's broken through in the midfield line. Sushi, now you got to do some extra work on defense. Yeah, collect your 100 real quick. Say, hang on, let's settle down. Pass across. There's Alvarez. Oh no! 5 seconds, and Warwick gives up the box in the middle of the pitch.
The pass from Matsera, and Alvarez in like a piston, firing to potentially put Warwick out of the tournament with 5 seconds for a miracle. Here comes kickoff. It's a fake to the back corner, but Matsera, he's on it like a car bonnet, and Sushi doesn't have the time to wrestle this out. The ball is up. There is a hope, but a double commit, and the ball could be down. Down it is. Mackenzie stay alive, as does Sam in the World Championship.
Hey, you can't say Mackenzie didn't earn it. They absolutely did here. I mean, some brilliant shooting to get the job done between Mazzera and Alvarez. The town puts up 64 score. And they still win the game.
Concise.
I guess Ouch has 88,
Concise.
so it all worked out.
This is just incredible stuff. He just open AI'd his dissertation, and what a masterpiece of a series it truly was between Mackenzie and Warwick. I can't even be mad. I mean, the Brit in me is a little sad, but realistically, Warwick have got to be happy with a historic and entertaining series because Sam is still alive.
And they deserve to be, honestly. I got to give credit to Mackenzie. That was a hard-fought win, and it took some good execution to make sure you got the job done. And ultimately, that's what the entire series came down to. Execution. You saw Warwick multiple chances out in front of the net. You just gotta put it in.
Stop putting me back through it. I don't want to remember. We're
I'm
here.
sorry.
The lights have gone down on Warwick here at this World Championship, but they made it. They were a part of it, and the part for Mackenzie will continue. They advance to round 4 as we do. I don't even know what our next series is going to be because we've still got scores coming in from around the ground. So stay tuned to the bracket and stay tuned to the stream because we will be right back after this.
Loving you, no. I have been too scared to letting go. I don't want to lose it all, no. See it
Welcome back, everybody, to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship. While we're cooking more of Swiss for you, I'm joined here with Matt Serra after their win against Warwick in game number 5. Matt Serra, welcome in.
Thank you.
Of course, and of course, congratulations on your first win now in Swiss. I'd like to start with this event as a whole. I mean, what's it mean to you representing Mackenzie College, even representing your own country of Brazil, as you're the only ones here competing against regions like Europe and North America?
Yeah, we're glad to become a region to represent, because it's the first major university tournament that Sam could participate, and we're happy to win and to represent the region. So yeah, we're happy.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, the win's gotta feel good for sure. Tell us more about Mackenzie College, your experience as an esports player at Mackenzie College, and even anything about the program and maybe in the future competing in leagues that we were talking about.
This is the first time we be playing representing the Mackenzie. It's the first time that we entered the Rocket League line here. So it's the first tournament that MacLogic is in Rocket League. So we hope to continue representing MacLogic and playing with Mackenzie. And yeah, that's the first one, and the first one's an important, so we're happy.
Hopefully the first of many, for sure. I mean, Matt Serra, you are a demon, straight up, in a great way. Double taps, top corner, slotted goals with perfect accuracy from the heavens. You had all the goals in game number 2. I think it was 3 of them. You had goal participation in every goal aside from 2 in the series. Is this the typical performance for your team? How do you act as a top performer for your team so consistently and so well?
Yeah, I think that the team, in a whole team, we like to play together. We understand what we want to do, and I think that that's the main thing, that things goes good.
You guys definitely exhibited the right kind of teamwork, so I can understand that. I want to ask about the nerves, though. How do you deal with jitters? And you had the game 5, you had the overtimes, you guys had the 0-second goals that pushed to overtimes. You appear to be composed more so in those high-intensity moments. How do you stay so composed in moments like that?
Yeah, we stayed calm because we knew that the pressure was for them to close the series. So we just play calm, and yeah, that was the key for the reverse, we think.
I love it. Yeah, the calm nature pulled through. My last question for you, Matt Serra, is you've played 2 teams in Europe, 1 team in North America. Are there any regions, any teams in this competition, now that we're still trying to figure out who you guys are playing here, that you have your eyes set on, that you'd like to compete against still in this tournament?
We didn't know much about all the teams, but the Arabic ones, they look so good. I saw their historic in esports, so I think that would be a good gameplay. Yeah.
Rocket League fans love the Sam Mina rivalry, so I think I'd love to see it as well. Well, Matt Serra, you played in an incredible match. You have a lot to be proud of, and hopefully more to be proud of as the tournament progresses. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are headed to a break. When we come back, we got round 4 Swiss coming right your way for you in Rocketeers Worlds. See you on the other side.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now. But I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care. And I remember, yeah, I remember.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, but we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Uni Rocketeers World Championship of 2024, where half of the Swiss bracket has been concluded, and we have our first teams to be qualified and unfortunately eliminated from the competition. One of those teams that we've seen was, of course, just on stream, Warwick, losing to Mackenzie. And Chiefs, you casted that one, and that was quite something, wasn't it?
It was actually quite exciting, I will say, but I've never been more devastated to see such a beautiful setup not get scored by Warwick before. I was like, that was so good, but it's okay. We had Mackenzie show us how proper execution is done under pressure. Came through with a big win in Game 5.
That is, I mean, textbook introduction to British Rocket League at its finest, so I'm glad that you got to experience that firsthand. There's plenty more in the history of UR where that came from, but I mean, speaking of British RL, we've still got Lincoln surviving down there despite being reverse swept by Setu in that 1-1 round, so hope is still very much alive, but Pyro, I don't know, I mean, up against Davenport, couple of shaky matchups here in round 4.
It just gets shakier. The table, we can't find the wobbly leg, and that's okay. That's how I like Swiss. I want to actually jump off of Achieves' point about staying calm under pressure, because I gotta hype up Mackenzie just a little bit. This team was the team, like Matt Serra talked about it. He's like, I know this other team is the one that's under pressure. They have to close out, not us. So we maintained our calm composure, and while I was impressed by the mechanics of Matsera, I was more impressed by the mentality. So I'm looking forward to what they can bring into round number 4, where they actually said they wanted to play the KAU team, and they are going to match up with them against Swiss.
Lost
so
in
I'm
round
looking
3?
forward to that.
Yeah, a lot of exciting results there.
Oh no.
They lost, and also Berlin lost to USM, meaning that our first seed going into playoffs is going to be the University of Southern Mississippi. And then, of course, Dr. Booman reclaiming their unofficial CRL World Champion title back from Genoa, and now having everything in sync. And of course, we also have to say goodbye, nonetheless, to Stellenbosch, our SSA representative. Unlucky, I'd say, in their bracket, and then 3-0 against GVSU. But, gents, just one question really quick. Out of those round 4 matchups, what's your favorite? What's the one that you think can bring the most excitement?
I think you heard mine.
I still want to see KAU Mackenzie, I know. I know that a lot of people think it's easy, but like, dude, if they get bigged up so huge and then they just go out 1-3, it's like, So, you know, I want to see the result of that one.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think another easy place to look is Berlin Setu, obviously, 2 teams with a good amount to prove in this tournament. I'm actually looking at Brewton-Parker versus St. Clair, because I feel like those are 2 teams that kind of cruised through the North American qualifiers. They weren't really tested a whole lot. Now going up against each other with a spot in the, you know, round 4 qualified teams on the line could get a little dicey there.
Definitely. Good.
Right. I'm definitely still, I just want to say I'm still on KAU Mackenzie for sure. I want to know how we got to this in Swiss, though. We got very, like, national matches in round 4 now.
Well, except for the one that we're going to show, because we will be focusing on UNSW against GVSU. Aussie's finest take on Grand Valley State. And this is a matchup very interesting because, well, first of all, UNSW, it's currently, I think, 5 a.m. for them down in New South Wales, so it is very early, and they've been absolute troopers. So I hope, and honestly, I think that GVSU is probably their best chance at a North American victory, is it not?
Very likely.
Yeah, I think you could make that argument, especially considering GVSU, they haven't had the most stellar run thus far. I mean, you see their one victory down there against Stellenbosch, which, say what you will, but I don't know. I feel like this is going to be not as difficult for GVSU as we might make it out to be. Yes, they are connecting to West servers from Michigan, but I don't think they're really going to be at a disadvantage there, especially as you consider, I mean, it's near 5-6 a.m., somewhere in that area for UNSW.
I mean, peak degenerate gamer hours here for UNSW. So, gents, I think the lobby is raised. So let's move on into our predictions. And we're going to start with the Chiefs and then move backwards from there. So, Chiefs, who got it? The Aussies or Grand Valley State?
Don't tell Yummy Cheese Man I want Grand Valley State. Feels a little upset potential maybe, but I'm North American. I stick at home. You know, what can I say?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think the upset potential is there. Maybe I believe in it a bit more than Achieve, so I'll go 5 games, but I'll take Grand Valley State as well. I think this is just a matchup that's drawn up for them to win. UNSW can definitely win if they play out of their minds.
Well, guess what? They're ready to do that, Gaugen. All right, I talked to Diggs before in a pre-interview, and he said that, yeah, I'm worried about my teammates, but this is prime time for me. I'm up between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., so Diggs
Peak
is ready
DJ
to
gamer
go.
hours, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Peak gaming hours. Give me UNSW, I believe.
I mean, you believe, and I was going to say the same argument. Control-C, Control-V, peak degenerative gamer hours, so give me UNSW. And also, Achieves, there is one Australian, I think that's way closer at hand at being angry with you, and that's not Yummy Cheeseman. That is Muntz, and he'll be taking us into this series together with Gaugen. It's Grand Valley State versus the University of New South Wales.
That is right. It is the Australian Titans taking on some American team. Who even knows where Grand Valley State is? I sure don't. That's not one of the states as far as I know. But New South Wales is one of the biggest, bestest states in Australia, unless you're talking about like square kilometers, because then it's not one of the biggest. But population-wise, definitely. And also they share the name The Roar, which is similar to what's the same name as my favorite football team in Australia. So, University of New South Wales coming in hot. Tatagane, second best player in the tournament right now, Gaugen.
Well, you know who's coming in even hotter? The pride of Michigan here in the US of A, Grand Valley State University. They've had an impressive 37.7 shot conversion rate, which is second in the tournament, only to the previously eliminated Stellenbosch. If that doesn't tell you anything, I don't know what else will.
Anyway, game number 1 underway. Both of these teams playing for their lives here in round 4 of the Uni Rocketeers World Championships. A loss here means game over. It actually means season over, I guess. And right now, it is GVSU with 1 goal over UNSW. And if I say any of those letters wrong throughout the entirety of this series, chat, I don't want to hear it.
This is the worst possible nightmare for anybody with dyslexia. I feel for you. I am right there with you in this case. GVSU, it's an early start.
You need dyslexia to hate this matchup.
Yeah, no, you can certainly be opinionated, but I don't think having that would help the case at all, you know?
Like, I'm upset.
Okay.
Anyway, we can call them Raw and Grand Valley State. We'll try.
Okay.
We'll try that. All I need is the Australians to take the lead once so I can say that they're roaring into the lead. But right now they're just about equalizing. We're going to have to defend a counter-attack as Alpha gets a demo off one. Callus looking for a double tap at the ground, on the ground rather. Alpha gets bumped off it. That's going to leave an easy clear for Kazi, but makes a bit of a mess of it. He uses what little boost he has to get back up and defend at the near post. Tatagane just about getting a clear in, but the Australians cannot clear their lines, finally. And that's almost an open net. It's almost an own goal as well, but Callus will get it away. Oh, that's an open net.
Well, if you wanted to see an open net, there you go. Callus scores. It's 2-0 to Grand Valley State. I felt so uneasy about the defense of New South Wales that entire time, and they've kind of proven those feelings true. All pushed up into the corner offensive zone. They see what could possibly be cooked, but no heat on that stove. 2-0 to GVSU.
Yeah, I'm upset. I've waited 5 hours to cast an Australian university. Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to ignore that shot. I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting to cast an Australian team after moving from Australia to Europe and getting involved in the European university scene. Mm-hmm. So this is a very happy little surprise for me. I would like the University of New South Wales to make it a happier surprise. And I want them to do what I predicted them to do, which is to win. That part wouldn't be surprising. That would be, in my opinion, up to standard. But right now, they are not starting things well. I think it's worth talking about the server. We are, of course, playing on US West, and for me, that's copium. That's all the copium I need, and all the copium the team needs as well, because, of course, they are playing a team from the US. However, this pedigree of player on the Australian side, I think, is good enough to make up that ping disparity.
Listen, anything it takes to boost the confidence here for UNSW. Listen, if I check their PayPals and I see a send payment with your name on it, I'll look the other way, but I don't know about the admins of the tournament. They might do a little differently, and it's going to take nothing short of a big revamp, it feels like. We're just halfway through Game 1, but I haven't seen that spark yet from New South Wales.
They'll ease into it. I just realized we've got a Merc on the pitch. Diggs, of course, rocking out the chunky boy, the chunky hitbox. We'll see how that goes, and we'll see if that stays throughout the rest of the series. If they do indeed lose this game, which it looks like they might, the fake is going to give them enough room. Kalos able to generate the space needed to prod that home. This is just a lovely little stutter step. Sent Taragane off that near post, and the second defender unable to get to it. But right now, GVSU outclassing UNSW all over the pitch, it seems.
And still able to get a touch. But again, if you want to talk about ping disparity and how all of these teams are struggling, certain plays have that attacker advantage where you have the play drawn up, defense has to react quicker than their screens can tell them where to go, and it just turns into disaster. But I really just need to see this closer rotation kind of shore itself up on the defensive half, get UNSW in front of the target a couple of times here. Save in front by Diggs, sent back now by Alpha up high, looking for the flip reset, gets it over to the bar, and the tap does not find its way through the puzzle of defenders. So UNSW, they still have a fighting chance, but they really have to start fighting.
Yeah, for me, I'm writing off this game at this point. I just want, if I'm UNSW, I just want a couple goals. I want to keep a clean sheet from here on out and get a goal or two of my own, just to, you know, bring things back to respectability. I don't want to lose game 1 4-0 or more, which it might be looking like. 2 players on the backboard rather than in front of the net, and Alpha just flicks that home. It was always going to be tough as soon as that first defender flew past the ball. That's a tough one.
And even with the first defender flying past, your second and third are on the weak side, rotating from that back wall. So they're already going to have a tough time trying to save it. And that's the problem. There's a very powerful presence from GVSU. They don't really look unsure of themselves on offense. They've got the play drawn up before they cross the midfield line. And even if it doesn't follow through, if New South Wales don't have their second defender in line in time, it blows up in their face. But an explosion on the other end for the first time in this series. It's Taragane back the other way.
All right, if I'm UNSW, I'm riding off this game, and from here on out, I just want a clean sheet and a couple of goals to bring things back to respectability. You may have heard that before, I'm not sure. It's been a long night. But I think it still sticks. Like, regardless of how many goals GVSU put past, I think that ends up being the objective for the Australians at the end of this game. And at the end of any game, I've talked to a couple pros about this, is like, how do you deal with, you know, getting blown out? And often it is just vibe with it, try not to get tilted, and see if you can score a cool goal. And I think that's a great attitude. The problem is it's GVSU scoring cool goals alpha with just a lovely little air dribble. It wasn't particularly high, but it was cute.
I do feel as though Grand Valley State just kind of stole the playbook there. I mean, obviously both teams are going out with similar mentalities, even though one's got the win locked up at this point. Grand Valley State's not necessarily thinking about playing the most solid fundamental Rocket League right now either, but it's a best of 5. There's plenty of time, as we say far too often. 6-1 looks to be the final score with 10 seconds going down. Out through the corner, a couple of bounces around, and you know what? Why not? A little bit of Mackenzie, a trip to Brazil.
I guess Brazil's closer to Grand Valley than Australia.
Yeah. I'm no geography whiz, but I would venture to guess you're right.
I genuinely have no idea where Grand Valley State University is. Like, just no idea.
See, this is
Like, I don't know if it's east, west, north, south of the US. I wasn't 100% sure coming into this game that it was in the US. Like, you know, it could have been Canadian. I don't know. So, anyway.
Did we go into a geography lesson, or should we talk about game 1?
Go on, then.
We're pretty east, not fully east, like East Coast per se, and very north. One of the northernmost states, obviously the likes of Montana, North Dakota, Minnesota reach up a bit higher, but Michigan is where we are located for Grand Valley State. A lot of our North American teams well within, not quite arm's reach, but the Crow would not have a very long flight to get from school to school. The Crow, however, does need to fly far for UNSW should they want to take this series back. I don't really know what kind of transition that was, but I feel like the UNSW transitions, in and of their own right, need a little bit of a cleaning up.
Yeah, look, it was tough. Tatagane looked okay. I think upwards of 300 points, which obviously isn't a fantastic indicator of, of a player's ability. But to this point, is the second highest points per game of any player in the tournament so far. Take a little bit of a hit there. He's been averaging 493, so down into the 300s is going to hurt. But what's going to hurt more is that massively one-sided scoreline from GVSU. Grand Valley State looking good, looking happy, looking comfortable. And much like I think we've seen throughout the day, one team just looks completely outclassed in game one. And unfortunately, the only way to get back into it is to have an absolute banger opening, minute and a half, 2 minutes in game number 2. They've got to score the first goal. If they concede early here, UNSW is going to be down in the dumps, I'll say.
And I think a big problem for UNSW specifically, I mean, obviously to win the game, they've got to get into the blue half here more often. Hard to do that without the necessary boost, but Tatagane scores off of a very well-timed bump on the goal line. This is exactly the start that New South Wales need.
Oh, that's lovely from Kazi. Just a little nudge, a little prod. I don't know if anyone's ever played the Worms games, but there's a little poke mechanism where you can just prod the other worm off the cliff. Oh, and a second, the flick from Kazi this time, backing up the bump to assist the earlier goal. This is a wonderful start. I called for it, I asked for it, and they have provided, have UNSW.
And we saw a similar shot in game 1. Rang the crossbar, but a defender sat on the goal line, got it clear. No such positioning this time around for Grand Valley State. Tatagane wants number 3, sends it wide, but the pressure's still there off the kickoff, trying to maintain possession. And this is exactly the look that UNSW want. You would think that we had swapped back to their own servers, but all of a sudden they're looking much more confident.
They are indeed, but time will tell if it's sustainable. Only a minute of time has elapsed so far. That dunk, not quite enough to push that ball into a dangerous area, and the following 50-50 spills out to the midfield. Tatagane fast up, but it falls to the opposition. Kalos, the one to be denied on this particular occasion, and it's Kazi over the top of one, trying to get that pass in field, but can't make contact with the ball, and neither can his teammate. Tatagane just floats past it. Puts his teammates under pressure on the defensive end, but in the end, does turn back into midfield to bail out his friends.
Cannot spend too much time regretting a situation like that as they're immediately back on the defense. Alpha with a flip reset attempt. But those are the looks that UNSW want more of.
Oh.
Not this image, however. Callis taps it home, but a large chunk of the work done off the sidewall by Cyber Sausage. First touch, second as well. May have gotten that third in, but a security score.
Yeah, I think that was headed over the line, but I'm absolutely here to make sure of it. Look, 75% of the time in game number 1, UNSW were in their own half, which is a wild amount of time to be spent in your defensive end. The opening minute of game 2 was different. but we are starting to see the pattern, the same trend emerge as they defend their net. A scramble from Tatagane. Just, it looks the same as game one did. However, they are starting to put together these transitions, albeit to the corners, which is, I mean, it's better than no transition at all, but they're not very direct. The boost isn't there after the defensive stands. Kazi with the bump is just going to help Alpha. But we'll see if they can use some boost here. No, nothing in the tank as they approach the ball. Nothing in the tank as Tatagane takes the shot. But Kazi, we'll call it a passing play off the line. Not quite there with the angled shot from Kazi. I think it was a team save. I do believe it was being saved away by the opposition regardless. But the Australians with just about enough to break down the defense, but it wasn't quite there at the end.
One of the more advanced give and take plays we've seen all night, even if it wasn't intentional. But UNSW forced to back up, respect the space a little bit more as Kalos off the ceiling. No boost to follow the shot. Tatagane alone on an aerial island. Kalos will catch and collect, but taken away yet again. Kazi goes back the other way. Diggs waiting in the wings, but it gets shot right through the gap. And Tatagane will attempt to revitalize this push for UNSW. They still are holding on to this lead, keeping Grand Valley State at bay, but how much longer can the wall stand?
Good news is they've got the boost to transition now. The bad news is Diggs has used it all on a Clair. Has made it awkward for Cyber Sausage. The yellow player will get there first. Does get it over the top, but it's slightly wide. Kazi with the valuable boost steal. He's off the ceiling. Won't get back to it. Cyber Sausage takes over and causes the offense to relent. A brief reprieve for the Americans. A minute in, and look, hey, the trend for me has been broken. The Australians looking much better offensively. The problem is defensively right now. A bump comes in. It's a relatively open net if contact can be made. But a scramble defense from the Australian side, from the New South Welshmen, too strong. And the seconds tick by as the yellow team look to level the series. Another one to save from Tatagane. And it's almost a transitional touch in the midfield from Kazi. But they can't quite do it, and it's dangerous. A miss and a turn. Kalos lurking. He's got enough boost to get up to it. He puts it in the dangerous area, but a clear comes in.
Plenty of control, but just missing that final touch. 15 seconds to play. It'll go over towards Kalos, who misses off of the fake double commit. Over to Kalos, drop down, but the angle's not quite locked in. Kazi jumps in with every last bit of boost as Kalos tries to center it up one last time. Alpha, as the ball careens off that side wall angle, it goes central down to the bottom of the box, but the race is not won. And New South Wales grab a game and send us at least to a fourth.
And what a way to bring it back level after a disastrous game number one. The Australians were down 7-1 at the end of game one. And here they are looking like the better team for the majority of a game. I thought there was a moment in the middle 2 minutes or so that Grand Valley State were going to reassert their authority here in game number two. But the University of New South Wales did manage to hold on. They did manage to kind of recollect and sort of reorganize and keep their wits about them. The pressure didn't tell, and they looked reasonably comfortable closing that one out.
Still, going into the rest of the series, boost consumption is starting to close up a little bit, especially compared to what we saw in the first game. I mean, in that first game alone, it was Cyber Sausage of Grand Valley State who took up more mid-boost than the entirety of UNSW combined. But every small step that this Australian side can take towards the middle of the field to generate that pressure, put those shots on early, it's going to add up. Eventually, they keep these games closer than we've seen in prior matchups, and all of a sudden, we're talking about how far this series can go distance-wise.
I'm just here for it. I'm having such a good time. Like I said, was not expecting in my Rocket League casting career to be casting a Australian university for Uni Rocketeers, for a Uni Rocketeers event. So this is wonderful. And it's wonderful to see them competing as well. Hopefully, for me, and I'm just being full biased here, I don't care. Chat, you can come at me. It will be wonderful to see them manage to eke out a victory on stream. But right now, they're going to have to come from behind here in game number 3. Took a little bit longer to punch that ball across the line, did GVSU, than I thought, but they did get there eventually.
And it brings up the point that we've said a couple of times on this stream, demos that actually matter. Because I feel like UNSW have been targeting Cyber Sausage a little bit, which can make sense if that's how you want to disrupt things. But a demo went the other way, I believe, onto Kazi right before that goal got scored. That forced Diggs to cut back into the rotation and be that first defender with maybe 15 boosts in the tank. Not a formula for success. So Grand Valley State win that 1-for-1 demo exchange by getting the more impactful play in the heat of the moment. It's all about creating that opportunity out of the circumstances that you give yourself, and as soon as you can find that demo that allows the goal-scoring opportunity to formulate, that's what's going to make the difference.
Grand Valley State starting game 3 here with some verve. They are making things look a little bit more like game 1. They've had the majority of the possession. You see them taking yet another mid boost there, really allowing them to force these 50s into their favor and follow up on them. Because obviously if they've got more boost, they're able to be the second player to the ball more often than not. Right now, the Australians struggling to just get that ball clear. Struggling to get it out of their third, let alone out of the half. They will be first to this ball in midfield. That's a shot towards the top shelf. Alpha deals with it easily enough, and here comes Cyber Sausage. He's beaten 2, and that ball's gone past the third. The bounce not fantastic for GVSU. The Australians might not be able to defend it anyway. It's the boost battle going well against them so far here in game 3.
Still a little lucky, though, that Grand Valley State are not quite finding the angles that they want to. Kalos tries to change just that, but so many sequences for UNSW where they watch the ball fly overhead. 1, 2, gone. The last defender has to be the one to make the save. Again, very fortunate that GVSU don't always find the exact shot they want, but a nice passing play here, and no doubt about it, Kalos stops home a second.
Yeah, Kalos had used most of his boost here, so Cyber Sausage had to put it right on his bonnet. Did exactly that. Was it 15 used to take that shot and enough power on it to double the lead. Grand Valley State looking to put themselves on match point, but there is quite some game left. Not even at halfway, only seconds away from it, but still plenty of time for UNSW to push forward and reassert themselves in this game. They've shown the capability, but right now struggling to enact on that potential. We're back to the tired and true Grand Valley State attacking and University of New South Wales defending, but here's a chance for Diggs to take over. He can only really pop that high though.
Yeah, only so much you could do with Tadagane falling right on top of you. Meanwhile, Grand Valley State going for the offensive boost steals, diving deep into the back corner, even without possession, just shows how confident they are to try and slow down UNSW, not allow them to exit the zone. Again, Aussies here being very, we'll call it comfortable in their own half. Spent about 75% of the time in game 1, still about 68% of the time in game 2 in their own half. In comparison, for Grand Valley State in games that they've lost earlier in the tournament, still only spent around 58% of the time in their own back half. That's a lot of numbers. Speaking of, third goal here for GVSU.
Yeah, it's looking like another game for the Americans. That shot off target turned it into the perfect pass for Cyber Sausage. No defenders in the way, and he's not going to miss from there. 89 seconds for the Australians to mount a comeback. It could start with this kickoff. Tadagane flip reset and some boost in the tank, but neither really coming to fruition. Effectiveness not there with the flip reset shot attempt. And the seconds tick down and the goal tally does not tick up. Although we do see the not oft-seen Australian offense right here with a minute remaining though. I think this one, I hate to call games, but this one looking like an American win. Maybe the Australians can reset and do a bit of a replay of game number 2.
At the same time, though, I mean, it's a much more comfortable mentality in game number 1 to say go next, just kind of wipe this one off. But you're facing an elimination point if you drop this game right here, and that's something that UNSW, like many other teams in this event, will not be wholly comfortable with. They enter 30 seconds left in play, and it's not getting any brighter. Solid clear on the pass connection for GVSU. They get the ball to the back corner once more. And I'm with you, it'll take a miracle at this point. I know I've given it another 30 seconds, but with that shot off the post and no clear follow-through, Grand Valley State well on their way to being one game away from round number 5.
Pinch a little bit off target, and some interesting, I believe, psycho attempts from the low backboard just next to the net. And despite the Grand Valley State overcommits as they had a little bit of a mess around at the end of that game, UNSW unable to take advantage, just get a goal back. It wasn't to be, but what is to be is the 2 games to 1. GVSU on the precipice of moving on, and the University of New South Wales just about a step away from elimination. Although at this point of the night, look, I have no idea what time it is there. I think we've talked about it before, but I don't know how to do the math. I think they might just be relieved at this point. The date's over, they can just go to bed.
I mean, mentally, how do you sit there and go, all right, we need to slog through this, and play in round 5 until probably 8 a.m. And if we win that round 5, we're doing it all again tomorrow, effectively completely destroying any, we talk about peak degenerate gamer hours as much as we want, but it's going to take a toll on them eventually. But I do want to touch on, while we have some time, some results elsewhere in the Swiss. We do have another team confirmed making it through to the playoffs, St. Clair, with a 3-1 win over Brewton-Parker. Meanwhile, an elimination on the other side, the lower round 4. Mackenzie, unfortunately, have bid adieu to this tournament. They have been swept by KAU, who will enter round 5, looking for some redemption. Speaking of it, though, Months, it's New South Wales' turn. They've got 2 games on the trot to take if they want to see round 5.
Yeah, redemption, the name of the game here, and that's not the start you want. Tadagane having to make up for his teammates' miss, and does so. Kazi gifted the clear on the half volley. Diggs has got to wait because of the demo attempt, or at least the presence of the offensive player there. He couldn't jump for that one earlier. He'd get bumped completely out of the play, but as a result, his teammate takes him out of the play. I believe Tadagani got just the slightest of touches to drop that in the middle of the net and allow the Grand Valley State offense to open up the scoring just 20 seconds in.
And they've really opened up the scoring by closing up the gaps between the New South Wales players. I'm not sure if they are as comfortable as they... Yeah, right. I'm not sure if they are as comfortable as they want to be playing so close to each other. But Grand Valley State takes advantage of that by forcing 2 defenders into the same situation seamlessly. It's not even a double commit. It's just 2 gone. That's it. You've got a 2-on-1 for the shot, and Grand Valley State are not going to miss chances like that.
And talking about the gaps and the spacing of the New South Wales side is interesting. They're very close together all the time. And defensively, that can be risky. I can maybe... it might be an anti-ping strategy to just have players diving at the ball. Kind of takes some of that advantage away if you're there and close. But at the same time, it's just one misread, one bad 50, and it can take all 3 players out of the game. That 50 or dunk from Tadagane over the post, or over the bar rather, and the clear does come through for GVSU. They do have a dangerous ball into the center. Diggs can't get the read, can't get the touch, and he's just outplayed by Alpha, who gets a demo on the rotation out. It's a near post double from Kalos, and he doubles the lead.
And the thing is, the danger that you speak of from GVSU is almost manufactured. I don't want to say that it does not exist, because clearly Grand Valley State have that level of execution about them. But UNSW almost, it feels like they want to play defensively. They want the ball handed to them so that they can get the perfect push on the way back. But as soon as Grand Valley State realized we can just run amok with the ball and we're going to find little resistance, if any at all, this series flipped on its head.
Big sad for me. Right there. As Kalos and Alpha sharing pieces of the pie. The 3 goals split between them. Alpha with 2 now to his name, and Kalos filling out the rest of it. I'm not sure if anyone noticed I mentioned pie because the goal was on 3.14 or 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I had to work it in, but then it wasn't obvious enough, so then I had to point it out. But right now, go on. No, I'm sure whatever you're saying is more insightful. I was going to go off on a tangent.
I was just going to say I enjoy listening to Muntz the Joke Explainer, but fortunately, Cyber Sausage has interrupted all of our shenanigans with a lovely goal. Look at that turn on a dime, the quick flick to the top. There's no chance anybody's saving that, even if they are in position.
Yeah, I feel like you see him heading towards the corner, you vibe, and he's not really got control of it. Oh no, he's just cut in and he's now directly flicking at the net. And that's gonna be a... No, it doesn't go in. There's pre-jumps and musties galore right now. GVSU feeling confident as we pass half-time in game number 4 in what looks to be the final game of the Australians tournament. Grand Valley State trying to end it with emphasis and a bit of style, but really I think they should be trying out for the Australian breakdancing team. I'm surprised one of their players isn't named Raygun with the amount of flopping that was happening on that sidewall. And as a result, Tadagane is able to take advantage. Kazi with a brilliant pass off the back wall.
I mean, I would imagine a Rocket League car would probably have a pretty decent shot at getting a better breakdancing score, but unfortunately we won't get to see that. I mean, I'm no judge for the sport, so I can't really speak on authority there. But
the name was Raygun.
I know, there were plenty of really cool names, but Raygun is certainly up there.
I think it was Raygun,
certainly an eye-catching. Yeah.
Australian break dancer It was Raygun, yeah.
It was Raygun.
Yeah, it was Raygun. Her name's Rachel Gunn. Cool.
That
anyway,
is insane.
95 seconds for the University of New South Wales to score 3 goals. It's not looked good, I'll be honest, Galgan. They've got a chance here, though. That bounce, not kind to them. In fact, Alpha reads it. Does not do particularly well with it. However, it doesn't matter. Kazi, though. Big dunk in. Diggs without the boost, and Tadagane without the accuracy. The shot sprays wide, and the hope dwindles, as does the clock. Kazi can't get it central, although the defense will do it for him. Diggs with a big old pre-jump, but Tadagane cannot get the ball anywhere near him. That ball headed straight up and even backwards. Diggs with a second pre-jump. This shot on target. The dunk ineffective. I don't know if that was a shot, but the ball nearly went in.
Every single push just feels a day late, one AUD short at this point. It's there, the passion, the energy exists, but I feel like we just did not get that formulated push out of the zone. They felt too comfortable at home when they had to soar across the ocean, and finally we get a little breath of fresh seawater, if we're keeping with the trend.
Sure.
New South Wales. Listen, 2 goals, 27 seconds. I'm in for some pure cinema.
And look, that second goal from them was definitely them outplaying Grand Valley State, and not Grand Valley State just memeing in the corner.
No, not at all.
If that kickoff goal, if that was a kickoff goal, I was disconnecting. I was just out. That was it. Right. That'd be enough for me. As it is, 15 seconds, not a whole lot of time. This one's ended with some frivolity, with some, dare I say, shenanigans, as the players, I think, knew the outcome of this one fairly early. Kalos air dribbles that to his own backboard and does pretty well to keep the ball away from the team in yellow. And that will be Grand Valley State University moving on, staying alive, avoiding elimination. Unlike the Australians, who don't stay alive and are eliminated.
Right. That is how brackets, or Swiss stages, tend to work out. You know, sometimes it's different, but that's when the admins don't do a great job. And the admins at Uni Rocketeers do a fantastic job with everything that they do. So we thank them for their hard, dedicated work and passion when it comes to the craft of tournament creation. Grand Valley State are very fortunate that they get to continue on to round number 5. And yes, it is unfortunate
I was much
that we
fortunate
say
about that
goodbye.
series.
it is unfortunate that we say goodbye to UNSW at this point in time. I think they will be very relieved, as we previously mentioned, to hopefully get at least a little bit of sleep if they want. If they don't, that's fine too. But still, a commendable performance here, especially game 2, right? Displaying the mental resilience to go down 1-7, battle back, win that game, and then keep the series contested. I don't think everybody would have predicted it in that manner, but they still managed to pull something out of it. So my hat goes off to them.
Look, my bracket had them eking out one more victory before the road to elimination was completed. However, like I said, just exciting to have all of these teams from the furthest reaches of the world being able to compete. And look, yes, it's not always smooth sailing with ping differentials and disadvantages and advantages here and there, but just the ability, just the show of having them compete in this tournament is worth it, in my opinion. So just wonderful to see them competing. I'm a happy boy, despite the loss. I'm probably a bit happier than them, honestly. Also, I'm from Queensland, so all that talk about liking New South Wales earlier was not real. I'm glad they've lost. And yeah, that's my copium for the day.
Well, just let those true feelings fly. I mean, this is something about the stages of grief. You know, we can. I don't think we have time to process all of this. I'm also not licensed to do that, so I'm not really comfortable entering that conversation with you. But maybe we'll go back behind the scenes and we'll hash something out. Speaking of going back behind the scenes, if you take a peek behind the curtain, we've had a couple other results roll in. Genoa, to no one's surprise, has made it through to the playoffs via a sweep over UDM. Obviously, we mentioned St. Clair, KAU eliminating Mackenzie, and we just saw GVSU advance. Still waiting on the results from Berlin and Setu, as Setu are on reverse sweep watch the other way, having won the first 2 games but losing games 3 and 4 to Berlin, and still waiting on the result from Lincoln and Davenport. But we are going to head to a very short break while we wrap up the rest of round 4 and get round 5 ready. But when we come back, we have an interview with Cyber for you all, so please stay tuned. An interview with Cyber in round 5 of the UR Worlds 2024 Swiss stage after this break.
been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't. Told me don't. She said we soon made three. Doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. She told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry. like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the Uni-Rocketeers World Championship, and while we're cooking on the final round of Swiss for you all, I'm joined here with Cyber Sausage after their win against UNSW. Cyber, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it. Happy to be here.
Absolutely.
Happy to be in the tournament.
Of course, of course. Well, first of all, congrats on your second win in Swiss. You have ran the global gambit today. You've played against Germany, UK, South Africa, and now Australia. Talk to me about what that's been like, and especially what it means to you to represent GVSU through this whole experience.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really cool, man. Honestly, I was hoping like from the beginning of the event that we were gonna play like mostly foreign teams, just because we play all the same teams here in the U.S. for like every tournament, anyways. So the range of competition has been really cool. Lots of good teams. TU Berlin, we played them first. They were an amazing team, and it's a little bit different playing with Ping, but it's really not too bad, to be honest. So yeah, it's been fun.
Okay, quick question about the Ping then, because I did have that slated for you. Is there a strategy you guys set up just to like approach the challenges of Ping? And then if so, how does that actually pan out once you're actually in game?
Yeah, so I think the strategy that most Rocket League players who play on high ping all the time, like the Middle Eastern pros, like Naopo and all of them, they always just play really fast, really aggressive, and kind of not let the other team come to you. And I think that was kind of like our strategy today, just because it's easier to, it's harder to read a 50-50 when they're coming at you. So it's better to just go right away sometimes and be more aggressive. I think that was kind of our strategy today.
Okay. All right. Glad it's worked out for the most part for you guys. I guess 50-50 so far today, right? Before we do dive into the game, I want to hear just briefly, tell us a little bit more about like being an esports player from GVSU. Do you guys have an esports program out there? Does Grand Valley State University provide any services or anything for you guys as, yourself as an esports player from that university?
Yeah, so Grand Valley has been great. I actually just graduated in April, which is interesting.
Oh, congratulations.
So, yeah, thanks, man. I've already been there for 4 years, and I've kind of watched the program like grow before my eyes. So, when I first started, we didn't really have much. And then my second year, I think it's my second year, they opened up like the esports room there. They have a director of operations, obviously, Riley Long, who's great. He's doing amazing things there, and you know it's grown a lot from when I started, and it's obviously going to continue to grow. It seems like they're going in the right direction, I think. So, yeah, it's a good program.
That's great. I mean, you sound like the pioneer of the whole group there. You're walking so they can run. But you know what, Cyber? You've been doing some running today, okay? I want to talk about your impact in the match today. To be honest, if I had to summarize it, Game 2 felt like a game that just got slow started for you. Otherwise, this match was yours to lose. Game 1 especially, you guys came out swinging. You yourself had 20 mid boosts taken up. It felt like you guys are dominating the midfield. But I want to ask, from your perspective, was that part of your reason to success today? Or were there any other factors that really jumped out to you?
I think a lot of it, to be honest, I mean, they're a really good team, and they said that they were playing, I think it's 6 a.m. in their region right now, and so they've been playing since 2 a.m. So I feel bad for them, to be honest, but they've still played really well, and obviously they're dealing with like 170, 180 ping, so and we have pretty consistent 90, so obviously we have the advantage there. But I think we played pretty well. The second game they played well, and that's kind of how it played out.
Beautiful. Well, I think you've spoke on most of what I wanted to ask you, Cyber Sausage, so I really appreciate that. I am checking the brackets here. It looks like you guys are up against Montreal in the final match in Swiss. Any thoughts before you get into that match here forthcoming in the UniRocketeers Worlds?
I'm just ready to go. I'm not sure really what rank they are, what seed they are, but I think I remember them being a really good team, so... yeah, we're ready to go, man.
Okay.
Glad it's another non-NA team. We're playing for the last match here, so it's
well, it is
games.
NA technically, but it's not American. It's American versus Canadian. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
but hey,
yeah.
it sounds. Yeah. Well, you were just. I mean, that's the first time you were knowing about it, me talking about it. But hey, it sounds like whoever you're gonna play, you're ready. So I'm happy to hear it, and best of luck to you, Cyber.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, we're going to send it to the break for UniRocketeers Worlds. Next up, folks, we've got Brewton-Parker versus KAU for our final round of Swiss. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship, where we have walked through the thunderous Swiss stage and arrived in round number 5. And out of these 6 teams, 3 will leave us, 3 will remain. We have quite a few interesting series here for us, but before, just a quick little recap of round 4. Setu, Genoa, and of course St. Clair qualifying, and Mackenzie, University of New South Wales, and Davenport going out. Any surprises there for you, Chiefs? Anything?
No, I think for the most part this has gone about as I predicted, so I'm pleased to see that, be it by luck or you know, I guess I can read a sheet, I don't know.
Pure skill, but of course, I mean, if one of you had to, Pyro, if you had to put out a one game or one series from that last round, what was your highlight?
Setu, undeniably, I broadcasted the EU qualifier run, and Setu was a team that had lost and had to run that lower bracket gauntlet. I'm like, I don't know if these guys are gonna make it, but they really did. Shallow and Tomster are players that I'm huge fans of, but Panda coming in for solo as recently as like almost a year ago for this team has really breathed a special new life into this squad. And every time I hear highlights from the Setu team, it's like, yeah, Panda's popping off. And I'm like, okay, they got what it takes. Berlin in round 5 of Swiss, not in my prediction cards at all. So I'm really proud of that team for doing it in round 4, and I can't wait to see them tomorrow.
Can't wait to see them tomorrow, definitely. And I mean, that's also the case for St. Clair here, Gaugen, who, I mean, Vodable isn't here anymore, Seb isn't here anymore, so I'm drafting you in to be the waver of the Canadian flag. Okay. Something that you expected to go in 3-1 as well, or did you have them outside your top 8?
I mean, honestly, I think St. Clair, of the 2 Canadian teams, if you count UDM, St. Clair probably had the better chance coming in. I think I either had them at 3-1 or 3-2, so I'm not surprised to see them go through. But I do think UDM, I mean, if I am going to be the de facto champion of the Canadian flag, which feels very unpatriotic on my end, but we'll dissuade those feelings for now. I feel like UDM have a very solid chance to make it through a 3-2 here. Not to discredit Grand Valley State, but this is a matchup that I don't think UDM should be losing. So, I don't know. We'll see. There haven't been too many wild results today. Some uncharacteristic, but nothing utterly shell-shocking, I don't think.
I mean, let's talk about the 2-2 round, because we got, I mean, on this stream we're going to show Brewton-Parker versus KAU, so I want to get your opinion on the other two. And I mean, since you teed it up, GVSU versus UDEM, it's a America versus Canada matchup, and Cyber just said he doesn't really know the UDEM players. So, what do you, Pyro and the Chiefs, what do you expect of that one?
I'll jump in here. I think that, I don't know if Cyber Sausage heard me very clearly when I told him who he was playing, because he's like, yeah, it's another international matchup. That's great. Well, I'm like, well, you're neighbors. And he's like, oh, we're playing Université de Montréal. So I think he's very aware of this team. I think he'll be excited to play, you know, on regular servers against Montreal. And that's going to be a closer one in my mind. GVSU, they've got some confidence, and again, they get to play on those servers. I think it'll be a fun one.
Yeah, I think it's roughly about a coin flip for me. I technically had both of these teams just missing out on round 5, so one of them is guaranteed to make it at least. But you know, you could split hairs however you like at the end of the day. And if Grand Valley State rides momentum off a nice win like that, they may just take them down.
True, momentum not to be underestimated, and I mean, momentum not in favor of Berlin. So, quick little Berlin-Lincoln prediction from all 3 of you. Who's going to take that? Is it going to be the expected Berlin result, or is Lincoln going to do the upset of the century?
I had Berlin through, so I got to stick with it.
Yeah, okay. Gaugen agrees, and Pyro. Yeah, cool.
What Gaugen is saying, yes.
3-0. We're all in unison in that one, but I think we're less going to be in unison about the one we're actually showing here, and that's going to be Brewton-Parker College. The Barons taking on King Abdulaziz University, KAU, out of Saudi Arabia. And if anything, KAU today and tonight can only be described as volatile, really.
Yeah. super big roller coaster. Definitely did not play their best series earlier in the day, where they ended up getting swept. I mean, they didn't play terrible. It's just a little bit too hot and heavy for what was really needed in the series, and then they got a pinch goal to close it out. So, the slip and slide happens. I had them through going 3-2, so they're right where I thought they might be, but I ultimately had them qualifying. So I like their chances here.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to like their chances because on the flip side, it hasn't been the most impressive run for Brewton-Parker. We talked about the easier road they might have had through quals, but I mean, it's wins over Warwick and Davenport, it's losses to USM and St. Clair. So, I mean, actually, that's a really good point. Well, I mean, Warwick counting in the first round, but not a whole lot of international matchups for this team, largely untested. And I mean, if we're flashing back to the start of this tournament where we're all picking KAU to go top 8, top 4, maybe top 2, this one feels like a no-brainer, but I do agree with the Chiefs. It's a bit muddled based off of what we've seen from KAU earlier on in the day.
Well then, Pyro, I'm gonna press you for the first one and for the first prediction of this panel. Put your money where your mouth is. Is it gonna be the MENA representatives, or are we gonna have a full EUNA top 4?
Oh, don't give me that. Come on, variety's the spice of life here. I mean, we're here in round 5 of Swiss with arguably 2 top 5 teams seeded for a lot of people's predictions. So I think they both came to round 5 and they're like, well, at least we'll play someone a little bit easier. Not quite. My biggest criticism or worry right now for BPC is they haven't had those international matchups to what Gauguin was just speaking to. I'm worried about BPC on some unsettling ping. Not so much for KAU. So I am going to go KAU for that one distinct factor. I think they're warmed up and ready to really play well on whatever ping scenario they end up on.
Yeah, I tend to go for content predictions towards the end of some of these streams. I don't think I'll do so this time around, though. I thought that KAU would make it to top 8. I still firmly believe in that. I think this goes 4 games in KAU's favor. It just something about it, Brewton-Parker, like that only international matchup they have is a sweep over Warwick. Warwick didn't bring their A game here, so I'm waiting to see it from them. And if we see it here and now, fine by me, but KAU playing on EU servers against Brewton-Parker, I feel like the ball is in KAU's court.
Yeah, close series overall for me. I think KAU still played, 1-goal games or 1-2-goal game versus Mackenzie in the previous round, so they're still not out there smashing people, so it could be a little tighter than expected, but I've also got KAU. I refuse to believe in the all UNA top 8, that's for sure.
All right, so I'm gonna write the history here. On the first Sierra Worlds, we had only 1 continent and only 1 region. In the second Sierra Worlds, we had 2, and now we're gonna have 3. We're gonna have MENA represented. Top 8 for KAU. It's a sliding scale of greatness, and that greatness is going to be KAU. But I think it's gonna be a close series as well. 3-1 for me, and the score-wise. But of course, a great series could do with even greater casters, and that's why we're sending it off one final time for one final best of 7. 2 months and it Chiefs.
Playoffs await the winner. Elimination awaits the loser here in round number 5, and it will be a best of 5 to decide which way either of these teams will go, onwards or downwards. Backwards? I don't know what the opposite to onwards is, I'm not going to lie. It's been a long day. Achieves, you and I here at the pointy end of the day. Honestly, blessed to be here alongside you in this affair, this multi-regional affair, which has been at the end of the multi-regionalist of all days.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Swiss stage always brings out both the best and the worst in different players at different times. And it's always been an absolute treat. We get to see another international matchup. You don't get to see many of these, so you're absolutely right. You have to sit here and you have to savor it when you get them, because they're a lot of fun. They provide a lot of insight into how different regions of Rocket League operate, how they interact, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a good round 5 matchup to go for, I think, Muns.
I agree 100%, especially when we look at these two teams who One could argue both underperforming. I think many of us had them qualifying before now. I know I certainly had them both qualifying quite comfortably. And yet here we are. One of them must go home early. And it's an early goal here for Manny. And the US side starting things off, not really with a bang, but with a little bit of a roller to the bottom corner.
Yeah, just straight up won the kickoff off a very hard cheat from KAU. That was greedy, and it backfired hard for him.
And just so chat is aware, all the games in this series will be played on EU. And I'm not well versed enough in networking to really know the implications. I do know that the Arabic team will be on probably around 90 to 120, depending as they equalize. Just about 30 seconds in. I'm not sure what the Brewton-Parker College players will have to EU servers, but it shouldn't be too far off that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too far. Could be anything from 80 to 120, somewhere in that range, very likely.
We'll see if that has any impact. The players from KAU probably more versed in playing with that kind of ping, as they do often play in the EU ranked scene. But right now, they are just playing down the opposition's end. The second goal going in, and it's just a basic pop-and shot, and it's enough to beat Milk, who was threatened by the bump.
Yeah, nice, easy 1v2. The most important thing in 1v2 is pace. The guy with the ball cannot outpace the guy in front of him. Just let the guy in front of you make the guy on the goal line move. That's exactly what they did. Knew they'd have to jump. Shot it right behind him. Great execution on the 2v1.
Another hard cheat on the kickoff from KAU. They were almost punished, but not able to get that ball central. Were Brewton-Parker. They've got a chance here to smack that to the top corner, and the placement is perfect. Had to hit it with pace, had to hit it to that exact place, and Antics doing exactly that.
Yeah, nice dish from Milk as well. Actually, both touches kind of a give and go. Like, Antics had to make a nasty touch coming from the opposite side of the ball forward. Milk had to give the laydown for him in an uncontested part of the field, and then way to not overcomplicate it, Antics, with zero boost. Just put it as hard as you can into the net and see if it goes in.
Now, I'm wondering if we're going to see any kind of extended play. We've had 4 goals in the opening minute. Neither team's really set up any kind of pressure. We've not seen a whole lot of back and forth. We've just seen end-to-end goals. So it's one of those early games where I don't really know how to look at this and how to have any kind of inkling on how the rest of the series is going to go, because I feel like we've just seen the ball in the back of the net more often than not, and here's just another shot and another goal.
Yeah, it's two people out on the street just swinging their arms at each other, throwing fists and saying, no, I'm scoring, no, you're scoring, no, I'm scoring. And right now it's very much a tug of war, and see who comes out with the least blood on them.
Whoa, a little chance there for some passes. Nemo's going to head back after the boost steal. He's going to head all the way back, and that boost is going to amount to about 33 in the end. Khaled's got a chance here to set something up. The slow play, the infield, and the slapper to the top shelf. That's a wonderful little bit of team play from KAU. This is just beautiful, Achieves.
Yeah, like Khaled, excellent job in the corner there, noticing the defender turned off early. Don't rush it. If he's going to give you the space, take it. Takes the room he gives him, cuts it out into the middle of the box. Great shot to the top corner. So now you know, if you're Brewton-Parker, be like, okay, they will just wait on the ball. We have to go attack them. We can't just turn off and see if they give us the ball. That's not going to happen.
Chance here for Brewton-Parker to put the foot down, but heavy touches from Manny mean Evil's going to look to take that away off his own backboard. Khaled in the corners, going to wait patiently for Milk to pass it to him. He does exactly that. The touch on would call that a drop down to Evil, who opts to just leave that and let Manny whiz past and get a soft touch. They'll take over. The KAU players playing with, I will say, regionally atypical patience. The Saudis known for their fast-paced kind of ball-chasey play. So it's really interesting to see them almost to the tee at this point intentionally, calculatedly, wait on multiple occasions.
It is the benefit of believing and very likely also being the better team. If you know or are fairly confident that across the board you are stronger players, you can just let them, run at you all you like for the most part. Because you're very confident in what they can and can't do, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing with their food right now on this attack. They don't quite score as Milk flip reset back, and that's a miss. Oops. Nemo mishandles the ball in kind of an awkward spot, but probably still playable.
And for all that probably deserved confidence, right, from KAU, they were still 3-3 at this time. Now 4-3, maybe a little bit of overconfidence biting them as maybe look to catch that and get a little too cute with it on the goal line. They are sticking to this really close cheat on kickoffs, and so far it's not paid off for them. But I do feel like their pressure, just their pacing and their posture is making itself felt almost physically on the Brewton-Parker players. See them rushing touches, and just then they had a chance to kind of take over possessionally, and it just didn't happen. Now they're back down their end. It's a soft touch, which means an easy clear from KAU, and that demo is going to make things even easier. Evil taken to the skies. Maybe a little bump off it. He almost gets back to it.
Nice.
They bundle it over the line eventually.
Really clean from both players here. Evil on the air dribble to get over to Milk. A decent 50, but Evil, way to understand the air dribble's over. I just got to correct for the incoming 50. Nemo knows that one's coming down for sure. It's the benefit, of KAU. They play Mina RLCS all the time. They play at a faster pace. So you come here to the Uni Rocketeers and it's kind of like, yeah, you're all decent, but y'all don't hang at the level we hang at, and they just cruise to a lead with 57 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I think between the players on this KAU side, they've got about 187 RLCS appearances. So, it's something pretty wild. Look, it's not in the hundreds, I'll be honest. I think it's about 15.
It's higher than 0.
It's much higher than 0, which that's the number going for Brewton-Parker. But right now the numbers for us, 4-5 in KAU's favor with about 40 seconds remaining. Brewton-Parker needing to change things up late on after 2 quick goals, swinging things against them. And it was almost antics with a wonderful little redirect attempt. The demo's going to come to naught, but Brewton-Parker College looking to put this ball in the back of the net. They just can't find an angle, though.
Yeah, they don't quite have the boost, and the touches just don't quite have the power to get out in front of somebody with an angle to shoot as well. Someone's got to be willing to take a dribble and just say, look, I'm going to beat at least one person. We can't just keep soft touching it and hope we get by.
Cutting the pop does beat 2. Time a ticking away, though. That's dangerous. It's not unimpeded, though. It's a fantastic challenge in front of net to secure the KAU lead and the game. Game number 1 going their way. This is, of course, a best of 5. So, Brewton-Parker starting on the back foot, but I have to say, despite what felt at times like KAU dominance, Brewton-Parker just didn't go away.
I think that's the bigger benefit of, the street fight at the start. KAU has no idea what's coming at them at the first, and so it's like, bam, okay. And then you go for, 2-3 minutes, and now KAU just like, yeah, okay, and they, and then they kind of just took over the game and made it very difficult for Brewton-Parker. They definitely got the measure of them. So the early, aggression from both sides and just swinging at each other was nice and all, but beyond that, Brewton-Parker had one chance, and the only reason it went in is because Nemo couldn't handle a dribble on his goal line. So beyond that, Brewton-Parker didn't put too many shots on target after that, at least none that felt really tangible and dangerous. So scoreline close. The back half of the game, not so much, at least not to me.
What a wonderful way to start the last series of the day, though. Just 9 goals.
Yeah, casual 9-goal opener. Yeah. Be like, okay.
9 goals? Why not? I'm not gonna lie, it was a little bit difficult to follow early on. It just felt like kickoff.
Oh yeah, it was chaos.
Back and forth goal. Yeah. The close cheat though, remaining in the playbook, heavily at the forefront of it. for KAU. We'll see. I was getting the inkling that you maybe were implying that KAU might push forward into a more prominence in game
I am
number
expecting this game 2 to be like a 3-0, 3-1 type of KAU just kind of says, nice try, guy, type of thing for me right now.
I do love a cheeky, like, nice try. Like, good effort, mate. Yeah, nice try.
Yeah, good steel milk, right? Let's see what you do with it.
I'm here for them to get overly complacent. You know, just more
conceded
of that
with 4 seconds left, and we play OT.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. They're up by 2. They concede with 4 seconds left. There's an OT, and then it's a coin flip. You know, shenanigans. I'm here for it. It's the end of a long day. I want something unhinged to happen, and it would be a little bit too hinged if KAU just dominated.
Wow.
But it's antics, just swinging and swerving his way through, and in the end, dominating the defense of KAU.
Khaled was playing that so passively because he was so sure that Evil was going to come up with that demo, and he was just going to be able to take the ball nice and smooth upfield. Oh, how close, but oh so wrong he was.
Chance to rectify things. That chance gone for KAU. Manny with the drop down to no one. Khaled taking over. Antics, thought for a second, was thinking about the Psycho. By the way, Chiefs, fun fact for you. You're not aware, Psycho, the shot Psycho, obviously.
Right.
Named after a University Rocket League legend named Psycho Existence. Played for Portsmouth for a very long time. Actually played at CRL Worlds. Just a little fun fact for you. A legend of our scene. And a lovely, lovely guy to boot. But anyway, just thought I'd let you know.
Good things come from College Rocket League, people, okay?
Yeah, good things. Believe. It's amazing what we can do.
It is amazing. CRL has been awesome.
Absolutely wonderful. And to have things like this, I mean, I've kind of waxed lyrical. Oh, goodness. Evil with the flip reset catch. And then just punches at top corner. I've forgotten what I was talking about. Something about Psycho. I don't know, but it's all evil right now.
What a flip reset. It is no easy task to catch that one and get the extra height on the touch when you catch it off a clear like that. So well done to get it back to level, but job's not finished.
Not even close. We're approaching halfway. All level footing. This is where, around about the mark, that KAU started to put the foot down, truly, in game number 1. We'll see if they follow something similar, even with the close dribble. Tried to flick it in field. It wasn't to be, and Antics has got some space, but the touch heavy, so he can't utilize much of it. He's still hanging around, though, putting that ball into a dangerous area. I think Khaled thought it was on target. Surely this will be. Khaled getting in the way of it, regardless of its on-targetedness or not. But that's an open bottom corner, and it's one that Manny just picked out for his teammate. Basically, a tap-in here at the far post.
Oh, credit to Brewton-Parker for being willing to try and stick this attack out. The guys out of the midfield having 20 to 30 boost, and they're like, yeah, man, I'm going for it. And it paid off big time. Huge risk, huge reward.
I do love that attitude. I've got no boost. It's fine. It's level.
I got him.
I'm just going to turn. Why not? Got a chance to push forward here. Evil does get the boost steal, but can't quite chain the wave dashes together, and in the end spins out and the ball spills out to their defensive end, the KAU defensive end that is. Evil over the top of one, should get back to it, opts to delay it, that pinch out to the midfield, into the transition, and Milk looking to do something for himself, but not a whole lot doing.
Long air dribble and a nice adjustment from Khaled there. You see, you'd never want to force the air dribble if they've got it covered, man. If you hit it into them, bad things happen. Make them waste all their boost coming out to attack you just in case. You go right under them and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Brewton-Parker with another late lead here. This was around the time we saw a 2-goal swing. I think at that point it was 3-4 to Brewton-Parker. And it quickly became 5-4 to KAU. 1 minute on the clock. We'll see if they can replicate earlier success. They do have the ball in the offensive end. We'll call that a fake from Nimmo, but ultimately it's a transition on target onto an open target from Antics, and they double the lead.
Oh, it's 3-1 back the other way, not in favor of KAU. I guess I should have given Brewton-Parker more credit. You know, they may not have adjusted quite as fast as KAU did, but they've got there here in Game 2. Big late lead, one misstep, and they jump all over it.
So KAU complacency or Brewton-Parker ascendancy at this point, Achieves?
Why not both?
Why not both? I'm here for it. They do have time, 35 seconds left. Plenty, and
that's
Antics
in.
has missed that evil
It's
to
still
the
in. Okay, we're
crossbar.
good.
Surely, Khaled doesn't have enough boost to get over the top, and that is out into the midfield. Antics picks it up. He shimmies, he shakes, and in the end, he flicks it to a crossbar miss of his own. No one can hit the target right now.
I'm not as disappointed in Brewton-Parker, but to be fair, KAU did have to try and shoot that one through a smokescreen. I was in shock because I can see everything, but the guy shooting had no idea how that bounced off the wall. He had to wait to see how it came out. And unfortunately, couldn't adjust fast enough. KAU fall in Game 2. We're at least going 4.
I'm here for it. I'm here for a Game 5 overtime, honestly. I don't care how we get there.
As long as we do.
Just want it. I just want it. Have we had a Game 5 overtime on stream today? I don't remember. I blacked out about 2 hours in, I think.
That's a good question.
I'm actually being told by our Mr. First name Stat, second name Man, not to jinx the Game 5 OT. Oh no, actually he's saying he's not here for a Game 5 OT. That's my bad, Atch. I'm sorry. I don't know how that's me cursing it, though. Anyway. Right now, I think we cursed KAU.
I certainly
both of us expected. Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely shunted the responsibility onto you, but
I laid it on pretty thick, though, so, you know, I'll eat that one.
Well, you almost tried, or maybe not tried, but you almost avoided it, and then I was like, you know what? No, we're going to double down on this. Chiefs, did I understand correctly?
Nailed it.
I'll be honest, though. I was thinking the same thing. I thought maybe we'd see a runaway. We didn't. We saw Brewton-Parker College stand up and take a win. Look, they looked close. They stayed in striking distance all of Game 1, even though we felt like KAU were comfortable at times. But in Game number 2, they were less comfortable. They looked less dominant, even when they were scoring, in my opinion. And Brewton-Parker took full advantage of a close game. And he just eked out that win at the end.
And I was just wondering what caused that. And I think right now the answer has got to be the physical side from Brewton-Parker, because it takes a lot to shake up a team that's willing to wait you out. And so Brewton-Parker has to be doing something to get in their way.
We'll see if they can continue that something. Oh, a chance there for Evil to get back to it. I thought for a second he was going to surprise Antics with the speed. There's a chance here, an open shot. Oh, maybe.
That was such a good fake, but Khaled had no idea it was coming.
Yeah, well, at first I was like, oh, that's a wonderful fake. But because Khaled had no idea, I thought maybe it was a whiff. Either way, a chance gone begging a double tap down the other end for Milk. A little bit shy of the mark. The bounce in front of net easily cleared. Now double commit with no boost in the tank for the 2 from KAU. But it doesn't matter. They don't need to rotate out because somehow the ball has just fallen onto them and they've prodded it home.
Oh, it's just a straight misread from
That's
Antics.
tough.
Granted, not an easy clear to make. I mean, coming out of the corner, like that top corner, it's so hard to tell if it's going to come straight down, slightly out, slightly at an angle. You just couldn't figure it out. And that's unlucky because everyone on KAU dead empty on boost. And they were stuck on the other side.
Big clear followed by Manny. It's in field, but difficult to put on target from Milk. And the shot to the backboard a little too heavy. Easy clear for KAU, and they're looking to take advantage of that big old clear. They're setting up some pressure of their own, but right now, not really generating the threatening shot on net. It was a little more infield and a little less direct, perhaps. Either way, was a little bit uncomfortable, like this flick, but it's shut down quickly. Manny standing up big with the early challenge. Love to see that. someone catches that ball and then just gets absolutely ratioed as they try to flick it. That's a nice little dummy from Nimmo, but not really coming to much.
And he's close to picking these off, but he doesn't have the boost to remain flexible, so he's driving around really, really quickly. And that makes it very hard to be confident in what he's going for when you see your teammate with empty, as Evil, little flip reset here around Milk, not good enough. Manny finally with a full tank slows down a touch. As people turn to smoke, left and right, who will get possession? Who can say?
An interesting play from Manny. It seems to have worked out, though. Antics with boost in the tank, can't get the bump on Evil, who's been fantastic, I feel, in these pressure-relieving possessions out of his own half. Whether it's on the ground or in the air, he seems to always have some time and space with that ball to give his teammates time to get back and get some boost and get back into rotation. A valuable part of any team, in my opinion.
Extremely.
Got a chance to turn here, do KAU. See if Nimmo can do something with it. Looks for the bump. I don't think there's an angle there. Khaled thought there was, but couldn't quite make contact.
Yeah, KAU definitely starting to go into the bag of tricks a little bit now, just to see what gets it through. They're going for, these misdirection air dribble handoffs with bumps coming through, or posturing like they're going to touch a ball on the wall and pulling off just to get them to make an errant touch up to a place that isn't dangerous. Just trying to throw Brewton-Parker off the scent just a little bit.
Khaled, that was a big 50, but couldn't secure it for his side. They were posturing like they were ready for a shot or two in quick succession. Touch or two in quick succession, but I'm not sure how much Khaled knew about those. Either way, it's fallen to his team, and they're looking to take over.
Hello.
Off the roof, off the ceiling rather, but just jumped a little too quickly down to it. Team bump will delay Khaled to that 50, so he can't get it to go in an opportune direction. Now look to defend. That's a shot on target and an equalizer from Milk. A wonderful angle with fantastic power on it.
Oh my days! Oh, what a shot! Goodness me! Yeah, off the wheel towards the bottom left corner. That shot was definitely not on my bingo card.
I'm here for it. Less than a minute remaining, and it's all level. KAU just cannot get rid of Brewton-Parker College at this point. Nothing they do seems to really separate them. Just in any manner. They just always come back with another punch. Like you said, it's the punchers' chance, the sluggers. But right now, both swings gone wide, one to each side of the net. And no goal to be, no go-ahead just
nice.
yet. That pop
Good luck,
to the
Manny.
backboard's going to make things awkward. There's no bump. Manny went high, but he's going to have to defend again. Not much boost in the tank, if any, for Antics either. He does enough, and so does Milk before getting demoed. The clock counts down. The shot on to the far post. And Evil, who's been huge on the defensive end, finally finds something on the offensive side. And that something is the go-ahead late on.
Yeah, it had to be the goal here from KAU. They got Manny on the back foot initially on the transition. He had zero boost. Everyone from Brewton-Parker running back. Last chance now on kickoff. Can they make something up?
Oh, the slow play.
Oh, brutal.
Heartbreaking. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Smart play from KAU there at the end of the game, and they finally do find that little sliver of separation. With what was it, 5 seconds remaining?
Yeah,
it's a tough time to concede.
Yeah. We finally got it, A game late and for the other team. But, 4 or 5 seconds, one team concedes. Great. We didn't get to the overtime, but that's up for Brewton-Parker in Game 4 now to force a Game 5 here. But, man, I mean, I have to give credit to that Brewton-Parker defense. It's not easy to contend with all the tricks that KAU are throwing at them right now. It's a lot of trying to steal boost. Like, they'll just dump the ball into the corner and say, I'm not playing the ball, I'm just taking your boost. You can have it. I know you're not going to be able to do anything with it. And that level of, like, I don't care what you're doing is very irritating to play against, because it's like, it can really just starve you and prevent your whole team from being able to actually act like one on the attack. So
I feel like that's top to bottom Rocket League as well. Whatever rank you are, whatever level you're at, it's always so frustrating to play someone that's just playing more patiently than you, that's just playing a little bit smarter than you. When you're like, oh, I'm gonna go for the ball, get a good hit. Oh, he just fake challenge and went
he
back.
left.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Great.
okay, yeah, awesome. Now I have 10 boosts and I'm in their half. Great.
Sweet. Looking forward to this.
Well, I'm looking forward to this, Achieves. Game number 4, Brewton-Parker College once again battling from behind. Well, no, wait, is this the first time? No, the second time they're battling from behind. Yeah. I know what's going on. I'm a professional. Milk though. Yeah, you know what? Over to you.
It's a job to do here for Brewton-Parker, though. They've clearly got some tools that work, but the question about it now... Oh, here's a 2v1. Oh, a 2v2. There's 2 people in there. Excuse me. But a lot of onus here on Brewton-Parker to get the ball and keep the ball. If they get into back and forth, slam it up the pitch, I think they're okay with that, but they do not want to get sieged here.
Oh! Was awkward positioning for Milk, and in the end, that does mean the difference between having a second challenge on the save or a Nimmo open net. And in the end, it's that open net. A goal to the good of KAU. It was a tough spot to be for Brewton-Parker, and they just couldn't quite dig themselves out of it.
And it's all set up from Khaled as well on that air dribble. He goes up with 20 boost. He knows he can't do anything, but Brewton-Parker finds the equalizer off the kickoff. Antics just takes this one post and in from Milk's touch.
The resilience of this team is wild. Like, at this point, a kickoff goal is a kickoff goal. But at this point, they've made such a habit, have Brewton-Parker College, of just, again, refusing to go away. Just being like, no, we're staying within a goal. We're just not letting you have any kind of breathing room. We're going to keep it close. We're going to threaten to take the lead immediately after equalizing. I just really enjoy that kind of mentality of just refusing.
Poise and moxie.
Yeah, moxie's such an underused word in Europe. I'm not gonna lie, but it's the perfect word for this.
Ooh, Manny. Oh, clever. He knew that he wanted that touch to go soft, so he tried to get out in front of it, keep it in the box, but KAU, stingy defense right now. It's low boost times for him, but at the same time, Brewton-Parker's not really in position to attack either, so KAU kind of gets out of the cage for free. Oh, no!
And this all stemmed from a mid-boost grab rather than a challenge. Milk's just gone for that boost, left, and Evil's beaten all of his teammates, and now
bumped.
Milk's in a real bad spot. Not to put that all on Milk by any means.
I mean, the whole Brewton-Parker team just got 1v3'd and then bumped.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. We could have... I thought we were going to see
Wait, with the bump? Not good
ahead,
enough.
but the 2-goal buffer remaining unrealized for a
you
few
just had to
seconds
wait.
at least.
Had to wait. It was coming.
It was. Evil's just absolutely beaten everyone. What's just happened? He's just slapped that off the wall.
Hey, man. Players got too good at this game, all right?
It's so real.
I can't hang with that, I'll tell you that.
I'm
I'm 30 years old. I'm glad I don't have to think about how to hit that shot.
You remember the days where there was the argument over whether a wall shot was called a Spider-Man or not?
Oh, Lord.
We had a name for hitting the ball on the wall.
We're so cool.
And now players are doing that. I don't know what to say. In fact...
Oh, what a bump. Oh, and it's out.
No.
Okay. Woo! I was about to say, they just sent the house and they don't get rewarded for it? You're kidding. Antics, I actually love that backflip shot. It keeps him in position in the midfield to capitalize off the squirrely clear game. Great idea.
I don't know if you remember Marky Doodah used to do that playing 1v1. Swore by it as a tactic.
I swear by it.
Yeah. I mean, whoa! Goodness, middle. That is a wonderful way to bring the score to 3-3 on the stroke of half time. Too quick to it. I think it's Khaled in net. Absolutely hapless. Nothing you can do about that.
Sit there and look up and hope he misses is about all you got. And hope only goes so far when it comes to keeping balls out of the net. Brewton-Parker, boy. You weren't kidding, Muntz. They're still here, man.
They just won't go away. McCallan bearing down on net with a flip reset. Antics in the way, refusing to let that go in unimpeded. Now a chance to counter. Manny and Milk combining. Low boost in the corner. It's uncomfortable, but in the end, a good clear from Nimmo. Enough for his teammates to roll in, to rotate through. They're still under pressure, but it's much less threatening. A deep breath can be taken by myself and the KAU defense. In fact, they're going to turn it into a bit of offense, but now back down their end.
No boost.
Antics trying to bump, but it should be clear.
Yeah, Nimmo wisely assessing there that, hey, we need a second here. None of us have any boost. Takes a 3-foot dribble, but his team is now set.
Don't mind me. Surely that didn't come through the microphone. I don't think it did. Anyway, we're gonna move on to what's on the pitch rather than what noises I'm making from angles of shots.
It just
Manny
means
and
you're
Milk just
invested.
love these low boost plays in the corner, opposition's corner. I don't know how comfortable I am with it, if I'm honest.
It's a calculated risk. The big thing about it is that your teammate that's waiting behind you cannot get close. He has to be playing fairly deep because you want the guy with 0 boost that's fighting for the ball in the corner to fight for as long as possible. But you never really expect him to win unless he takes a really nice 50, right? So it's not actually a bad idea to let the guy with 0 boost fight for the ball because he's not losing anything when they're in the opposition corner, right?
What about 2 players with 0 boost fighting for the
Now
ball?
we're talking about bronze level Rocket League, and we don't talk about that. Whoa, he missed!
It was a ghost touch? I think he tapped it, but...
He scores it on land.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Right now, 20 seconds remaining. Next goal probably wins things. If we don't see a goal in the next 15, we see an OT to decide game number 4. Antics, the perfect pass! And it's Milk with the tap-in. 10 seconds on the clock. This might be enough.
And it's not even like a horrible touch from KAU on that challenge out of the corner. It just takes the perfect skip right to where Antics went to go deny that opposite corner boost, and maybe KAU finds an equalizer here with a few seconds.
I've got the ball. I've got an angle.
Oh, he's too tight.
Yeah. It's still alive though. Nimmo to the backboard. Manny's there to meet it. They do keep it up.
They're out.
Don't think they can get back to it. KAU succumbing in the end. Brewton-Parker. Sorry, just need to sort my lips out. Brewton-Parker just finding a way somehow to bring us back level in the series 2-2. This is a wonderful, wonderful performance by them. It has to be said. I had KAU winning this comfortably. Brewton-Parker proving me so wrong.
Yeah, and the big thing down there at the bottom, ball possession, 55% and 52% field domination. So that means they held the ball consistently more often, and they were on the blue side of the pitch more often. And they still lost the game. Like, Brewton-Parker's putting in some excellent goals to keep themselves in these series. Like, it's so easy to think they're done and out because that defense from KAU, it's tough. You think about the go-ahead goal. They had the guy to challenge in the corner. It's not like they got an uncontested pass across the middle of the box. They had the guy waiting in the net, but what can you do? It just pinches straight to the guy, and you just can't catch up. Advantage of position to the attacker. The defender has to swivel the camera. The attacker already knows it's coming. It's too late.
Maybe there is something to having 2 people with 0 boost in the opposition.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You need the help.
Yeah. I mean, it might just be like a moral support thing. I don't know. I'm here for it.
You can do it.
Yeah. Let's do it together.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, see,
6 seconds in.
Nimmo gets the moral support. His teammates say, look, Nimmo, go score. They're just waiting comfortably at the midfield line. You can do it, Nimmo. Yeah!
Woohoo! Great work. Basic goal to get us started. Who thought? We're here in game number 5, and I believe 4 more goals would make this the most prolific series of the day. That was almost wonderful. It was off target. Milk gets it away regardless, but that was almost wicked.
It was definitely too slow to actually go in the net, but as a pass, I would have actually lost my mind had that played out the way I wanted it to.
The problem was, I think both of his teammates were on the sidewall next to him for some reason. But, yeah, whatever. I don't know what to think
Not
anymore.
relevant. The touch was great.
Near post shenanigans. This might squeeze out, but it doesn't. It squeezes in. Milk finds an angle somehow to the bottom corner at the far post. Just Khaled was backwards.
Just a traffic jam in the corner, yeah. And Khaled on the goal line, definitely not expecting that ball to continue across the box. There were 3 people who jumped at it when it was on the wall, and somehow it just poked through. Caught off guard, and Milk able to turn it in towards the back post, and Antics working hard through the midfield, at least able to find a touch, but gave away possession. Regained by Manny. Nemo free ball. Made a slow pace of play down. That's the way to do it.
Touch does get away from him. Bringing Brewton-Parker into the offensive end. Evil with a big challenge and a quick transition. All it took was the flip, put enough power on it to punch it past the retreating Milk, who just couldn't expect that sort of dominant challenge on that mid boost.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Evil, he can see Manny coming from so far away. He knows he's at supersonic speed, and he knows that that ball is just going to be too far away. It's too easy of a challenge for Evil to make there. Dishes it out to his teammate. Ooh. Oh, that's just in two. Nemo threw a little bit of traffic. Top left corner, 2-goal lead with 3.5 to play. Okay.
Need this second look. That last touch with the corner just cheeky. Enough to punch it past Manny, but I thought that was going to be a routine challenge at least, but a little bit of trickery there from KAU to find that 2-goal buffer. A not oft-seen event so far in this series, and it's not long-lasting either, as Antics coming straight back the other direction. A wonderful little recovery and launch at that ball. Used all the boost he needed, all the boost in the tank, and that brings us back within 1.
And KAU knew that touch up was coming. That's not what caught them out. It was the power. They were expecting this gentle little tee-up, squib touch as they give a second one up on the kickoff. Brewton-Parker just says, yep, that's no good. I'm going to hit you, and we're scoring. What a shot. What? I know it looks easy, but he just goes from the top of the box to go to the bottom left-hand side of the net, take a 50 and says, no, I'm putting it on target. Nemo goes off the wall, Milk denies it, and Brewton-Parker's just saying, hey, we'll take what we can get.
I thought Milk was own goaling on the near post there, not going to lie. We'll say he wisely left it for his teammate. Antics a little bit awkward here. Does fairly well, has to be said. Even gets relevant for the follow-up. Whoa. Fake there from Milk. Not ideal, and it's going to be an just completely unmarked shot from Khaled. Just gets there with oodles of time. Again, the patience from Nimmo, though.
And he really did sell everybody that he was going hard there, boosting into the ball, and then just took boost off and just let the ball clip off his car. And and everyone from Brewton-Parker was like, my bad.
Our 30th goal in this best of 5.
Oh, there's
31st. These two teams are running absolutely rampant right now.
They knew that was coming.
Yeah.
They even went to cheat up on the midfield boost and said, yep, it's going straight left. We're scoring. What a time for it.
We're seeing kickoff goal after kickoff goal, but they're all decent goals. They're not just 50s falling in front of net and then being tapped in because someone.
Oh, you like that? You mean exactly like that?
Yeah. But I mean, even this was worked, right? He's gone to the corner, he's made it awkward for the near post defender, and then it's just spilling out to his teammate. That's good Rocket League. It's not just luck off the bounce. And I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving it so far. It's just goal after goal after goal.
It's an absolute.
This is more what I was thinking.
Okay. Not that time. They were right. They wouldn't disrespect you that way.
No. I would have gotten upset.
They're like, you're right. We only put on good goals here. Slow play. Khaled. Ooh, cheeky towards the backboard, but not enough power. See, he should have copied antics from earlier, hit it with the backflip. Then it would have the juice on it.
I did like the idea. Low boost defense, pop it high. Just not quite high enough on that occasion. Nemo with some time and space. He will get bumped off it and actually dunked as well. Khaled opts to just pop that. Concedes possession, and Manny has a double tap, or at least a 50 down to a teammate as an option. Call that a fake from Nimmo. He follows it up. I don't know how I feel about it, but Evil's there to clean things up. Yeah, just a little bit of a rush touch there.
All right, KAU, you're fine. You're ahead with a minute 45. Just get boost and go get a 50.
Speculative at times. I do like a bit of speculation, though. But Milk's got a chance here for something solid. Instead, a solid 50 going against him. He'll pick up that back boost and have a second bite of the apple, and it's a good bite as well. It's a chunky one. It's forced the last defender to make a play. Makes another, does Khaled, and it's a good one. He's going to put that relatively threateningly towards the opponent's net. But here comes Manny and Brewton-Parker. They just refuse to sit back and let KAU run and trample on them. But, oh, that bump is massive. I don't actually know, with second thought, if it was relevant in the end. The shot, powerful to the back post.
Powerful is right. I mean, that's straight out of the 1v1 playbook. You know, your defender is playing the same post you are. Hit it as hard as you can at the back post and make them cover that distance.
Oh, they've taken control off the kickoff as well. Khaled only 19 in the tank, though. Not enough to make the play, so he hands it off. Nemo gets a boost steal, so he'll turn on it, but it's not a great touch. Khaled gets demoed as well. What has happened? We got blinded by the smoke, and suddenly an easy clear turns into an almost goal against the defense. And right now, Brewton-Parker is struggling to break out, and with 35 seconds remaining, it might be too late for them. A third goal ahead will probably seal the series. And that's exactly what Nimmo and co find here. It has to be the pressure just telling here for Brewton-Parker. They just struggle to find any kind of decent touch whatsoever.
Yeah, it's the dagger to the heart for Brewton-Parker for sure. You could even see the uncertainty on the goal line at the end there, kind of the wiggle left and right, not sure who was actually going to touch the ball, and then it just bounces over his head, and he goes, oh, well, now I've done nothing, you know? And that's the value of, you know, the patience that KAU has shown all series long, that, hey, we'll shimmy shake, we'll stutter step you, you know, and keep you honest. And eventually they catch Brewton-Parker leaning when they're down 2 with 30 seconds and they got to push, and they put the game well out of reach. Way to close it out, KAU, even if you had to go fight for it.
I feel like the first 3-goal lead as well in the series. I could be making that up, but it's a gut feeling, and that's what matters. And what matters is the KAU victory that puts them into the playoffs and sends Brewton-Parker College home. Of course, series number 5 on the day means the winner goes on and the loser goes home. Although, admittedly, they're probably already at home. But you know what I'm trying to say. There's a loser and there's a winner. It's been a long day, Achieves. Cut me some slack.
No,
Chat.
it's been a.
Don't look at me like that.
It's been a long day. Swiss stage, as we've seen in multiple different levels of competition, it is a grueling thing. It does not matter, if you're on the broadcast team, on the player, on the admin side, as a fan. Like, it is a long day, and it takes some hard work and dedication to get through it, no matter what particular aspect of it you are enjoying. But today, KAU knocks out Brewton-Parker right at the end of all things, secures a spot in the playoffs. That's the word I want. See, it's a long day for me too. I don't even know the word playoffs.
I feel like you've been on camera for about 4 hours cumulatively at this point. But look, it's been hours of fun with some little breaks here and there, which I think is to be expected when you're looking at the interregional diversity that we've had on display today. And what a wonderful series to end it on, going to game 5, having goals galore. And I think but I think we're going to take a quick break We're going to come back after said break things down a little bit further, maybe have a cheeky look towards tomorrow. But for now, I've been Muntz, joined by Achieves, and maybe Achieves comes back after the break. I'm not. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. We'll talk to you really soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Pirate J. Today we're talking to the Rocket League esports team of Brewton-Parker College, or BPC, of Mount Vernon, Georgia, in the United States. We got Manny with me by my side. Manny, welcome in. You had a pretty quick run through quals. I want to start there.
We went 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 through the whole day and just qualified. So yeah, we felt really good after. I mean, it was a great run. We're just looking forward to playing in the main event.
I want to hear, like, what are your expectations just for this weekend, for this tournament?
I know what I want. I know that I want to win. I know that I want to do as best as I can. And I think that's definitely what matters the most to me. I think realistically, I would love a top 8. That's definitely what I'm aiming for sure. I definitely think we can get top 4, maybe even top 2. If our bracket is really right. I know NA has a couple of good teams aside from us. I know the top 2 EU seeds are real good at least. I know those are going to be some fun matches. Part of me really wants to play those guys because I know they're going to be fun games. But a part of me also wants it to be like, man, I just want to, sweep through easy,
Man, I want to get your thoughts on the rest of the competition because we've got Oceania, we got MENA, we got SAM, we got Sub-Saharan Africa. What are your thoughts on a collegiate tournament, having all these expansion regions?
When I initially heard that this event was even going to have an SSA team, I was like, wow, they're really putting this on. It's not something you see often. I did a bit of talking with Milk, my teammate who's playing with me in this tournament this weekend, and he was saying that the MENA players are actually really good. I didn't do too much research on those, but he's definitely a guy who keeps his eye on the MENA scene, and he said they were real good players. So.
You talked to me about yourself and Antics and Sino, who you're used to playing with in terms of those 3 for BPC. But you just mentioned about how you're talking to Milk, and Milk is who you played with in this qualifier run, and it is who you will play with Antics in this main event for the weekend.
I think that Milk is a very ambitious player. When something comes to his mind about wanting to make a play, he's straight on it. And I think that if we just are really getting our gears turning, and actually playing together as a team, using that chemistry we've been playing with since the beginning of this year, I think we're going to do fine. Honestly, I think we can hit some clips, freestyle on some teams maybe a little bit.
Where on the Rocket League pitch, in what role do you shine the most?
Basically, one of the whole reasons they even picked me up was because of my offensive abilities, my mechanics, my flashiness. Honestly, I'm just going in hoping that I can really put some work in this weekend. Even if I'm not hitting flip resets, double taps, even if I'm hard third man, as long as we win, that's what matters to me. That's really what I want.
You don't have the pressure, but at the same time, I'm expecting big things. I'm expecting big things out of BPC. So good luck to you this weekend. And once again, I appreciate your time here for this interview.
I don't understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I will stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it.
And for the final time, everyone, welcome back to the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship on this lovely Saturday or Sunday, depending on where in the world you are, because for me at least, it's just crossed past midnight here on now Sunday, the 11th of August, and we had quite a fantastic, quite a long day. And gentlemen, I want to ask all three of you, before we go into it closer, your team of the day. What's it going to be? I'm going to start with Gaugen, and then Achieves, and then Pyro.
Oof, very tough call. There are a lot of teams to look at. I think I'm going to pick the team that I've kind of been championing from North America. Maybe not as hard as some others, but USM. I mean, obviously, if you take a look at their path forward, it does not include a matchup against Boomin or Genoa, but it's still an impressive 3-0 run. I personally know this roster from some recent and previous competitions. The synergy is unmatched on this team when they play very well, and getting themselves the first spot out of this Swiss stage is, in theory, going to help them get further into this tournament. Hats off to them for their performance.
I think for me, big winner, believe it or not, Dr. Boomin. For a team that's kind of, been spotty fairly recently, coming through in the Swiss stage and saying, hey, consistent 3-0, we get the job done, and we're through, right? And that's really what it's all about. Because who could have said, right? Yes, you're confident they were going to make it through, but one never knows. We saw it with, a team like Brewton-Parker, KAU. Plenty of good teams potentially knocked out in round 5. Big losers for me, I guess Brewton-Parker. I had him qualifying, but tough break, man. You run into a brutal matchup in the last round. That's the way she goes. You got to get it done sooner.
That's just the beauty of Swiss. I had BPC and KAU both through, and then, they match up against each other. Well, y'all took the top 2 of Swiss, so I got to go to the next round, and that's okay, because I'm sticking with Setu. Like I said, I casted their entire lower bracket run to qualification, and it was like, okay, people aren't really saying that they're the top EU seed coming in. They're behind Genoa, Boomin, and particularly Berlin. They said they wanted to play Berlin, and they beat them to qual. So that is a huge win story for Setu, and especially to make it through to top 8 in round 4.
I mean, I'm gonna be a bit lazy and just gonna copy Achieves, because for me it's Boomin as well, for basically the same reasoning. They look, I mean, I've casted them extensively in Germany, right? They've looked shaky as of late, very, very shaky, very uncertain. So to just go through and beat both Setu and Genoa must be very good for them. And also Mackenzie. We all thought most of us thought Mackenzie were gonna go out 0-3, and they've beaten Warwick. They've got Sam on the board. And then I think even against KAU, they look decent.
It was
right?
very
They
close. It was
look
0-3,
capable.
but they were all close, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like Mackenzie, big shout out, of course, to UNSW as well, because playing it from 2 to 6 a.m., that is degenerate, but also very commendable. So let's look at the Swiss stage overall and get the graphic up for you so you can follow along as well, because out of the 16 teams that have joined us here today, out of the 6 regions, RIP APAC, we have whittled it down to just 8. 4 European, 3 North American, and 1 MENA team joining us tomorrow. And gents, we said, this is overall very expected, but is it really, is there really something that was unexpected for you that happened during the Swiss?
I mean, I think the easiest thing to look at is GVSU making it all the way through. Not many people predicted them to make it into top 8, and they did it in the most unconventional and not common way possible by reverse sweeping the entire Swiss stage. It's always impressive when a team pulls that off, but for them to do it with authority as well against UDM, who a lot of us, I mean, granted, I said that UDM would have a pretty comfortable win, and it was anything but. Hats off to them, defying all expectations.
Yeah, I think they're the only team that I think I went 7 for 8. I think Grand Valley State has Brewton-Parker's spot. So well done, Grand Valley State. I think you're dead on the money there, Gaugen. That's a great shot.
I guess I just want to say KAU maybe just slightly underperformed on the day. I think at the beginning we were putting them way high up there. We're like, anybody's going to have a tough time beating these guys. Some of us were comfortable taking them in round 3 of Swiss, and they scraped by. We all watched that game 5. Cheese, you casted it. Like, that could have went anyway.
Man,
We may not see
Brewton-Parker
that.
was peeking. They were hitting some nasty shots. I was like, ooh.
Those
okay.
BPC redirects were nasty. So we almost didn't see them in top 8. They're here. So I'm looking forward for them to prove their worthiness of that spot tomorrow.
I mean, just to give some context on how crazy that last series really was between BPC and KAU, they got 34 goals scored in that best of 5. That is the best of 7 record on Uni Rocketeers is 43 in a best of 7 series, not in a best of 5. So I feel like this could be a record. It's going to be very difficult to track that down, but those two could have given us something to look out for, and something to look out for as well is that playoff bracket tomorrow. I'm a very happy boy because no English teams are represented, and I feel like some of you are quite happy with the teams as well, but we all have that one question, right? Who is going to win it all? So I'm going to defer to you first, Gaugen. If you see this bracket, what's your thought on it overall, and who's going to take it all?
Well, okay, first thought, I feel like this is kind of mean to GVSU, but that bottom half of the bracket does remind me of the picture of soldiers with one clown in the middle. Because Genoa and Berlin and GVSU, they're just happy to be there. Listen, best of luck to you against Boomin and whatever else comes up, but there is a genuine case to be made of a slightly stronger side of the bracket, but I'm just going to cut to the chase. I am going to make the bold call. I know that the easy answer here is Genoa. I'm again going to go for USM. I think they can get it done. St. Clair and Setu don't necessarily convince me that they'll win that semi no matter who they get paired up with. I think KAU will be a tougher matchup for USM than their semi-final would be. And then once it gets to the grand final, all cards are on the table, and I genuinely think if they are on their game, they can win an event like this and surprise anybody. It may not be likely, but it's what I'll go for.
All right, we've got one vote for USM. Pyro, you were so happy you didn't have to go first, so I'm going to ask you second. Who's going to be?
That's fair. I want to know from Gaugen why Genoa is the easy pick when they lost to Boomin and they're slated to play Boomin in the semifinal. I'm going Boomin. Run it back, boys. I don't care about the challenges that you faced. I talked to Zeto in the pre-interview and I told him challenges make you stronger. I want them to come up even bigger here in playoffs, take down Genoa again, and I don't care USM, KAU. Sorry, Setu. Even y'all, Boomin can take that crown again.
I guess I'm a weirdo. I do agree with Gaugen that the winner of that top quarterfinal, I think, has the best shot. I've got KAU. I know they scraped through in 5 rounds today. Swiss is just a way to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think KAU is very likely the best team here. They have the most experience in extreme pressure situations, and that is very valuable when it comes to single elim. They play in this round in style all the time. It's not a problem, and I think that value is there for them.
See, I'm really curious though, because I feel like we just watched a large struggle defensively from KAU, and I feel like that matchup against a team like USM or against either St. Clair or Setu, I feel like all 3 of those teams are just going to try and do the same, punch your opponent in the face style of play. Do you really think KU's defense that we saw today can hold up in a situation like that?
Yeah. I don't have to defend it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I believe you. That was the most convincing single word answer I've ever heard.
Hey, listen, if that's not enough to have you guys tune in tomorrow, and I know the times that y'all see aren't confirmed to be the times of those matches yet, but you might as well be there to watch. Tell us, Mock.
Let me interject. The times that you see indeed are the times that we're gonna see the matches in tomorrow. So we're gonna start with Genoa versus Berlin, and then work our way up. I'm just gonna add my prediction, even though no one asked for it. I'm gonna
Please
back.
do.
I'm backing I'm backing Genoa for this one. Even though they lost yesterday, I'm backing Genoa. I think it's going to be grand final versus KAU. It's what I predicted before the event. It's still possible, even though Swiss didn't really pan out like I intended it to. But I'm going with my guts, and I think. But what my main point is, I still think that bottom half of the bracket is looking a bit stronger than the top half. I can't lie. Setu and St. Clair is a wild card, and I feel like. Anything could happen with these two. Like, I'm very unsure of what to make with them, but I'm happy to see it regardless of that. But so we got our winners. USM vote for Gaugen. We've got a KAU vote. I love it, the Chiefs, by the way. Third continent on the third year of World Championships.
It's the only natural way to go. It's gotta be.
If we're gonna convince Blast to expand CRL, right? We gotta start somewhere.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This might be the best part, and then. I mean, Gaugen, you going Boomin, if I remember correctly.
That's
no. Yeah.
It's Pyro, yeah. Gaugen
Pyro, yeah. Pyro, you going Boomin, and me going Genoa. So we got 4 different takes. No, meaning none of us know ball confidently enough to stick to the same story, but you're gonna hear us talking about Rocket League a lot more tomorrow when it is indeed time to cover the playoff 7. Best of 7s is what we are going to show. It is going to be grueling, intense, but in the end, it's going to be the best that Collegiate Rocket League has to offer for you. From 5:30 p.m. Central European Time onwards. That is 11:30 a.m. Eastern and 6:30 p.m. Arabic Standard Time. You can do all the conversions from there yourselves. We're going to be here, of course, on the Uni Rocketeers Twitch channel. And if you're French speaking, check out our national partner, MGAN, who are going to cover it in a French language. One last thing, though, for all of you that are interested, this prize pool of the Uni Rocketeers World Championship is crowdfunded. So if you want to contribute, there's absolutely no need. You can type in !prize pool in chat. It will redirect you to the GoFundMe page where you can give as much or as little or nothing as you want. Any help, though, would be greatly appreciated, as this is an event run entirely by volunteer staff. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. This has been day number 1 of the Uni Rocketeers 2024 World Championship, and we are seeing you tomorrow for the conclusion. It's a World Championship on the line. See you when it's decided.